for high school basketball on your area sports leader, KJFM Radio.
And welcome to Boys Championship Afternoon. Maddie Ingram, Ryan Capson with you for KJFM WBBA Sports. Kicking things off this afternoon, it will be Mark Twain and Elsberry battling in that consolation game. We'll get ready to take a look at that tournament bracket here shortly and let you know how these teams got there and where they are. But the next game, it'll be Wright City and Monroe City. They'll be battling for third place, and then rounding out the afternoon and / early evening, I guess we should say, it will be Clopton taking on Winfield in the championship, and I think we have a couple of really good games headed your way, or I guess I should say a few really good games, and we have some games from the Winchester tournament. We had one earlier this morning. It was Calhoun coming out on top over Pleasant Hill. We will have the Griggsville Perry Tornadoes later in the evening, so Stacey Martin, April Fronek, holding down the fort in Winchester. So we will come back with the pregame show next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Community State Bank of Missouri and Kearns Construction.
Family Drug, your community health mart pharmacy in Louisiana, reminds you that this is a good time to review your medicine cabinet. Another cold and flu season means taking stock of outdated or no longer used medication. The folks at Family Drug also remind you that changes in your prescriptions may pose drug interaction problems. When you're choosing a pharmacy for your family's prescription, talk to your dedicated staff at Family Drug, Louisiana. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
Don't have time to stop by the bank? That's not a problem if you're a customer at People's Bank and Trust. With our mobile and online banking service, you can now bank from anywhere. Deposit checks, pay bills, transfer funds between accounts, check the latest activity on your account, and view images of your checks, all from the convenience of your desktop and smartphone. So start banking on your schedule and download the People's Bank and Trust app today. People's Bank and Trust, hometown banking the way it should be. Member FDIC.
Bowling Green Veterinary Clinic knows that getting the best care for your pet is a top priority. They strive to provide the greatest quality medical and surgical care for our furry companions. Their newly expanded and remodeled facility with accommodations for comprehensive inpatient hospital care and complete outpatient care allows the friendly and knowledgeable staff at Bowling Green Veterinary Clinic to keep your pet healthy and safe so the whole family can cheer on our area teams.
High school sports on your area sports leader, Eagle 102. Brought to you by Bowling Green Tractor, Vicky Cadwalder, Real Estate, and Ingram Plumbing.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's time now for the Eagle 102 pregame show, sponsored by Bowling Green Pharmacy.
Maddie Ingram, Ryan Capson with you for KJFM WBBA Sports as the Mark Twain Tigers get ready to square off with the Elsberry Indians in this consolation matchup. Let's go ahead and take a look at the boys bracket, see how they got here. We'll also go over the girls bracket as that wrapped up yesterday evening with a couple of really good games, so we'll break that down as well. But in the opening round of everything, it was Clopton defeating Mark Twain 66-26, so Mark Twain dropped to that consolation side of the bracket. They were able to get past Louisiana 64-39 to find themselves in the Consolation Championship. As we mentioned, the Clopton Hawks will be playing for the championship this evening. They obviously picked up that win over Mark Twain. Then they were victorious over Wright City to dance their way to the championship. Wright City falls to that third place game. They will take on Monroe City, and so it was Monroe City and Winfield, and that came down to the final seconds of play. Winfield came from behind to defeat Monroe City, so it's Winfield and Clopton in that championship, and in the third place game, it's Wright City, Monroe City, and then on the bottom side of this bracket, we had the Elsberry Indians. They were defeated by Winfield 55-34 in the opening round of play, and then they were able to get past Silex 68-35 to walk their way to the consolation. So that's how this one got set up. Let's go ahead and run down some scores from yesterday in the championship play. So the girls' side of this tournament got wrapped up last night. Your tournament champion were the Monroe City Lady Panthers. They defeated Clopton 46-42, so that was an upset, a 1-3 matchup. And so it was the Monroe City Lady Panthers taking down the top-seeded Clopton Lady Hawks. In the third-place game, it was Elsberry over Silex in overtime, 50-48. And that consolation game, it was the Louisiana Lady Bulldogs. They were able to come from behind to defeat Winfield 66-58 to wrap up the 2024 Clopton Hawk Invitational on that girl side of the bracket. So we'll look to wrap this one up today in the high school gymnasium, Dale Miller Gymnasium and Ed Lindsay Court here at Clopton High School, and we'll come back with our keys to the game for this one next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
And I take pride in offering skills that make the process go smooth from beginning to end. Even after closing, I always stay in touch and being there to help if you have any other questions. During the process, I'll work closely with your lender and other professionals to make it as effortless as possible. I'm here with you every step of the way, so when you're ready to buy or sell, call me and we'll create a personalized plan just for you. Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate, loving our small town life.
Geared Up, just off the square in Pittsfield, is your first stop for screen printing and embroidery. The folks at Geared Up take pride in making their communities and schools look great while offering the best prices around. If you're looking to expand your wardrobe, or maybe a gift is on the list, stop by their store and check out numerous items in stock. When you're looking for custom apparel and awards for your business, organization, or team, stop by Geared Up, 211 South Madison in Pittsfield.
Your car, your stuff, your savings. Combine your auto and renter's insurance with a call to State Farm Insurance agent Cindy Blaylock in Louisiana. And let Cindy show you how to put life back in your life insurance. Auto, home, and life. Make your wallet happy. Here to help life go right, State Farm Insurance agent Cindy Blaylock in Louisiana.
The most complete coverage of high school sports is on Eagle 102, and it's brought to you by Mid-America Auto and Towing, Perkins Electrical Services, and Pike County Mutual Insurance.
Time now for the Eagle 102 Keys to the Game on KJFM, sponsored by Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate in Louisiana.
Maddie Ingram, Ryan Capson with you as we are about 7 minutes away from game time. The Mark Twain Tigers will be battling Elsberry for the consolation. And Ryan, we've seen both of these teams play this week. We've seen both of these teams be able to bounce back and pick up victories after losing in that opening round. What is going to be the keys to getting today's win?
I think a big key for each of these teams is going to be getting through possessions without losing the possession. And in a way is you can't have too many empty possessions, and you can't let them stack up. And what I mean by empty possessions is if it ends in a turnover or you just don't even get a shot up, because you can get away with missed shots to an extent. You don't want to miss a ton of shots, but as long as you're getting a shot up and getting good looks for each of these teams, it's going to be a really key factor. And you might not always get it to fall, but eventually they do have to fall, especially if you're getting a shot every time you're down the court. It will add up, and it will be. And I think that'll be a really big key to the game for each of these teams tonight.
We know that championship day evening always brings a very competitive edge to this game, and I think that that's definitely come into play here with Mark Twain. Is they were seeded as the 8th seed in this tournament. They were able to upset Louisiana, who was coming in as the 4th seed, and so Elsberry also has performed very well over the last few weeks. We saw them put together a really good win at the People's Bank and Trust Holiday Shootout. Saw them put together a good win over Silex the other day. So I think that this is going to be evenly matched in a great consolation game. We'll come back with our starting lineups next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by of Meats, Farmers National, Briggsville, Tom Bolin,
Community Bank of Missouri, Green and Troy, where the number one priority is the customer and adding new services to help simplify your life and building a strong, high-performance financial services organization. Community State Bank in Bowling Green and Troy, your community bank since 1887, member FDIC.
Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats is your first stop when stocking your freezer. Brown's has frozen chicken, steaks, brats, and burgers ready to go. For wholesale and custom butchering, Brown's is your first call. It's where quality meets service. Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats. For your meat processing, smokehouse meats, and homemade sausage. Just off Highway 61 in Silex.
CMC Distributing in Louisiana is the place to turn for steel, culverts, industrial supplies, and central welding supplies. In addition, CMC Distributing offers trailer parts, truck accessories, truck beds, and trailer repairs. At CMC Distributing, they always go the extra mile while working hard to make sure you're satisfied. They do it that way for a simple reason. They appreciate your business. CMC Distributing, Highway 54, west of Louisiana.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Rod Prentice and Brenda Crawford, State Farm Agents, Pepsi, and Ackles Farm Market.
The Eagle 102 starting lineups on KJFM are sponsored by Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy.
Just over 3 minutes until game time. Let's go over our starters for tonight's game, or this afternoon's game. It's Ezekiel Byers for the Elsberry Indians, Ben Dow, Davion Dodson, Noah Hoskin, and then Kyle Tapley will get the start as well for Elsberry. So it's Tapley, Hoskin, Dodson, Dow, and Byers for Elsberry. For the Mark Twain Tigers, it'll be Aiden Dye, Jack Dotson, Quinn Eckler, Sam Northcutt, and Coden Miller. Once again, Coden Miller, Quinn Eckler, Sam Northcutt, Jack Dotson, and Aiden Dye for the Tigers. They're still shooting around, and we have lots of games headed your way this afternoon. We've already had one game today from the Winchester tournament. It was Calhoun defeating Pleasant Hill in that opening round, the 101st Winchester tournament. And so we're happy to provide coverage from there as April Froelich and Stacey Martin are there, and they're doing all the hard work, the leg work today. And then we have 3 games from Clopton, as well, as I mentioned. So it'll start off with this consolation game. It'll be the third place game after that. So that's Wright City, Monroe City. And then for the championship, it is Clopton taking on Winfield. That will wrap up the 2024 Clopton Invitational. Girls side of this tournament wrapped up yesterday. Your tournament champion was Monroe City. We also had our all-tournament team that was announced, and that was yesterday as well. For the Silex Lady Owls, it was Abigail Mooney, Elsberry's Grace White. It was Louisiana's Reese Womack. Rinsley Davidson from Winfield was also named to the team. Brea Smith from Clopton was named to the team. And then the tournament MVP this year for the girls' side, it was Audrey Youngblood of Monroe City. So we'll have that boys all-tournament team this evening as well, so make sure you stay tuned to KJFM, WBBA Sports for all of that coverage, and the most complete coverage from the Clopton tournament. And then you can stay tuned as we'll bring you coverage from the Winchester tournament right after that game, as we have the Griggsville Perry Tornadoes competing in the opening round of the Winchester tournament, and their game is scheduled to begin at 7 o'clock, so it'll be a 6:45 pregame. So basically we'll go from this one and that championship here at Clopton straight to Winchester. We are getting ready to do starting lineups on the floor. We'll come back with tip-off next on KJFM WBBA Sports. Maddie and Ryan in with you for KJFM WBBA Sports as Mark Twain Tigers are once again getting introduced. We will run down those starting lineups again. Ezekiel Byers, Ben Dow, Davion Dodson, Noah Hoskin, and Kyle Tapley for the Elsberry Indians. For the Tigers, it'll be Coden Miller, Sam Northcutt, Quinn Eckler, Jack Dotson, and Aiden Dye. We will do the national anthem before the championship game. At least that was how they stacked it up yesterday. Everybody was standing attention, ready to to do the national anthem, but they had changed it up on us, so it looks like that's what they're going to do as well this afternoon.
Looks like the audience was a little bit more prepared for that than they were yesterday.
They had to have been here yesterday. They know. Jumping in center circle, it'll be Ezekiel Byers and Sam Northcutt. Byers of the Elsberry Indians has just a couple inches in height over Northcutt.
Looks like Elsberry comes into this with a distinct height advantage. I think the tallest guy on Mark Twain's about 6'2", maybe 6'3". So we'll see how big of a factor that plays into this game.
Ball is up. Tip is taken by the Tigers. At the top of the key, it'll be Aiden Dye. He gets a bounce pass to the corner to Quinn Eckler. Quinn Eckler has a pass that he's trying to feed down low. It's tipped, but it's back to the top of the key. Getting it to Jack Dotson. Spinning around, losing a handle on it. It was Coden Miller. Coden Miller will kick it to the other corner. And they'll get it down low back to Coden. Coden gets it right back out. Trying to swing something here. Jack Dotson picks up his dribble. He's going to have to make a pass, and he does.
Elsberry's come out in this 2-3 defense, which usually that signals that they want to make the other team shoot the ball a little more, which I'd assume Mark Twain has struggled to shoot the ball, and they're trying to negate easy post offense from Mark Twain.
Looks like we had a 3 seconds in the lane call, I believe. So turnover, and ball is given to the Elsberry Indians. Ben Dowell to bring it up. Davion Dodson. They feed it down low to Ezekiel Byers. One step up off the glass. 2 points on the board. 6:55 to play. Mark Twain standing near half court. It's Jack Dodson. He's facing some defensive pressure from Davion Dodson. Getting it to Quinn Eckler in the corner. Skip pass. And a spin.
Mark Twain's really struggling to figure out this 2-3 defense that Elsberry's come out and
nearly losing a handle on it. It was a die. He looks like he wants to shoot a 3. He kicks it to Coden Miller. Coden Miller gets it out to Quinn Eckler. His shot rims around and then out. Getting it ahead. Elsberry will pull up as they let their offense get set up. Ben Dowell tries to feed a pass down to Ezekiel Byers. It's taken by Jack Dodson and Aiden Dye. Aiden Dye will get it to Quinn Eckler. He's underneath the hoop. He puts it up for 2. Excuse me, that was Sam Northcutt. Sam Northcutt with 2. Ezekiel Byers with 2. You're keeping up with scoring here in the first quarter. Davion Dodson wants 3. Hits off the back of the iron. Getting the rebound, though. And back out, it's the Elsberry Indians. They get it to Ben Dowell. He'll drive the lane. Everything opens up for him. He puts it off the glass for 2.
nice jump move there. Elsberry's really being able to spread out Mark Twain a lot more in the starting minutes of this game here.
The bounce pass to Coden Miller. Coden Miller gets it to Northcutt. And the rebound is taken by Elsberry. They were fighting over it with their own teammates. Did a good job of crashing boards. Ben Dowell, he'll try to do the same move from earlier. Instead, he kicks it to Davion Dodson, who looks at the 3 and then decides to drive the baseline to the hoop. His shot is long and finds the hands of Northcutt. Northcutt with a long pass ahead. Coden Miller does what he can to keep it in, and it goes out of bounds. It is last touched by Aiden Dye. So it'll be Elsberry basketball. As Ben Dowell navigates defensive pressure. He'll swing it. Pass to the far corner to Davion Dodson. Dodson gets it back to Dowell. He decides to dribble through 2 defenders. It's stripped, taken the other way. Up and good. Shot from Quinn Eckler to tie the ball game. 4-4.
You mentioned something about these teams being really evenly matched, and it looks like this is going to be a really back-and-forth game.
Ezekiel Byers has a shot that falls off the front of the rim and then into the hands of the Tigers. Some good defense below the basket. It was hard to get out. And this one is taken by Davion Dodson. His layup to the hoop. Good. 6 points for Elsberry. Driving the lane. And his shot is off the back of the iron. No good. It was Northcutt. Elsberry comes away with the rebound, and then they try to get a pass forward. It's taken by Coden Miller. Coden Miller from the free throw line. His shot is blocked by Ezekiel Byers. It finds the hands of Ben Dow. Ben Dow will get it down to Davion Dodson. Easy layup for another 2. We have a timeout on the floor. 8-4, Elsberry leads Mark Twain with 3:34 to play in the first quarter. You're listening to high school basketball on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Slumber, Lincoln Technical Center, and Bolin Chevrolet.
At Pike County Memorial Hospital, we know how important athletics are for your kids. But with an active lifestyle of sports comes health risks and safety hazards. As a certified athletic trainer at PCMH, I work closely with our primary care physicians, orthopedic doctors, and physical therapists. We can make a difference between safe play and dangerous injuries for your athletes. Working with Bowling Green, Clopton, and the Louisiana schools, our goal is to provide the best possible outcome for your athletes. I'm Eric Schaefer, certified athletic trainer at Pike County Memorial Hospital. I'm at work while your athletes are at play.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by People's Bank and Trust, State Farm Insurance, Cindy Blaylock agent, and Bowling Green Pharmacy.
First quarter of action here in the Consolation Championship. 8-4, Elsberry currently leads Mark Twain. Mark Twain is in possession of the basketball. They're going to swing it around their perimeter. Quinn Eckler finds Jack Dotson. He decides to dribble. He picks it right back up and fields a pass down to Coden Miller. Looks like we have a call on the floor. Do we have a foul? We do. It'll be the first for Ezekiel Byers. And that is our first foul of the game. I mean, we've already made it through about 5 minutes of play. So not too bad. Mark Twain will remain in possession of the basketball. As we mentioned, that was the first foul of the game. So first team foul for the Indians. Jack Dotson. Top of the circle.
Mark Twain's going to have to be more aggressive here. It just looks like no one wants to shoot the ball, which when you're facing a zone, that's what you primarily have to do is. And a 2-3, especially the post, is really clogged up with just people. So you have to find your shooting lanes and just get shots up in any way you can. It just looks like no one wants to shoot the ball from Mark Twain right now.
Good spin move from Jack Dotson. He goes around a couple of Elsberry defenders with a behind-the-back pass. Coden Miller feeding it down low to Northcutt. Northcutt gets it down low, and that was to Landon Armour. His shot is blocked, but he is fouled. It'll be Nolan Wilson's first. Team's second foul. At the free throw line, as we mentioned, Landon Armour. His first shot does not fall. It's off the front of the iron. And Mark Twain will switch out who's hanging out at the blocks. The next one from Armour. That one, nothing but net. So Armour gets in on some scoring, brings it to a 3-point game, 8-5. Elsberry leads. They get it ahead to Ezekiel Byers, who would have been all by himself if he could have handled it. He drives the baseline, gets a shot up anyways. And good job by Mark Twain to get the rebound. Quinn Eckler, he pulls up. He has to get a pass out, and he does to Jack Dotson. It's immediately taken by Ben Dow. He'll go coast to coast, and his shot is a little too hard off the glass.
A little bit of sloppy play here is each team making just mental errors and mistakes, and Elsberry's really giving Mark Twain every opportunity to stay in this game.
Bring the basketball up the court. It is Quinn Eckler. Quinn will give a chest pass as they continue to swing it around the perimeter. A lazy pass, and it's taken by Ben Dow. His layup is good, uncontested. He was really all by himself. He used his speed to his advantage. He has 4 points for Elsberry. Up to a 5-point lead for the Indians. Pass to Coden Miller. He'll use his pivot foot, get it back out to Quinn Eckler. His jumper does not fall. Getting the rebound, though. That was a die. He gets in on scoring for his first 2 points of the game. 10-7. Height advantage was used there for the Indians. They get it to Noah Hoskin. His first points. He was also all by himself, shooting from the left side.
Twain trying to bring a little more pressure here, but Elsberry not having much problems getting through it. An easy jumper for Noah.
Sam Northcutt was headed to the hoop. He was fouled on the way. And that'll be the second on Ezekiel Byers. So 3 fouls have been called here in the first quarter. They've all been charged to the Indians. The first one from Northcutt hits off the front of the iron. So Byers with 2. He'll come out of this game and have a seat.
I wouldn't imagine we see him much until either late in the second quarter, or back in the starters come back out in the second.
Northcutt makes the second one count. He has 3 points. Our score 12-8. So a 2-possession game. Elsberry gets it to Davion Dodson. Davion Dodson to Nolan Wilson. Nolan Wilson will skip it across. He gets open, and then he finds things opening up. He drives the baseline up. He is fouled. That'll be the first foul for Mark Twain. It will be on Coden Miller. So shooting free throws, it's Nolan Wilson. Looks like we're going to have a substitution coming in for the Indians. First one from Nolan Wilson falls. Coming into the game, it is number 2. And the next one from Nolan Wilson is also good. So 2 points for Nolan Wilson.
No harm there for Coda Miller as he picks up his first, but really making him earn those 2 points, which he does, knocking both free throws down.
It was a turnover by the Tigers. It'll be Elsberry's ball. Top of the key, it is Ben Dow. Looks like they're going to try to go for maybe the last shot of the first quarter. Ben, in the air, he's flying, tosses a pass to the corner. It is taken by Northcutt. Northcutt dribbles through lots of traffic, gets it down low. His shot is no good. That was Josh Black. A little hard off the glass.
Those are opportunities that Mark Twain just has to capitalize on if they want to stay in this game.
Trying to get his own rebound. Black is charged with a foul. That'll be his first. So he'll have a seat. 14 seconds to play in the first quarter of action. Getting the ball ahead to Ben Dow. Ben Dow runs in to Dye. Getting it down to Nolan Wilson. No. We have an offensive foul. That is Kyle Capley. It'll be his first. So the next one would mean free throws, but we're down to 4 seconds. Dye's going to have to be quick. He gets it to Northcutt. His shot may have been tipped. It rolls around, does not fall. At the end of the first quarter, 14-8 our score as Elsberry leads Mark Twain on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Calumet of Missouri, and Center Locker Service.
State Farm in Pittsfield understands that life can be tough. The State Farm staff is there to help you make smart decisions when it comes to all your insurance and financial service needs. Call, email, text, or stop by the office Monday through Friday between 9 to 5 to talk to an agent. State Farm in Pittsfield, a family-oriented office, is located at 311 Half West Washington Street in Pittsfield, serving Pike County, Illinois, and the surrounding areas.
Follow area high school sports throughout the season on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Veolia Landscape Supply, Royal Banks, and A Taste of Philly.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
14-8 our score as we head into the second quarter. It is Elsberry over Mark Twain. It seemed like The only team being charged with fouls for a while there was Elsberry, but it was just some kind of silly mistakes from Mark Twain that led to getting them into just a little bit of foul trouble in that final few minutes of the first quarter.
Definitely seemed like Elsberry's just played a lot cleaner of a game than Mark Twain has. Mark Twain making simple mental mistakes that just cost them, and Elsberry's been able to take advantage of them.
And the pass is stolen and taken by the Tigers, putting up a shot. That was number 24, Quinn Eckler. Ball goes out of bounds. It was last touched by the Indians, so it'll stay with Mark Twain. Lopsided pass gets it in to Sam Northcutt. His shot is off the front of the rim. Taken by the Indians. Pass down low to Ben Dow. Oh, and it's tipped around a few times, and then Ben Dow finds it again. Ben puts it up, and his shot finds the hands of Aiden Dye. Dye will kick it to Eckler. He'll decide to dribble. He's met by 3 defenders from Elsberry, and a good rebound there by Hoskin, getting it ahead to Nolan Wilson. He's got 2.
Those Wildcats have just killed Mark Twain today so far.
16-8. Making it an 8-point lead. That was Wilson. That was his first points from the field. He has a couple of points from the free throw line. So he has 4. Quinn Eckler in the corner. Long pass. It's off the hands of Aiden Dye. It's going to go into the backcourt. So ball will be Elsberry's. Couple of changes. And then we do have a timeout for the Tigers. So we'll take a quick break as well and come back with more basketball on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by Match. Get Spot a Shot in Louisiana and Hayden's Motorsports Center.
Noah Builders in Silex, a proud supporter of all area athletes, is a small, locally owned contractor with over 25 years of experience in custom and new home construction. Noah Builders wants to take your forever home plan and make it a reality. Call or visit noahbuilders.com.
The area's best coverage of high school sports on Eagle 102, brought to you by Pike County Health Department, People's Savings Bank, and All Parts.
16-8 our score. Elsberry currently leads Mark Twain, Maddie Ingram, Ryan Capps. As this is the consolation game. After this, it'll be the third place game, Wright City, Monroe City, and then championship action is headed your way later in the evening as it is Clopton and Winfield.
Elsberry start to build themselves a little bit of a lead here, but we'll see if they're able to really pull away. Is if you're sitting around that 10 mark, then the other team's not quite getting into desperation mode just yet.
Out of the timeout, it will be Elsberry's basketball. Davion Dodson looks to the hoop and looks at an opening, but decides to pass it back to Ben Dow. Dodson takes a step, looks like he's going to pop a 3, kicks it out to Ben Dow. Dodson picks up his dribble, skip pass to the corner to Nolan Wilson. Nolan will drive in, but take a step right back out. Ben Dow does the same thing. His 3 ball is no good, and we have a foul.
Elsberry doing a really good job of just following the shots so far, as they've really controlled the offensive rebounding part of this game so far.
Jack Dodson charged with his team's first foul of the second quarter. 6:22 to play until halftime. Possession, it is the Indians. Davion Dodson will try to get his offense to move around a little bit, opting for some taller guys down low. Mark Twain has changed their approach just a little bit. Nolan Wilson, he'll fight his way to the hoop. He puts it up for another 2. He's got 6. Getting it ahead. Oh, and a nice attempt by Dye, but it's taken by the Indians, and we have another foul. I believe that is going to be on Quinn Eckler. It is. His first foul. So it'll stay with Elsberry. Nolan Wilson wants 3, and the ball gets lodged in between the basket, the iron, and the glass.
Let's see how Mark Twain's able to respond here. Is that guy bringing it up the court? We'll see if they can really try to just get Elsberry out of the zone that they've got comfortable with here.
Finally, using his dribble, that was Dotson. Gets it to Waters, who has two different colored shoes, driving to the paint. His shot is off the glass and out. And then we have a turnover as it was Elsberry coming away with the rebound, but Bendal traveled. 10-point lead for Elsberry over Mark Twain here in the Consolation Championship. Quinn Eckler set to inbound. He's at the baseline underneath the hoop. Gets it to Jack Dotson. A bounce pass back to Quinn Eckler. Cody Miller's cutting to the basket. He makes enough room. He's able to put it up for 2. 18-10. Coden's first points. He's had quite a few attempts, but that's the first time he's been able to make it count. Davion Dotson looked at a 3-point shot, gets it back to Bendal. Bendal will share the basketball with his teammate Ezekiel Byers. Ezekiel tries to go with the behind the back layup, trying to do a little spin move. Didn't end up working for him. Rebound taken by the Mark Twain Tigers.
See if Mark Twain's able to go on a little bit of a run here.
Nice pass, cutting to the basket. That was Quinn Eckler. He has 4. Now cutting that lead to 6. So it'll be Bendal trying to slow things down just a little bit. Davion Dotson will take it and drive, greeted by 3 defenders in the paint. And bumped out of bounds is Ezekiel Byers. He'll be the last to touch it, so it'll be Mark Twain's ball. And it looks like we're going to have a timeout on the floor. We'll take a quick timeout as well. 4:20 to play until halftime. The 6-point lead for the Elsberry Indians, 18-12. You're listening to high school basketball on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by J. Roberts Jewelry, Bill Allen Auction Services, and Gambino's Eatery.
Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, and your future. Pick up the phone and call Rick Rodhouse from Country Financial. He, along with his staff, will assist you with insurance coverage to protect what matters most, in addition to preparing you for the future. Best of all, Rick will take the time to get to know you and find solutions for your budget. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, contact Rick Rodhouse Insurance Agency in Pleasant Hill to chat about your insurance needs today.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102, brought to you by Rick Rodhouse, Country Financial Agent, Noah Builders, and Central State Bank of Illinois.
Coming out of the timeout, it'll be Mark Twain basketball. Bringing it up the court, it's Aiden Dye. Aiden, he picked up his dribble, so he's had a little bit of trouble with that today. He just hasn't looked very comfortable. He gets it to Cody Miller. Cody Miller's shot is wide, but getting the rebound, it is Dye. Then it's put right back up, taken by Elsberry. Getting it to the other end, Davion Dotson with some speed. Ezekiel Byers will throw some elbows trying to make some room. He gets it back out to Nolan Wilson. Nolan is going to be fouled, be on the floor, and it'll be on Eckler.
He's going to have to be a little more careful as he's picked up 2 pretty quickly here.
Bendal with a long pass over to Davion Dotson. They get it right back to Bendal in the corner. He floats a 3. It's an air ball. Finds the hands of Northcutt. Northcutt, he's going to take it himself. Lay up with the right hand is blocked. No good. Taken by Elsberry. Getting it ahead to Davion Dotson. He's all by himself. He wants to lay up, and he gets it. 20-12 our score.
Elsberry's done a good job of just negating the run that Mark Twain just tried to go on there. As they've consistently been able to get little pickpockets and leak outs that just led to points for him.
Aiden Dye with his runner just floats in, finds the bottom of the net. 20-14. Elsberry getting the rebound. Out to Bendal. His 3 is from a long ways away, but he gets it all the way from downtown. 23-14. Ball is held on to. We're going to have a jump ball. It's Ezekiel Byers being able to hold on to it, but the possession arrow favors the Indians.
For number 12, Tapley.
Kyle Tapley into the basketball game for the Indians. Houskin gets it to Ben Dow. Ben looks so comfortable as he meets some pressure. Getting it down low. Houskin, he lays it in. 25-14. So being able to pull away again here. Another floater from Aiden Dye. It's back-to-back possessions for Mark Twain with an Aiden Dye score. Ben Dow with a nice pass between the legs over to Davion Dodson. Davion Dodson cuts to the hoop. Gives him 8.
He's really settled into a rhythm here offensively. And Mark Twain just hasn't been able to keep up their pace and scoring.
Running a 3, it's Quinn Eckler off the back of the rim. Rebound taken by the Tigers, and then throwing it back up, and then getting his own rebound. It was Northcutt, and he put it up again. That time it did fall. He has 5. Ben Dow looks at the 3 again. He was able to do it from back there the last time as he's hanging closer to half court. Tapley looked like he wanted to shoot. He had the height advantage. Davion Dodson in the corner. He wants 3. He gets 3. Good first half for Davion. 30 points for the Indians. Getting it over to Eckler. Eckler's pass, he had a no-look pass down low to Landon Armour, and Landon Armour couldn't get his hands on it, and it goes out of bounds.
Another costly possession there from Mark Twain as they just leave without even getting a shot up, allowing the Elsberry lead to grow if they can convert here on offense.
Cameron Brothers into the game for the Mark Twain Tigers. Just over a minute to play in the first half. 30-18 our score. It's Elsberry leading the Tigers. Davion Dodson's going to dribble around. He dribbles between his legs. And then we have a foul. I believe it's going to go against
Foul on number 10,
Aiden Dye. Foul is on the floor, so it'll stay in possession of Elsberry. Ben Dow nearly falls over, somehow keeps himself on his 2 feet and wanting a big 3. That was Matthew Jordan coming into the game for the Indians. He's able to post 3, 33-18 our score. So he gets in on the scoring. That'll be his first points of the day. Is falling away and somehow is able to sink that 3. Mark Twain with the pass to Northcutt. Northcutt's right underneath the hoop. He puts it up, making it point number 20 of the game for the Tigers.
They've just done such a great job of just negating the pressure that Mark Twain's trying to apply to him.
Hanging out. It's Ben Dow. We're going to pass over to Davion Dodson, who has been a threat offensively. It'll be Ben Dow. He throws up a floater from the free throw line. It's blocked. No shot as they have a travel. It'll be Elsberry's ball. Quinn Eckler just trying to get a shot off as the timer is running down. Less than a second. As soon as the ball is in the hands of Matthew Jordan, I'm sure it's just going to be tossed right at the hoop. Hits the guide wire and the buzzer sounds. 33-20 our score as we head to the half. You're listening to Area High School Basketball. We'll be back with the halftime show next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton Tournament coverage brought to you by Bouquet Florist and Gift Shop, Lynn's Heritage House, and Bowling Green Veterinary Clinic.
The Eagle 102 halftime report is coming up. Brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs in stocks, mounts, and cables. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
From the classic cheesesteak and rich crab cakes, a taste of Philly in Bowling Green is a fan favorite. A meal ready for you before or after the game, and game day jerseys are welcome. Open 7 days a week. A taste of Philly. Business Highway 54 West in Bowling Green.
Get the best deals of the year during New Holland's Value Bonanza, going on now at Bowling Green Tractor. Put 0% financing for 72 months in your pocket, or choose a freeloader on Workmaster subcompact and compact tractors and Boomer compact tractors. Reliable, powerful, and easy to run. They help you tackle chores without breaking the bank. Work smarter with year-end Value Bonanza savings at Bowling Green Tractor. Stop in today. Offers end December 31st. For commercial use only, customer participation subject to credit qualifications at CNH Industrial Capital America LLC approval. Standard terms, conditions, and other restrictions apply. Down payment may be required.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center, Pike County Memorial Hospital, and Community State Bank of Missouri.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's now time for the Eagle 102 halftime report on KJFM, sponsored by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
33-20 our score at the half. Maddie Ingram and Ryan Capson with you. It's the Elsberry Indians, and they lead the Mark Twain Tigers. And so far, Ryan, it just seems like Elsberry really has found their groove. I think that they still have the ceiling is still there. They're going to have to continue to break through it, but it seems like they've definitely started to get comfortable in this game, especially after that first quarter.
Yeah, it's been a lot of leak outs on when they're on defense that have just led to points for them, easy points at that. And then offensively, they really looked comfortable against the zone that Mark Twain's tried to pressure them with. They've just been able to negate that pressure and just attack the post. And if they've missed their first shot in the post, they got the offensive rebound. They've done a really good job of following that. And then, but it's not over yet for Mark Twain. It's only a 13-point lead that Elsberry's built themselves. But Mark Twain just has to get more shots up. They look too relaxed and too laid back on offense. And it just looks like they're passing it around the perimeter and not looking to take shots. It looks like no one wants to be aggressive and really take charge in this game so far.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the big problems, but I think that Elsberry has definitely made them uncomfortable, and it almost seems like they just want to pass to get the ball away from them, so they haven't liked that defensive pressure in their face.
One thing that Mark Twain has done a really good job of is those leak outs and creating points in transition. That's really been the strong point in their game so far. And it looks like they're trying to just feed the ball down low and score in the post when that hasn't necessarily been the best option for him. Elsberry's done a really good job in their 2-3 zone of just controlling the post and controlling the defensive pressure down there. As once Mark Twain's got down there in the post, they've just been surrounded by 2 or 3 guys from Elsberry, and the shot just hasn't been there. So they need to look for other areas in which they can score there.
We will come back with some final scoring numbers from the first half, as it is currently a lead for the Elsberry Indians, 33-20 over Mark Twain in this Consolation Championship. We'll be back with that first half scoring and then hopefully the second half next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Poke, Ford, Geared Up, and Pepsi.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs in stocks, mounts, and cables. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Sailor and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
The Eagles Nest Inn Bed and Breakfast, Louisiana, offers inviting guest rooms, each with its own unique character and historic charm. It's perfect for hosting friends and family during festivals, homecoming, and the holidays that are just around the corner. Call or book online at theeaglesnestinbb.com.
With 14 stores across Missouri and Illinois, La Crosse Lumber Company provides lumber, quality products, and service to homeowners, builders, DIYers, and more. With some of the top brand names in the business available, La Crosse Lumber has what you need for your next project. Stop into any location for a free estimate before you start your next build. La Crosse Lumber Company, the oldest, most reliable lumber and hardware company in the Midwest since 1873.
Follow area high school sports on KJFM Radio. Brought to you by Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Young Enterprises, and Family Drug.
Maddie Ingram and Ryan Capson with you this afternoon as we bring you high school basketball action. It's championship night here at Clopton Tournament, and so things are getting started earlier in the day as the Consolation game currently taking place. It's 33-20. The Elsberry Indians lead the Mark Twain Tigers, and so let's go ahead and break down some of the scoring from the first half. For the Elsberry Indians, leading the way, it's Davion Dodson. He has 11 points. I think that he's really been on fire and one of those players that Mark Twain's had to watch not only in the paint, but he's been good from the perimeter as well. And so he has 11 points. Ben Dowell with 7. Nolan Wilson has 6. Noah Hoskin has 4, 3 for Matthew Jordan, and 2 points for Ezekiel Byers. So leading the way for the Indians, it is Davion Dodson with 11. As we mentioned, he is the leading scorer in this ball game. As for the Mark Twain Tigers, it is the leading scorer being Sam Northcutt. He has 7. Aiden Dye has 6, 4 for Quinn Eckler. We have 2 points for Coden Miller, and then a free throw is all that Landon Armour has contributed offensively, so that makes up the scoring. 33-20 our score. Maddie Ingram, Ryan Capps. Ryan, this has been a good game so far, but it's only going to continue to be good games for the rest of the day as we have a great third-place game headed your way and then a championship.
Yeah, it's only going to get better from here, and this has already been a pretty solid game so far. We'll see how Mark Twain can really see if they come out a little bit stronger at a halftime. You'd expect them to play a lot more physical and see if they can really push the tempo of this game to come back. But it's been a good game so far, nonetheless. We'll see how Mark Twain responds, but it's going to be a good night of basketball.
We saw Mark Twain have a pretty big game over Louisiana the other day, and so you know that they can do it. You know that they can put up some offensive numbers, so it's just going to have to be a flip of that switch, and we'll see if they can do it in the second half. We'll come back with the second half of action next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton Tournament coverage brought to you by Ackles Farm Market, People's Bank and Trust, and All Parts.
Greatness doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, focus, and dedication. At Shelter Insurance, we understand that because we put in the hard work and dedication for decades. That commitment is paid off with award-winning customer service for your auto, home, and life insurance.
Ask me, Ashley Jenkins, about Shelter's auto, home, and life options.
It's time to visit Hayden's Motorsports Center in Frankfort. Time to ride with Honda and Polaris ATVs, side-by-sides, and motorcycles. Time to work with Steel and Husqvarna chainsaws, weed eaters, leaf blowers, and more. Hayden's Motorsports Center, just off Highway 61 North in Frankfort.
High school sports on your area sports leader, Eagle 102. Brought to you by Bowling Green Tractor, Vicki Cadwalder, Real Estate, and Ingram Plumbing.
Second half of action is just seconds away as we are at the Clopton Tournament, and it is the Elsberry Indians leading the Mark Twain Tigers 33-20. So we have an EMO conference matchup here, and been a good game so far. It seemed like Elsberry was really able to pull away in that second quarter of play, as that first quarter it seemed like these two teams were pretty much just going back and forth, and it seemed like Elsberry pulled away here. But as we mentioned yesterday in the championship game for the girls, no lead is safe whenever you pull into a championship for a tournament of any kind of sorts. If it's your championship game, if it's your third place game, if it's your consolation game, no lead is truly safe. So one of the things Elsberry can't do is get comfortable. because that's when Mark Twain is going to sneak up on them. And so, Mark Twain can be a completely different team at halftime, so we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, that's the fun thing about sports is anything can really happen.
Especially whenever it's a tournament week. There's tournament magic. Out of break, it is the Mark Twain Tigers with the basketball, and shot goes up, and then it's stripped by the Elsberry Indians, heads back to the other end as the ball was being chased. It got loose. Mark Twain was able to recover, and then we have a travel by Aiden Dye. Aiden Dye, as I mentioned in the first half, it just seems like he is looking for that pass. It looks like he knows what play he wants to run, and then whenever he picks up the ball, he just freezes a little bit, and that was just another scenario of that. This time he travels.
He wanted to get the ball into the post there. It wasn't really open for him, and he just kind of didn't know what to do after that.
Shot goes in. That was number 21, Ezekiel Byers, so he'll open up scoring for the Elsberry Indians. That's his first point since the first quarter. 35-20, Elsberry leads. Going up, fighting his way to the glass. That was Sam Northcutt. Good look from Sam. 22 points now for the Tigers. Shot from the free throw line from Ben Dow. He had a lot of time. That shot rimmed around, and it looks like we do have a foul underneath the basket. That'll be Cody Miller's second foul. Team's first of the third quarter. Nice pass to Ben Dow, like he was going to put up a shot. Then it's stripped as he drives to the hoop. Getting it and put it back up. It is Ezekiel Byers. He has 4 points in the third quarter. Floater shot from number 10, Aiden Dye. You know what he can do whenever he does feel comfortable. So that'll be his 8th point of the game. Getting it down low, Ezekiel Byers, and you have a foul. Be on number 1. It's Noah Hopkins. It'll be his first and the team's first of the third quarter.
It does look like Mark Twain understands what they need to do to get back in this game, and they're trying to do that a little bit more in the first half than they did in the first half, which is nice to see.
Quick to Aiden Dye. Dye's three is no good. Cody Miller gets it, puts it back up on his way down to the floor. Davion Dodson is able to come away with the rebound for the Indians. Indians at the top of the key. They're going to slow it down now, Davion Dodson, as he dribbles around and then comes up near center circle. Gets it to Ben Dow. Ben Dow is going to cut through the gap that he saw. He did a bounce pass to Ezekiel Byers, but finds the hands of Aiden Dye. Aiden Dye bringing it the other way for Tigers. He looks at a 3-ball, but once again being made uncomfortable whenever the pass he was looking for wasn't there. Back to Dye. He's going to have a jumper, and it's an air ball. Finds the hands of Elsberry Indians, and then it's stripped away, goes out of bounds. Drills the student section. Clopton guys were not paying all that much attention. Comes right back in. It'll be Elsberry ball.
I think got a little bit sporadic there, and Mark Twain got a little bit uncomfortable with how wild the game was getting there. So Aiden Dye did a good job just trying to tell people to calm down. Hey, it's fine. We can just take our breath and get back in this game.
Ben Dow, who gets it to the corner, then throwing up a shot, it rolls around, does not fall, but he is fouled, so Ezekiel Byers will head to the free throw line. Foul is going to be on Cody Miller. That will be his third, I believe. It is.
Looks like Elsberry is really trying to get Ezekiel Byers in this game and take advantage of that post mismatch that they have against Mark Twain.
Ezekiel Byers misses his first free throw. He'll look to make the second one count. And he does. Now 5 points here in the third quarter for Ezekiel Byers. Quinn Eckler gets it to the corner. Long shot for the 3-ball from Jack Dotson. Does not fall. Does find the hands of the Elsberry Indians. A long pass down to the right wing into Davion Dodson. Davion Dodson gets it back out. Ben Dow wants a long 3-ball. Oh, off the front of the rim. Good rebound. Oh, and it's taken away by the Mark Twain Tigers. Mark Twain getting it down to Sam Northcutt. He has been fantastic, really strong, and taking that ball to the hoop. See, he has another 2.
He's another player that Mark Twain really needs to get into this game, and he can really take over as he's shown here in the early parts of the second half.
Ben Dow loses the handle on it, and Northcutt does everything he can to save it. I believe it's going to stay with Elsberry. Aiden Dye comes back into the game. Having a seat, it'll be Jack Dotson. Ben Dow looking for a long pass to Davion Dodson. Driving, it's Nolan Wilson. His shot is blocked. Getting the rebound, though, it's Ben Dow. He puts it right back up for another 2. 40-26. Good job by Ben. Shot and pass is tipped. Ben Dow meets the pressure from the Tigers, and we have a foul. I believe that's going to be on Aiden Dye. It is.
Foul number 10, Aiden Dye.
His second.
So Mark Twain's really picked up the pressure that they tried to apply to Elsberry here, and Elsberry's kind of been a little laid back, just kind of complacent with their lead so far, not really finding a rhythm offensively yet.
Pass, and then getting it right back out. Chest pass for a 3, no good. Off the front of the rim and out. That was Matthew Jordan. Pass goes ahead, trying to get the ball at the court. It's thrown away. Turnover for the Tigers.
Number 12, foul 15.
Kyle Tapley back into the basketball game for the Elsberry Indians. So probably their tallest lineup. -1 player is Hoskin, as he's having a seat currently, getting a drink of water on the bench. Ben Dow take a couple of stutter steps in before pulling up, picking up his dribble, and getting it out to Davion Dodson. They'll swing it around a little bit here. Long 3 ball. It's a little wide. It's taken the rebound. It is Cody Miller. Cody Miller goes straight to the glass. He decided to take it himself. His shot was tipped on the way up. He cannot get his own rebound. It is taken by Elsberry. Davion Dodson all by himself in the corner. He wants 3. No. Ezekiel Byers tried to stay out of foul trouble there. Didn't get as handsy as he probably could have. And ball is stripped. Ben Dow tried to be quick with it, but he was out of bounds.
Elsberry really trying to get that 3 ball to go so far, but it just hasn't been working out for him.
40-26 our score with just under 3 minutes to play in the third quarter. And it's going to be fouled, putting up a shot. That was Northcutt. And the foul is going to be charged on Tapley. Be Tapley's second.
5.
Northcutt has definitely made a big impact in this game for the Tigers. His shot from the free throw rims in, out, and then falls right back down. So first one is good. Coming out of the game for the Elsberry Indians, Matthew Jordan. Back in, it is Wilson. Shot up from Northcutt off the front of the rim, getting the rebound. Great job by Tapley. He gets it to Davion Dodson, who will wait it out and let his team get to the other end. Pass down low to Tapley, and we have a jump ball. Good job by Northcutt.
Jump ball, possession.
Possession arrow does favor the Elsberry Indians, so it will stay
down
on this side of the court. They get it back out to Ezekiel Byers. Ezekiel Byers bounce pass down low. His pass was swatted at. It got right into the hands again of Ezekiel Byers. He put up a shot. He is fouled. Foul is on number 10, Aiden Dye. So it'll be his third, team sport.
Elsberry's still just struggling to find any sort of rhythm offensively here.
Shot from Ezekiel Byers falls. 41-27. they've held on to their lead, but they definitely don't look like they did in that first half whenever they were putting some things together. The next one from Ezekiel Byers also falls, 42-26. We have a timeout on the floor. It'll be a full timeout. We'll be back with more of this third quarter of action next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Meyer Implement Company, Eagles Nest Inn Bed and Breakfast, and Sun Window Company.
You simply can't buy a better replacement window than one from Sun Window Company. Energy-efficient windows and doors with a lifetime warranty on both the window and installation. Sun Window Company, family-owned and operated since 1989, offers low factory direct prices on high-quality vinyl windows, custom designed to fit perfectly and built to last. See how much you can save. Call Sun Windows, 573-549-2080 for details and a free estimate. Sun Window Company, Highway 161 in Middletown.
The most complete coverage of high school sports is on Eagle 102, and it's brought to you by Mid-America Auto and Towing, Perkins Electrical Services, and Pike County Mutual Insurance.
42-27 in this consolation game as the Elsberry Indians currently lead the Mark Twain Tigers. It looks like we've gotten some of the Clopton Hawks boys team out there to pass out some waters to referees. Maybe. That's what they were having the middle school kids do the other day. With like Jordan Genowine. He was dressed nicely, had a couple of waters set aside. He's got a championship game later tonight, so he's maybe doing a little bit of work, maybe just a little bit.
Yeah, they've probably rested him a little bit now after that, but always nice to see Clopton players getting involved in the tournament outside of just playing.
Mark Twain gets the ball to Aiden Dye. Aiden Dye with a bounce pass near the free throw line. Getting it down low to Northcutt. He's so good about making room underneath the hoop. He puts it up for another two.
He's been solid for Mark Twain here in the second half as he scored the majority of their points so far.
Losing a grip on it, but getting it before it goes into the backcourt, it was Davion Dodson. The nice little flip pass over to Nolan Wilson in the corner. Then Dow with a lob pass over to Nolan Wilson. Ezekiel Byers loses a grip on it, but he's able to recover it from the ground. He hands it to Nolan Wilson. Ben Dow, he's got to toss it out because he picked up his dribble. There was nothing there. He wanted to put up a shot. Ezekiel Byers gets the rebound, puts up a shot, puts his own shot up again, and then taken by the Tigers.
Great break here from Mark Twain, ending that possession with a stop on defense.
Looks like we have a foul. They give it to. And that'll be on Ben Dow. Oh, they're giving it to Aiden Dye.
Yeah, it looked like he just got caught up in the Elsberry player just going for the ball there. Unfortunate foul there as that's his third, I believe. The fourth. That could cause some trouble here for Mark Twain.
It'll send Ben Dow to the free throw line. First shot from Ben. Rolls around. Your Wires will come out of the game. For Elsberry, back in, it'll be Noah Hoskin. Next one from Ben Dow. Nothing but net for Ben. He has 3 points in the second half. Just 1 minute to play here in the third quarter. 43-29 our score. We have a foul. Going to be on number 1, Noah Hoskin. Will be his second. Couple of changes for the Mark Twain Tigers. Cameron Brothers into the basketball game. Quinn Eckler quickly gets it in to Josh Black. Josh Black is going to have to make a pass. Gets it to Quinn Eckler, who is being guarded by Davion Dodson. Davion Dodson will now float over to Aiden Dye. Bounce pass by Northcutt. He bounces it off the foot of Nolan Wilson. It goes out of bounds. It'll stay with the Tigers.
They've handled the pressure that Elsberry's brought in this zone a little bit better than they did in the first half. Settling in a little bit. We'll see how much they how much better they can do with it here in the rest of this game.
Floater from the free throw line from Northcutt. It does not fall. The Elsberry Indians get the rebound, taking it to the other end. It's Ben Dow. He'll dribble around, kick it back out to the top of the key. They then get it back over to Ben Dow. Ben Dow with the handoff to Noah Hoskin. No one was looking. Noah Hoskin puts it up for 2. He has 6 points. 3 ball from Quinn Eckler. Does not fall, but right underneath the hoop, getting the rebound, it is Northcutt. He puts it up for another 2. Man, he's had a great game for the Tigers. At the end of the third quarter of play, 45-31, Elsberry leads Mark Twain on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Castile's Color Wheel, Community State Bank of Missouri, and Kearns Construction.
This is Tara Grody, and People's Savings Bank is excited to announce the Bobcat debit card. People's Savings Bank believes in giving back to the communities we serve, and that begins with the school district. Every time you use your Bobcat debit card as a credit, People's Savings Bank will give the school district 5 cents. That may not sound like a lot of money, but since starting this program 6 years ago, PSB has been able to give back over $120,000. Open an account online at ourpsb.com or stop by our branch. We are the one with a bright blue roof. Start earning the Bowling Green School District money today just by using your debit card. Member FDIC.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Rod Prentice and Brenda Crawford, State Farm Agents, Pepsi, and Ackles Farm Market.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
A basket right before the buzzer sounded. That was Northcutt. He was able to put that up. 45-31 our score. As we start the fourth quarter of play, it's Elsberry leading Mark Twain in the Consolation Championship. If you're just joining us, welcome to Championship Saturday from the Clopton Invitational Tournament. It's also the opening round of play, the Winchester Tournament. Stacey Martin and April Michelle Froenig in Winchester today, putting up a couple of shots. It's Mark Twain right out the gate. It's Elsberry that's able to come away with the rebound. It's Ben Dow who's going to push off of Jack Dotson a couple of times, then give a bounce pass down low. They get it right back out to the top. Jordan, and then they get it down low. Nothing there. That was Kyle Tapley. His shot was off the back of the iron. Stripped of the ball. It was Northcutt coming away with it. It was Hoskin. Hoskin gets it ahead to Dow. Dow with the no-look pass to the corner to Nolan Wilson. Nolan Wilson will dribble with his right hand. Gets it back out to Ben Dow. The pass off the body of Brothers.
Mark Twain's done a really good job of coming back into this game as they've really cut their deficit a little bit. There's still a deficit there, but they've really cut into it as Elsberry's kind of gone cold here as they just get a bucket there by Noah Housen, I believe.
So he has 8. Good job by Noah with the rebound, put his shot up. They get it right back to Northcutt. They're going to feed him all day, and it's going to work. Man, he's had a great second half, had a great first half. He really has kept Mark Twain in this ball game. Wilson in the corner, bounce pass over to Ben Dow. Ben Dow kicks it back out to Nolan Wilson in the corner. He wants 3 off the front of the iron and no good. Northcutt is going to navigate through all of the defenders for Elsberry. His shot is off the glass a little bit too hard. Getting the rebound, though, is Elsberry. Ben Dow will drive the paint, puts it up, and tries to draw the foul. He is not going to get it. Ball last touched by Indians. So turnover here.
Mark Twain's ever going to make a push to get back in this game and take somewhat of a lead here. It'd be now, as they really need to pick up the pace, find ways to score the ball fast on offense, and create turnovers here if they want to get back in this game.
Bounce pass down to Northcutt. Northcutt gets it out. 3 ball, rings in and out. Nolan Wilson feeds it ahead to Jordan. Jordan plays a little pinball before falling through the hoop. 49-33. In the corner, trying to work it, and it looks like getting charged with the foul. It's going to be Noah Hoskin. It'll be his third if they do charge him with that.
His third. First.
But it is team's first of the fourth quarter. Northcutt up, spins around. Man, it goes around the world a few times. Did a little bit of a spin on its own, but it does fall. Another 2 for Sam Northcutt.
It's falling for you. Everything's going in tonight for him.
Elsberry, they're going to give it to Ezekiel Byers. He'll do a spin, puts it up. His shot is off the front of the rim. Taking it the other way, it's Mark Twain. Eckler, he pulls up. Davion Dodson chips his shot. Rebounded by Twain, and it looks like they're going to send Northcutt to the free throw line as he is fouled when he put up a shot.
It was a great defensive effort there by Dodson as he stayed on the ground, not falling for the pump fake there to just create no easy buckets here for Mark Twain so far.
49-35 at the free throw line. It is Northcutt. His shot, nothing but net. Perfect shot there from Northcutt. He has been on fire today for Mark Twain. And it looks like we have a timeout. We'll take a quick timeout, come back with more next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Homes, Central State Bank of Illinois, and Missouri State Representative Chad Perkins.
Gambino's in Louisiana is now open 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday. Enjoy lunch options, and Gambino's dinner menu begins at 4, including the popular Make Your Own with your choice of pasta, meat, sauce, and veggie. Other entrees including lasagna, red wine pot roast, and weekly specials with a variety of beer and wine available to enjoy with your meal. Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.
If it's not on the menu, we don't talk about it.
Best coverage of high school sports on KJFM, brought to you by Community State Bank of Missouri, County Market in Louisiana, and Bowling Green Pharmacy.
49-36 as Northcutt still has another free throw to work out coming out of the timeout with just 5 minutes and 17 seconds left to play here in the final quarter of action from this consolation game. Still some time for Mark Twain to try to field a comeback. And I think it starts with Northcutt, who has been very impressive throughout the course of this game.
They'll need to keep feeding him the ball so we can create opportunities here for Mark Twain. As they like him in the high post and the low post this season. Good for Mark Twain on both sides of the ball so far in this game.
His next shot was no good, but it's Elsberry coming away with it. Then it's taken right back by Mark Twain. Mark Twain is going to put it up a couple of times, getting a pass down to Northcutt. He's fouled on his way to the hoop. His shot does not fall, but he is headed to the free throw line once again. It'll be the second for Nolan Wilson. First shot from Northcutt. Nothing but net.
Mark Twain doing a good job so far of keeping possessions alive and getting offensive rebounds just to create second chance points for him.
Next one from Northcutt. Nothing but net as well. He brings it to a 10-point game. What a performance from Sam Northcutt. Been impressive and been a fun watch today. Elsberry leads by 10 with 4 minutes and 50 seconds to play. Kind of left all to himself was Ben Dow. He gets it back out. Davion Dodson then all by himself from the free throw line. Ezekiel Byers, his shot is off the front of the rim and getting the rebound, taking it all the way down. It was Northcutt. He looks ahead for a pass, unable to convert. It was Landon Armour. So with the rebound there, it'll be the Elsberry Indians. It's kicked around, but taken back by Nolan Wilson. Nolan gets it to Ben Dow. Ben Dow with a bounce pass down low to Ezekiel Byers. He's able to convert that time. Another 2 for Zeke Byers. 51-39. Now brings it to a 12-point game. In the corner, it's Dye. He tries to work a pass to Northcutt. Ball goes out of bounds. They're going to say last touch by the Tigers. So there'll be some full court pressure as Elsberry looks to inbound the ball at the baseline underneath the hoop. Gets it right to Bendal. Bendal with the bounce pass back to Wilson to get it ahead to Davion Dodson, who has been pretty quiet here in the second half. He scored 11 in the first half, but he hasn't scored anything in the second half. Bendal has the ball punched from behind. It goes into the backcourt. Looks like we're going to have a foul on Jack Dodson.
It's like Elsberry's really slowed things down here offensively after they get it across half court. And just looks like they're trying to play the clock here and just try to slow Mark Twain down enough to where they can't field a comeback. Is that last possession there from Mark Twain was big for them. It was a slow possession, and then nothing came out of it as Ezekiel Byers is able to pick up the bucket for Elsberry.
Nice look from Nolan Wilson to get the bounce pass to Zeke. Zeke right where he needed to be to convert for another two. Bounce pass out to Jack Dodson. He picks up his dribble. He gives it to Quinn Eckler. Quinn Eckler with the no-look pass. Northcutt. Northcutt puts up another two from the free throw line. Keeping his team in this ball game. 53-41 our score.
Northcutt's a name you've heard plenty tonight so far in this game.
Looks like Bendal, as he was running around near the baseline and underneath the hoop, he stepped out of bounds, so it'll be a turnover. Be Mark Twain's basketball. Northcutt skips it to Aiden Dye. Aiden Dye, his pass was funneled down low. It is taken by the Elsberry Indians. They head to the other end. Davion Dodson puts up a shot, it rolls around, and does not fall.
Big miss there as Elsberry's really got sloppy here, especially the second half of this game, but really more the fourth quarter.
Remains Elsberry's ball as Wilson will drive the paint. His shot, no good. Byers gets his own rebound after he puts it up, and we do have a foul as he was trying to get it back out to Bendal. So foul will be on the floor, and it's going to be number 15, Coach Miller, his fourth, team second. As there's 2:31 to play, 53-41, Elsberry leads. Bendal inbounding the basketball to Noah Hoskin. Hoskin just a little bit too quick to get that shot up. He's too far underneath the basket. His shot was no good. Taking it and going to the other end, it was the Tigers. We have a double dribble, and we have a timeout on the floor. 53-41 as we head for a quick break. We'll be back with the final minute of play on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Wood Smoke Meats, Farmers National Bank of Griggsville, and Tom Bolin Ford.
Everyone needs help with something at some point in their life. This is Tracy B. with PCHD, and I am here to remind you that we have certified community health workers staffed at our office that offer assistance for free to those who need help navigating local resources and more. Please don't hesitate to call 573-324-2111 to learn more or visit our website at pikecountyhealth.org.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by People's Bank and Trust, State Farm Insurance, Cindy Blaylock agent, and Bowling Green Pharmacy.
53-41 as we get ready to come out of the timeout. Elsberry trying to hang on to their lead so they can be named Consolation champions here at the Clopton tournament. After this, we will have a third place game. It'll be Wright City and Monroe City, so a battle of the cities. And then we will have the championship game. It'll be Clopton and Winfield, which should be a great game as well. 2 minutes and 25 seconds to play here in the fourth quarter. Elsberry's basketball, some full court pressure from the Mark Twain Tigers, getting it ahead to Nolan Wilson. Wilson gets it to Houskin, and out of bounds. It was Davion Dodson who tried to save it as the pass was a little hot off the hands of Houskin.
Costly mistakes here from Elsberry. They're trying to put this game away, put it out of reach for Mark Twain. But it's going to be a big task for Mark Twain to come back here from this 12-point deficit, as they need quick shots here that have to go in, and every possession matters here for Mark Twain.
Quick pass from Quinn Eckler to Aiden Dye, his shot goes up. It was no good. Going back to the other end. It's Elsberry. Davion Dodson puts up a shot. He is fouled. So he'll head to the free throw line. His shot does count. Count the bucket and the foul. It'll be Cameron Brothers first since coming back into this basketball game. And that is the first points from Davion Dodson in the second half. Shot off the front of the rim, no good. Ezekiel Byers gets it, puts it right back up. His shot's also off the front of the rim. And getting the rebound, it's Northcutt. And going to be charged with the foul. It's on Ezekiel Byers. Matt Jordan will come in for Ezekiel Byers. Byers will have a seat as he has 3 fouls in this basketball game. Under 2 minutes to play. And a 14-point lead for Elsberry. Quinn Eckler with a skip pass to the corner. Jack Dodson does everything he can to get some jumps there. Keeps it in. Gets it down to Cameron Brothers. Cameron Brothers puts it up for 2.
So Mark Twain's going to have if they want to stay in this game is just quick possessions that end in buckets somehow. Either if that's in the post and a layup, a free throw, or a 3.
We have a foul on the floor. It'll be on Jack Dodson coming into the basketball game. Cameron Brothers has a seat, and back in it's Coden Miller. Matt Jordan gets it to Dow. Dow ahead to Wilson. Wilson will pull up. Gets it back to Dow. Dow's going to drive. Everything seemed to open up. Instead, he decides to opt for the pass to Davion Dodson. It'll be Matt Jordan who will pull up at the free throw line. He'll look for the pass to Wilson. Wilson back to the top of the key. It is Ben Dow. He's going to drive, and we do have a foul. And it'll be on Aiden Dye. So he will foul out of the game and have a seat. Aiden Dye charged with his 5th foul with just 1 minute and 12 seconds to play in this basketball game. Coming in, it'll be Cameron Brothers. Coming out, it'll be Coden Miller. And for the Elsberry Indians, it'll be Kyle Tapley in for Noah Houskin.
Aiden Dye had a fairly solid night tonight. It just never looked like he was able to find a rhythm and just stay comfortable.
At the line shooting, his first shot does fall. 56-43. Next one falls as well. 57-43. Sam Northcutt's going to drive the lane, gets it out to Jack Dodson. Jack Dodson's shot is off the back of the iron, high, and getting the rebound. Finally, it is the Elsberry Indians. Elsberry will get it ahead to Ben Dow. He's pushed near the sideline, and he is stripped of the basketball. Northcutt's going to drive. He puts a shot up, and it's a little too hard off the glass. Getting the rebound, it is Elsberry. Ball is swatted away by Quinn Eckler, so it'll stay with Elsberry.
Looks like Elsberry's going to be able to pull away from this game here and end the night with the W.
Ben Dow cutting down that sideline again. Gets it to Nolan Wilson. Nolan Wilson basically gives it right back to Ben Dow, and he's just going to try to dribble around as 28 seconds to play. Fouling him, it'll be Quinn Eckler.
Foul number 24, Quinn Eckler is 3rd.
So that'll send Ben Dow to the free throw line.
Elsberry's going to try to play the clock here, just run off as much time as they can each possession. And Mark Twain's going to try to play the foul game, which I think it's just a little bit too late, and the lead is just a little bit too big to really make that much of a difference here in this game.
Ben Dow, he sinks 2 free throws, 59-43. So there will be a couple of changes on the floor for Elsberry. And shot, 3-point shot from Quinn Eckler off the front of the rim. Rebound is taken by Matthew Jordan and going to foul him. That is Landon Armour. So that will be his first of the ball game. Matthew Jordan will be shooting 2 free throws. With 18 seconds to play and a lead for the Elsberry Indians. First from Matthew Jordan, falls. He has 3 points in the second half, bringing him to 6 points on the game. The next one, off the front of the rim, getting it and just kind of holding on before getting it back out. He's going to be trapped in the corner. That was Tapley.
23, 84.
There'll be a substitution again for the Elsberry Indians. Looks like Caden Ford will get a moment to play. 13 seconds, and the ball is tossed into the backcourt. Getting it ahead, it is Mark Twain who puts up a shot. That's Jack Dodson, and 5 seconds to play. They're going to dribble this one out. Let timer go as it's Brothers who swats it out of bounds with 0.3 seconds to play. So this one will go on for just a second longer.
You could hear an audible groan from the crowd as ball's knocked out.
Ball is tossed in. It's a consolation victory for the Elsberry Indians, 60-43. We'll come back with the postgame show next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Rod Prentice and Brenda Crawford, Silex Banking Company, and Barnes Roots and Herbs.
The Eagle 102 postgame show is coming up.
Ingram Plumbing has always been known for its outstanding plumbing service. But did you know that Ingram's is also the largest retail plumbing supply store in the area? We carry Delta faucets, a complete line of Whirlpool tubs and showers, jacuzzi pumps, and many other specialty items. Stop by Ingram Plumbing today, Highway 61, Bowling Green.
Lynn's Heritage House isn't your average senior living facility. At Lynn's, residents have an abundance of social and recreational activities, including trips to the Twin Pike Family YMCA, numerous craft projects, and even the occasional day trip around Pike County. As a resident, you can enjoy the same independent lifestyle you've always enjoyed, but with the peace of mind knowing that help is available when needed. For more information, visit Lynn's Heritage House, 800 Kelly Lane in Louisiana, or online at lynnsheritage.com.
Hi, this is Shelley Clucky with Pike County Mutual Insurance Company. We appreciate the value of working hard and making sure you've taken steps to make sure you're prepared for whatever comes your direction. Best wishes to all of our area athletes for another amazing season from myself and Corey Buchanan at Pike County Mutual Insurance Company on the Square in Bowling Green.
Follow area high school sports throughout the season on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Veolia Landscape Supply, Royal Banks, and a Taste of Philly.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana. Time now for the Eagle 102 postgame show on KJFM.
Maddie Ingram, Ryan Capps, as we get ready for this third place game here shortly, but wrapping up that consolation game, it was the Elsberry Indians defeating the Mark Twain Tigers. It was a good performance from Elsberry. I don't think that they ever really went into a stretch where they seemed unstoppable. I think they allowed Mark Twain to kind of hang around quite a bit, but it seemed like they felt comfortable and were in control of everything, their emotions. They knew what was going on. They stayed out of foul trouble. They did the little things right to bring home the victory today.
I mean, looks like you've nailed on the head there. Is they found a rhythm and a groove early in the first half that really allowed them to build the lead that they did, and then they kind of went stagnant a little bit in the second half, but they just scored enough in the second half. And then towards the end there, they really pulled away. But Mark Twain played a good game. They did what they could, especially in the second half. They really picked it up and tried to come to the deficit that they had for themselves. And, I mean, Sam Northcutt just had a great game today. If I tallied this right, he had 18 in the second half. So
yes, that's what I have too. And so as long as you guys don't, I take my quote from Stacey Martin. The math ain't mathin' sometimes, but I think the math is mathin' here. And I have 25 points on the night for Sam Northcutt. So he had a great first half. He was the leading scorer for Mark Twain, but 18 points in the second half. He was unstoppable today. And so that's what you're going to see out of him is he is one of those athletes that continues to push. And he did that the whole entire game for Mark Twain. Unfortunately, his team comes out on the losing side of this. But, I mean, taking away an individual performance, Sam Northcutt was awesome.
He was definitely a bright spot there for Mark Twain, as you could tell they looked to feed him the ball as he really caught heat there in the second half. But it was just too many mental mistakes and little mistakes that really added up from Mark Twain that just costed them this game. As there was times where Elsberry really tried to fall in love with a three, but it just wasn't going for him, where Mark Twain could have really came back and come to the deficit and taken a lead there, as I believe the lead got the single digits, but then Elsberry just found a way to really just pull away, and they ended up coming out with a win.
It was a really good game. It was, once again, the Elsberry Indians picking up the consolation victory over Mark Twain 60-43. So they are your consolation champions. A reminder that there will be an all-tournament team, so make sure you listen for that. That will be announced after the championship game. We'll have the third place game headed your way here in about 13 minutes. So we'll do a little bit of a reset as Wright City and Monroe City get ready to square off. We'll be back with the third place game on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Lacrosse Lumber, Pike Lincoln Technical Center, and Bolin Chevrolet.
Family Drug, your community health mart pharmacy in Louisiana, reminds you that this is a good time to review your medicine cabinet. Another cold and flu season means taking stock of outdated or no longer used medication. The folks at Family Drug also remind you that changes in your prescriptions may pose drug interaction problems. When you're choosing a pharmacy for your family's prescription, talk to your dedicated staff at Family Drug, Louisiana. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care. Pepsi Cola Bottling Company is a proud sponsor of the local schools and their athletes. When it's time to quench that thirst, reach for one of the many Pepsi products found in the local concession stands, including Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Sundrop, or the all-new Starry Lemon Lime. If you are wanting something other than soda, enjoy Bubbler, Clarbrun Water, Lipton Teas, Gatorade, and more. Pepsi Cola Bottling Company in New Haven and Bowling Green wishes all the area athletes a great season.
Don't have time to stop by the bank? That's not a problem if you're a customer of People's Bank and Trust. With our mobile and online banking service, you can now bank from anywhere. Deposit checks, pay bills, transfer funds between accounts, check the latest activity on your account, and view images of your checks, all from the convenience of your desktop and smartphone. So start banking on your schedule and download the People's Bank and Trust app today. People's Bank and Trust, hometown banking the way it should be. Member FDIC.
The area's best coverage of high school sports on Eagle 102, brought to you by Pike County Health Department, People's Savings Bank, and All Parts.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's time now for the Eagle 102 pregame show, sponsored by Bowling Green Pharmacy.
Maddie Ingram, Jim Ross, Ryan Capson with you for Boys Championship night. And Jim, you just caught the end of that consolation game, and so we have a couple more, that third place game and that championship game. And I think that what Ryan and I were talking about is it seemed like Elsberry, they got off to that early start and an early lead, but I don't think they really ever felt comfortable, but they were able to hang on to the lead that they had already established to pick up the victory for the consolation.
Yeah, I got here about after that run you talked about, and Elsberry got out to about 13, and it kind of stayed between 9 and 13 the rest of the way. Mark Twain could never make a real dent in it, and Elsberry couldn't completely put them away, and so it just kind of stayed at that comfortable 10 to 13 point range, and Elsberry wins that consolation trophy.
So that's how that one ended, and so our final score was 60-43. And this one we have a battle of the cities, Wright City, Monroe City. So I guess we can just shorten it for Wright and Monroe if we want to go back and forth tonight. It's kind of like when you have siblings on the floor, you don't have to say the last name.
I can't talk that fast.
It's going to be a tongue twister for sure, but both of these teams coming into this game, I think Monroe City, well, they had a heartbreaker of a loss the other day to Winfield to end up in this position, and so that can either fuel you to come out and be unstoppable in that next game, or it can actually kind of weigh on you. Well, this happened the other day. I don't want this to happen again. And so Wright City was able to pull off an upset over Louisiana earlier in the week. And so, they were able to find themselves in this game today in the third place game. And I don't know that it was exactly where they thought they may be coming into the tournament.
No, you're 100% right. And that is the big question about this game, is how will Monroe City react to that heartbreaking loss in a game that they literally had won. They led the entire game until the very end. Winfield didn't take a lead until the final minute of the game, and then got beat on a shot in the last 15 seconds. So how will they react to that? Wright City, on the other hand, they kind of got boat raced by Clopton. They stayed close early, but then Clopton found their footing, and they basically put it to them, did the Hawks. And so you got two mindsets going on here. You're dealing with Monroe City, who's recovering from a shocking loss, and Wright City's trying to recover from having a really tough night.
Yeah, so that's going to be impactful, I think, coming into this game. But we should have it's championship day, so anything can happen. You never know exactly what kind of energy each team is going to bring, but usually they have a chip on their shoulders and they're wanting to win. So we should have a good game headed your way here shortly. We'll come back and have some starting lineups, and we're about 8 minutes away from tip-off here in the high school gym for the third place game on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton Tournament coverage brought to you by Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Calumet of Missouri, and Center Locker Service.
C&B Bank and Trust is proud to be recognized as one of the top agricultural lenders in the nation. With deep roots in supporting agriculture, C&B Bank and Trust is here to grow with you. Experience financial solutions that understand your unique needs. Stop in their Pittsfield location and see Noel or Jim today. C&B Bank and Trust, helping to open doors since 1854. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
CMC Distributing in Louisiana is the place to turn for steel, culverts, industrial supplies, and central welding supplies. In addition, CMC Distributing offers trailer parts, truck accessories, truck beds, and trailer repairs. At CMC Distributing, they always go the extra mile while working hard to make sure you're satisfied. They do it that way for a simple reason. They appreciate your business. CMC Distributing, Highway 54, west of Louisiana.
Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy, where the number one priority is the customer and adding new services to help simplify your life and building a strong, high-performance financial services organization. Community State Bank in Bowling Green and Troy, your community bank since 1887, member FDIC.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102, brought to you by Rick Rodhouse, Country Financial Agent, Noah Builders, and Central State Bank of Illinois.
The Eagle 102 starting lineups on KJFM are sponsored by Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy.
Batty Ingram, Jim Ross in with you. We also have Ryan Capps, who's hanging out with us today, so he'll have some more color commentary later in the evening. And so, Jim, what about our starting lineups? Do we have them?
We've got them, and I almost got all the numbers right this time. I missed one. Coach Brown and I have a little ongoing joke about that this week. Starting for Wright City, they're 6-5 on the season. For them is a senior number 5, Jerry Stanford, a senior number 13, Carleon Jones, a junior number 21, Dwayne McRoberts, a senior number 20, Chris Kornfeld, and a sophomore number 30, Grant Lehman. So it'll be Stanford, Jones, McRoberts, Kornfeld, and Lehman for head coach Kenneth Brown. He's assisted by Bryce Busateri, and they are 6-5 on the season. They will be the home team tonight if you're watching on video. For the Monroe City Panthers, starting for them, they've switched it up a little bit tonight as well. A 5'10 senior number 1, Trey Smizer. A 5'8 sophomore number 3, Quincy Mayfield. A 5'10 sophomore number 21, Toby Sapp. A 6'2 senior number 24, Waylon DeGrave. And a 6'4 sophomore number 42, Blake Fanner. So it'll be Fanner, DeGrave, Sapp, Mayfield, and Smizer for head coach Brock Idris. He's assisted by Rick Baker and Grant O'Brien. They are 6-4 on the season.
So we have a couple of teams that has some height on the floor, and we have some athleticism, especially when we look at that Monroe team. I noticed watching them the other day, they played so fast, and so I'll be interested to see how Wright City responds to that.
Yeah, this could be wild and woolly. Unlike the other night, we kind of had a little contrast in styles of wanting to run versus not wanting to run. I think both these teams are comfortable going up and down the floor. For Wright City, the problem the other night was turnovers. Is they have got to figure out how to take care of the basketball and make shots. They miss a bundle of shots in tight. And, of course, as you mentioned, with Waylon Grave and Blake Fanner, both 6'2" and 6'4", and then they'll bring in Brent Holland off the bench at 6'4". There's going to be some size inside, some rim protectors, if you will, for Monroe City to help them against this quick Wright City team that'll want to penetrate.
So we have a good one headed your way. We're about 3 minutes from tip-off. As we mentioned earlier, that national anthem is played before the championship game, so we will not have the national
Are you singing
anthem
this year?
Yeah, I am.
Are you? Okay, I'll stick around for that.
I've worked on it all week. I've been in here practicing when you guys have been away.
That's a big tease. Everybody will tune in for that.
I know. I'm gonna make someone's ears bleed. As we get ready for tip-off of this third-place game, it's going to be Monroe City taking on Wright City. You're listening to Area High School Basketball on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by MASH. Get Spot a Shot in Louisiana and Hayden's Motorsports Center.
Bowling Green Veterinary Clinic knows that getting the best care for your pet is a top priority. They strive to provide the greatest quality medical and surgical care for our furry companions. Their newly expanded and remodeled facility with accommodations for comprehensive inpatient hospital care and complete outpatient care allows the friendly and knowledgeable staff at Bowling Green Veterinary Clinic to keep your pet healthy and safe so the whole family can cheer on our area teams.
Geared Up, just off the square in Pittsfield, is your first stop for screen printing and embroidery. The folks at Geared Up take pride in making their communities and schools look great while offering the best prices around. If you're looking to expand your wardrobe, or maybe a gift is on the list, stop by their store and check out numerous items in stock. When you're looking for custom apparel and awards for your business, organization, or team, stop by Geared Up, 211 South Madison in Pittsfield.
Your car, your stuff, your savings. Combine your auto and renter's insurance with a call to State Farm Insurance agent Cindy Blaylock in Louisiana, and let Cindy show you how to put life back in your life insurance. Auto, home, and life. Make your wallet happy. Here to help life go right, State Farm Insurance agent Cindy Blaylock in Louisiana.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center, Pike County Memorial Hospital, and Community State Bank of Missouri.
Welcome back to the Dale Miller Gymnasium at Lindsay Court. It's the 28th annual Clopton Invitational Tournament. Boys night tonight as Elsberry is taking home the Consolation Trophy with a comfortable win over the Mark Twain Tigers 60-43. Monroe City and Wright City ready to square off here in this third place game. There's Monroe City in there. Ooh, bright yellow. What do you call that? Honeybee gold? Honeybee? Yeah, it's bright. With black numbers on their jerseys. Wright City in their home whites with blue numbers and gold trim. As we mentioned, Wright City going with the same starting lineup as they did on Thursday night. Monroe City switching up just a little bit, adding a little size and into their lineup and bulk. The officials for tonight's third place game, Mark Bross, Scott Hansen, and Mark St. Clair.
This is his second game of the day, Mark's. So
I'm going to have to talk to him about his cardio.
Yeah.
He's moving about as slow as I do.
Whenever I saw that he was doing some games this week, I was like, oh, my goodness. For him to bounce back that quickly, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I talked to him after football season to see if he was going to officiate or not. He said he had a schedule. He was still trying to decide, so I guess he elected to do so. He is the referee on this game. He'll throw it up as Fanner will jump center against Lehman. Monroe will move from our right to our left on your radio dial, and we're underway here as the tip is hit twice by Lehman. Back to McRoberts, and they'll have the first offensive possession of the ball game. And as we've seen most of the time by Monroe City, man-to-man defense and a lot of pick-and-roll action for Wright City. McRoberts is going to pull up from three on the wing. No good, and Lehman with the rebound, but he throws it away. Mayfield gets it ahead to Smizer. His shot won't go. And so empty possessions for both teams on their first offensive opportunity here this afternoon. Matt Ingram, Jim Ross, glad to have you with us. Ryan Capps is in-house as well. We'll know who's taking pictures tonight. They take the night off?
I will be doing pictures for the championship
Gotcha.
game. So Tanis was out and about.
And we've got games, or had a game from Winchester this morning, and we'll have another one tonight, as I think tonight is Griggsville Perry.
Yes.
So tune in for that. Stacy Martin and April, or Shell, or Wildcat, whatever you want to call her, is over there. As Monroe City continues to work it around, they haven't done anything. The Grave gets it, and he's going to be whistled for the travel. So it's one turnover apiece. No points for either club. And we played 1 minute and 6 seconds in this first quarter. Not a very large crowd. Pretty good contingent for Monroe. Wright City, not a whole lot in the building. So plenty of space if you want to come out for the championship game. As the 3-ball from Cornfield's off the mark, and the rebound is tied up with Smizer and Stafford, and the arrow will go to the Panthers.
Yeah, it's about 1 minute and 20 seconds, and both teams have had possession of the basketball, put up a couple of shots, but nothing has been able to fall from both sides.
Smizer into the front court, Wright City in the man-to-man defense as well. They played that most of the night against Clopton. Yeah, Sapp has it now to Mayweather. He gets it inside to Fanner. He's whistled for the travel. So another turnover and still no points.
It was a nice look from Mayfield to Fanner. It was a good bounce pass, and it just seemed like Fanner couldn't get his hands on it.
1-2-2 pressure, no problem for Wright City as they throw over the top. You know, Maddie, we talked about it in the pregame. Who can shake off what happened on Thursday night first? And at this point, neither team has.
No, they haven't.
2 points, or 2 minutes played, and there's the first bucket of the game as Corleon Jones hits one from the free throw line and gives Wright City the 2-0 lead. Mayweather into the front court, hands it off to Sapp.
Jones has been a really fun player to watch this tournament, and he's great defensively, and he's not afraid to drive to the hoop.
DeGrave on the left block is fouled by Jones. Little body action, and he didn't quite understand the call. But he'll pick up his first, and the first sub of the game will be Brent Holland as he'll come in for Blake Fanner for Monroe City. Mayfield to throw it in left side of the paint. Gets it into Holland. He'll drive left baseline, loses his footing, throws it away. Turnover number 3. Cornfeld across the timeline now for the Wildcats. A little stop and go into the corner. 3-ball on the way by Stanford. It's off the mark. Long rebound picked up by McRoberts. He'll reset things. Drives to the left elbow in a double team. Kicks it out to Stanford. Stanford, or check that, Cornfeld goes into the paint, up and under, and is going to be whistled for the travel.
Looked like he was trying to make some room. He let some of the defenders kind of move out of their way and out of his way. He picked his feet right back up, took a step to the hoop, and was charged with the travel.
Smizer into the game, and Wyatt DeGrave for Monroe. Well, that was at Eurostep, and you know what I say about that.
It's just a travel.
Right. Fisher's got it that time. 5:12 to play in the first. It's 2-0. We've got an offensive slugfest going on here. Into the front court with it is Smizer. He'll hand it off to DeGrave. That's Wyatt, who's in the game now. Wayland is taking a seat. He'll drive the paint and throws it away. Turnover number 4 for Monroe. Stanford up the far sideline, hands it back to McRoberts, head of the key. He'll reset it with 4:45 to play. Now down the paint he goes, and we've got a whistle and a foul on the drive. It'll be on Monroe. It's called on Cole Hayes, who checked in during the last dead ball. First team foul, first personal. Wright City has it back in play now from the left side. Now they'll reset McRoberts between the circles. Dribbles to the right elbow and splits the double team and away from the ball that time, or are they going to call it on the ball? It may have been on Hayes again.
Yep,
it's
on Hayes. 2. He just came in.
Played about 30 seconds and picked up 2 fouls. I guess if we're trying to get fouls, that's pretty economical, but not exactly the way you want it to go. So Wright City has it right side of the paint. McRoberts throw it in. Bobs it out beyond the arc. Jones with a nice catch over the top of the grave. And we've got another whistle, this time away from the ball. Who's that going to be on?
Oh, 20. So that is Holland.
3 team fouls on Monroe.
I don't know that Wright City is ever going to get a full possession here.
They're having a time, aren't they? Cornfeld gets it in, and now it's an offensive foul. It's going to be an illegal pick on Stafford.
Be his first.
So we're having trouble getting things cranked up here in this third place game. We didn't really have that problem in the consolation game, did we?
Things were just off to the races. Both teams were going back and forth with scoring to start.
Holland gets it off to Smizer. He'll back up to the head of the key. Now gets it off to Mayfield. He'll penetrate with the left hand down the paint. His shot's blocked by Jones, and Jones maintains possession with the steal. Gets it ahead, and then stolen from behind by Smizer. It's a turnover fest here in the first quarter. Smizer with Cornfeld on him, gets in the front court. He throws it away. Stafford heads the other way, has it swatted from behind, picks it up, blows the layup, and Holland with the rebound for Monroe. And there's a timeout on the floor. It's about time somebody called timeout and settle things down. And Coach Brock Eders will do the honors. It's a 30-second timeout. 2-0 our score. You listen to Clopton Invitational on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Coverage brought to you by J. Roberts Jewelry, Bill Allen Auction Services, and Gambino's Eatery.
Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats is your first stop when stocking your freezer. Brown's has frozen chicken, steaks, brats, and burgers ready to go. For wholesale and custom butchering, Brown's is your first call. It's where quality meets service. Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats. For your meat processing, smokehouse meats, and homemade sausage. Just off Highway 61 in Silex.
Follow area high school sports on KJFM Radio. Brought to you by Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Young Enterprises, and Family Drug.
Well, Maddie, to say that we're off to a slow start might be the understatement of the week.
2-0.
3:47 to play in the first, and we've had 2 points. Full court pressure out of the timeout by Wright City. DeGrave gets it into the front court. That's Whalen. He's checked back in, as has Fanner, and he travels.
Fanner was thinking that the whistle was blown because there was a foul, and they're headed to the other end. That's the second time he's been told he's traveled, and he's not been happy about it either time.
3 minutes and 30 seconds to play in the first. They played almost 5 minutes of this game, and Monroe has 7 turnovers already. Stafford now is fouled by Abram DeGrave, or check that wide DeGrave. That'll be his first and the fourth team. So from now on in this first quarter, Wright City will shoot free throws with the new rule. If you get to 5, you shoot 2, then it resets at the end of each quarter. Off the inbounds, McRoberts gets it. He'll just slash down the paint. His shot won't go. Fanner with the rebound for Monroe, looks for an outlet. Gets to Mayfield up the left sideline into the front court, near corner to DeGrave. Works it back to Mayfield, out the high post, Fanner back to Mayfield. Mayfield step back, so to DeGrave, right wing out to Smizer. Smizer back to Whalen. He'll slash, gives it off to Abram. Abram dribbles to the paint, back out to Smizer, down to 2:55 to play in the first. 2-0, and now we have a whistle, and it's going to be a push-off foul on Fanning. On his first, that's an offensive foul, so we won't shoot free throws yet. And Ryan Moss up off the bench for Monroe, and the first sub in is Josiah Higgins for Wright City. Stanford will take a seat for the Wildcats.
I think our next points are likely to only be coming from the free throw line as both of these teams are really cold offensively.
Okay, we're going to have a contest for the understatements of the week. Both teams are really cold. Check that. Higgins over on the far sideline, and there's going to be an illegal pick. And that's going to be on Jones, and that's going to be his second. So the fouls are mounting. Denzel Dowdy will come in for Jones. He'll take a seat with 2 fouls, as will Bohan. Lehman will take a seat. So, will we ever score any points, and will we have any players left at the end of this game? Those are the 2 questions at hand right now. With 2:30 to play in the first, 2-0. You heard me right. On the right wing now, Moss has it, skips it back to Fanner, left wing to Mayfield. He was open for three, hesitated, didn't take it. Now gets it into Wayland, the Grave on the left block. He'll try and force it through, throws it away. Another turnover, number 8. Into the front court with 2 minutes to go comes McRoberts. Right wing to Higgins. Higgins on a pick and roll with Bohannon, hands it off to Dowdy, now to McRoberts. McRoberts beyond the arc to Bohannon, head of the key. Hands it back to Cornfeld. He'll pull up from 3, head of the key. It's good. Grant Cornfeld with the first 3 ball of the night, and the lead is 5 at 5-0 with 1:44 to play here in the first quarter. Mayfield hands it off to Moss as they work it around the horn against this man-to-man defense. Mayfield gets it underneath the Grave underneath, and travels.
So the Bigs have had some trouble down low for City. I think every one of them has traveled whenever there's been defensive pressure. We had Holland who traveled, we had Fanner who traveled, and now we have DeGrave. So Monroe City's going to have to figure that out down low, especially if they're going to keep feeding it.
Holland checks in for Fanner during the dead ball, and Wright City gets it back into the front court with 1:20 to play. Higgins from 16. It's off the mark, no good. Rebound to DeGrave. He hands it off to Moss into the front court. Mayfield left wing to Smizer. Smizer back to Mayfield. He'll shoot the 3 finally, and it's good. Quincy Mayfield finally gets Monroe on the board with 7 minutes gone in the first quarter. They scored the 3-pointer, and now they just trail by 2 at 5-3. Cornfeld with the 3 from the corner. It's no good. Dowdy with the rebound for Wright City. Kicks it back out to Higgins. Right wing to McRoberts. McRoberts turns away the pick and roll, gets it back to Higgins. Now Dowdy looks to hand it off to Cornfeld. Down to 34 seconds. McRoberts penetrates down the paint, goes up with the left-hand scoop. It won't go. And DeGrave gets the rebound, but he was out of bounds and hadn't reestablished himself before he caught it inbounds, and so it'll go back to Wright City with 29 ticks to play in the first. McRoberts gets it into Higgins. I'm not even going to say play for one. McRoberts now backs up, right wing to Higgins. Higgins with 20 seconds. Drives baseline, goes up off the glass and drops. Good body control that time by Josiah Higgins. And it's 7-3. Monroe with just 9 seconds. Smizer in the backcourt. He's going to have to hustle. Looks up at the clock now. Realizes there's only 4 seconds. 3 ball on the way with the left hand. The glass and good by Ryan Moss. You got to be kidding me. High arching 3 off the glass. And after all of that, it's Wright City 7, Monroe City 6 at the end of the first quarter. Listen to Clopton Tournament on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Brought to you by Bouquet Florist and Gift Shop, Lynn's Heritage House, and Bowling Green Veterinary Clinic.
Since 1939, Meyer Implement Company has been serving the local agricultural and business communities with quality sales and service. Meyer Implement has also taken great pride in supporting those communities and would like to wish the area sports teams the best of luck throughout their seasons. Be sure to stop by and visit the people who truly appreciate your business. Meyer Implement Company, both great.
High school sports on your area sports leader, Eagle 102. Brought to you by Bowling Green Tractor, Vicky Cadwalder, Real Estate, and Ingram Plumbing.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
7-6, Wright City leads it at the end of 1. A couple of threes in the last minute and a half by Monroe City. They had not scored with well, in fact, they scored their first bucket with a minute to go in the quarter.
Yeah. Yeah, that game for the first quarter so far, I mean, you look back and it was 2 minutes to go and we were sitting at a 5-3 score. So.
Wright City has it as we start the second. Let's see who gets things going. Drayden Edwards just checked in for Wright City during the break. Backdoor cut to McRoberts. He loses the hand, but picks up his dribble and heads back to reset it now. Skips it over to Edwards on the far wing. Now into the post to Dowdy. Dowdy steps outside the key area, hands it off to Higgins. Man-to-man defense by the Panthers. Now 15-footer by Dowdy. No good. He goes and gets his own rebound. He won't go. Gets it again. Now it's loose on the floor. But I believe there's going to be a foul.
I think it'll be on Holland. Nope. They gave it to Sapp.
Wade DeGrave in, as is Wyatt DeGrave. They'll join Holland, Mayfield, and Smizer to start this second quarter. Stanford comes in for McRoberts during the break in the action as well. 7-6 still our score. 7:13 to play in the half. Shot blocked that time as Edwards went up. Good defensive play by Holland. And Monroe comes away with the loose ball.
DeGrave may have got swatted on his rebound there.
Driving the baseline is Wyatt in the corner now to Mayfield. Skip pass over to Smizer. He's open for three, right wing, in and out, no good. Holland had the rebound but was fouled from behind, and that's going to go against Dowdy.
That'll be his first.
And Monroe will take it underneath their own hoop, left side of the paint. Mayfield to throw it in. Inside to Wayland DeGrave, and here's layups good. Well, the other thing to think about, Maddie, is they aren't used to playing in the afternoon. None of these kids are. Very rarely do you see it. I actually like these Saturday afternoon games personally.
Are you saying that they're not awake yet?
Well, let's just say they weren't ready to play when this started. Three ball from the corner on the way. Good by Higgins from Wright City. Their second three, so 2 threes by each club, and it's 10-8. Wright City.
Exchanging leads now here in the second.
Yeah, one being the first time Monroe City led before that three-pointer. Mayfield, well, they're going to call it illegal pick. Smizer. In comes Rhett Watson. First time we've seen him in the two games that I've called this week.
I haven't seen a lot of Higgins either, so Higgins has been playing quite a bit today for Wright City.
He has the ball, gets it right wing to Edwards in the post to Bohannon. His baby hook with the right hand won't go. Wayland DeGrave with the rebound for Monroe. Hands it off to Smizer into the front court now, and they trail 10-8. Down low to Holland in the short corner. He goes up in a crowd, and he's whistled for the travel again. Turnover number 10. Fanner will come in for Holland.
Good defensive pressure underneath the hoop from Wright City and near that baseline. And I really think that Monroe City that's something that they're going to have to overcome. They've already struggled with it, and you roll into the second quarter still doing it, so you're going to have to make an adjustment.
Wright City in the front court now. Dowdy over on the far sideline. Back to Edwards at the head of the key. He's looking for Higgins to give it to him. Finally gets him to come up and pick it off to Dowdy. Dowdy spins at the free throw line. The runner's up. No good. Rebound is loose, and Dowdy gets his own rebound again to Higgins. Higgins pulls up from 17. Hits nothing but the backboard. DeGrave on the rebound for Monroe City. 10-8 our score. 5 minutes to play in the first half. This is the third place game of the 28th annual Clopton Invitational Tournament. DeGrave drives down the paint. That's Whalen, and he'll be fouled. And let's see. Looks like they're going to call it on the floor.
It's first.
Moss will check in for DeGrave. Lehman will return for Bohannon for City. And Mayfield will throw it in from the right side of the paint against this man-to-man defense. Had Watson open, couldn't get it to him. They working around the horn now after the inbounds to Watson, to DeGrave. To Moss, right wing now to Mayfield. Mayfield to Moss. Moss to the left elbow, gets it in the near corner to Watson. Back to Moss, flips it over to Mayfield. He'll slash down the paint, finger roll up, no good. And on the rebound, he will foul Edwards.
Edwards got in there, and Mayfield kind of got tangled up with them. I mean, there was really nothing that he could do, so that'll be the first on Mayfield.
Sapp return for Watson for Monroe as both coaches substituting frequently. little full court pressure this time by Monroe. No problem for Higgins. He gets it into the front court. Now he's into a double team. Kicks it out to Dowdy at the head of the key. Left wing to Stanford. Stanford drives baseline. Nothing doing for him there. He'll kick it back to Edwards, and they'll reset with 4:15 to play in the half. Higgins now between the circles for Wright City. Looks to Edwards on the right wing. Turns down the pick and roll with Lehman, and they whip it around the horn out of Higgins. Higgins will pull up from three, left wing, no good. Rebounds loose on the floor, and Mayfield will come away with it. 2-on-2 break, and Mayfield promptly throws it out of bounds.
Trying to get it ahead, and it's Moss who was racing his way to the other end. He just wasn't in time. Just probably a step behind before it went out of bounds.
Number 11 for Monroe. McRoberts returns. Higgins will take a seat. 3:40 to play, 10-8. Nobody scored for a bit here in this second quarter. Well, in fact, nobody scored much at all. It was 7-6 at the end of the quarter. Shot up and rolls over the front of him that time by Jerry Stanford. His first bucket. It's 12-8, Wright City. In the backcourt, Sapp now gets to Grave, and he throws it ahead. Goes off Mayfield's hands to Moss, and now they'll settle things down with Mayfield on the dribble. Back to Moss. Right wing to the Grave, and now we've got a foul away from the ball. Foul is going to go on Edwards, I believe.
It'll be his. It will be his first.
3 team fouls apiece. And Monroe will have it underneath their own basket left side with a 12-8 deficit facing them. On the inbounds, they get it to the Grave. He goes down, got tripped up. No whistle for a foul, but they'll say it's off of Dowdy, out of bounds, back to Monroe.
Dowdy has kind of been all over the place.
He has. Very good fundamentals and following his shot so far. Off the inbounds, wide open for three. It's an air ball by Moss and goes off the fingertips of Stanford, out of bounds, back to Monroe. Sometimes those balls that hit the rim, don't hit the rim, are shocking to the defense. So it's not uncommon for him to lose it out of bounds. He'll try it again off the inbounds, and it's the same result by Moss, but this time it's caught by Wright City, and a foul will be called on the rebound.
Quincy Mayfield second. Team's fourth with 3 minutes to play here in the first half.
Spicer and Holland return for Monroe. I'm going to guess that half the coaches talk to their players about how the officiating is pretty tight and take care of the basketball, especially for Monroe City.
It's been that way all week, and so you have to know that, and you have to make the adjustments.
The high post hands it off to Stanford. He'll kick it right side to Edwards. Edwards on the right wing with the dribble, had the key to Dowdy. Dowdy to McRoberts. McRoberts on a pick and roll. Gets into the paint, finger roll up and good.
McRoberts' first points of the game.
Split the defense, and that's the biggest lead of the game, 6 by either team. Smizer now on the dribble. Back to the Grave. Over to Moss. To the Grave. He'll go down the paint. His shot up and in and out. No good. Dowdy with the rebound. Down to 2:15 to play in the half. 14-8 our score. Wright City on top. McRoberts backs up, resets things now to Dowdy. Monroe still playing man-to-man in the half court. To Stanford. Back to Dowdy. Dowdy's going to try and penetrate against the Grave. Up off the glass. It won't go. Moss with the rebound. He looks to run and has it swatted from behind by Dowdy, out of bounds right at the score table, and that's where Monroe will have it as Wyatt DeGrave comes in, as does, and somebody else came in. Who was it? Holland returned. Sapp came in. There you go. Sapp came in, and as did Cornfeld for Wright City, as officials talked to Stanford and Smizer. They were trying to do a little dance. And they're still going to chat with them about it. Say, come on, man.
Cut it off. Be done.
And they'll get it to Smizer in the backcourt. Stanford's Sticking with him as close as he can. Going to make him go left. He does. And he hands it off to Wyatt DeGrave. He's the only DeGrave in the game right now. They working in the far corner to Smizer now. Man, Monroe's had a tough time finding good looks in this game, along with all the turnovers. Smizer's going to penetrate. They're going to call a foul on the floor on the drive. And it's going to be on.
That'll be Stanford. It'll be his second.
Stanford is first, his second.
We'll have it underneath their own basket, right side of the paint. 14-8, they trail 1:30 to play in the half. Smizer to throw it in. Gets to Holland. To Sapp. Back to Smizer for a three-pointer from the corner. No good. Holland gets the offensive rebound, however. He'll go up from 10. No good. Fight for the rebound. And loose ball pick up by Lehman. He gets it to McRoberts. He turns on the Jets. Into the front court, but good defense by Monroe to get back. McRoberts still on a dribble. Tries to go up with a Wilder, and he'll be fouled on another hand check foul. We've had a ton of those today, too. Wyatt DeGray will pick it up his second, and we'll have our very first free throws of the game. Dwayne McRoberts will do the honors. And it's off the mark, no good. There's been a lid on both baskets, so not shocking that ball didn't go in. Let's see if young Mr. McRoberts can drain the second. That one's off the mark as well. High for the rebound is Abram Smizer. Abram Smizer. He hands it off to Trey. I'm guessing they're brothers. To Holland. Outside the arc. Now to DeGrave. That's Wyatt. Wyatt backs up. Gets it back to Sapp. They work it around to Smizer on the far sideline. He's on the dribble now to the head of the key. He tries to get it on the backdoor cut, but it's deflected and stolen away. Wright City will head the other way. We're down to 30 seconds to play in the half. McRoberts to the free throw line. Stops and pops from 15. Off the back iron, no good. Smizer with the ball. That's Trey. He's got 24 seconds on the push. Into the paint. To the glass with the left hand up and good. Number one. Trey Smizer with his first bucket of the game, and it's 14-10. Wright City still on top. They've got 10 seconds. McRoberts, right wing to Cornfeld. Cornfeld dribbles, gets it back to McRoberts. Down to 3, down to 2. To Stanford, he looks at the clock, fires a desperation shot up, and it won't go. And that'll do it for the first half of action. Our score, the Wright City Wildcats 14, Monroe City Panthers 10. Halftime shows next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Ford, Geared Up, and Pepsi.
The Eagle 102 halftime report is coming up. Brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs in stocks, mounts, and cables. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
At Pike County Memorial Hospital, we know how important athletics are for your kids, but with an active lifestyle of sports come health risks and safety hazards. As a certified athletic trainer at Pike County Memorial Hospital, I work closely with our primary care physicians, orthopedic doctors, and physical therapists. We can make a difference between safe play and dangerous injuries for your athletes. Working with Bowling Green, Clopton, and Louisiana schools, our goal is to provide the best possible outcome for your athlete. I'm Casey Sutton, certified athletic trainer with Pike County Memorial Hospital. I'm at work while your athletes are at play.
Looking for a bank that does it all? Choose C&B Bank and Trust. They've got your financial needs covered with a range of checking and savings options. Plus, their lending solutions are tailored just for you. Trust C&B for banking that fits your life. Stop in their Pittsfield location or visit anytime at cnbil.com. C&B Bank and Trust, helping to open doors since 1854. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The most complete coverage of high school sports is on Eagle 102, and it's brought to you by Mid-America Auto and Towing, Perkins Electrical Services, and Pike County Mutual Insurance.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's now time for the Eagle 102 halftime report on KJFM, sponsored by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
Wright City led 7-6 at the end of the first quarter, a 7-4 scoring advantage in the second, and they lead Monroe by the score 14-10 at the half of this third-place game here at the 28th annual Clopton Invitational Tournament. And Maddie, you have made great strides in your young broadcasting career, but I'm going to put you to the test right now.
Okay.
I cannot wait to hear your analysis of that first half.
Oh, that is so kind of you to toss that my way. I really think that both teams struggled with being frustrated. I thought that Wright City handled it better, but Monroe City was extremely frustrated from the whistles, and they never made an adjustment. And so that first half really just was slow, I think, for Monroe City because of how angry they were. They were in foul trouble. Their shots weren't falling. They were getting called for travels. So everything was going wrong for them, and they just kind of succumbed to that injury.
Yeah, and it was a big-time challenge getting any kind of flow going because of all the whistles and 12 turnovers by Monroe City. I mean, you can't get anything going offensively. And for Wright City, it's just a matter of making shots. They haven't made a whole lot in this game as well. So, we mentioned it in the pregame. Who's going to be able to recover from the semifinal loss, into the game loss for Monroe, and a pretty good thumping by Wright City, and all indications are neither of them have recovered.
Yeah, neither team has recovered. One of the things that I have really liked about Wright City in this game is they have a lot of hustle, specifically Dowdy. He's been putting up shots. He was chasing his shots and trying to get those rebounds, but when he wasn't able to get that rebound, he was coming up from behind and he was trying to pick pockets. So he was doing everything he could to get the ball into his team's hands, and so giving them that opportunity to score and hopefully kind of turn things around. So that's something that I have really liked out of Wright City, and that would be my bright spot from the first half, because from either team, I know that halftime meeting is probably not the nicest from either coach right now because they're not happy.
As we like to say, come to Jesus, right?
Yes.
Let's step aside. We'll be back with some scoring from the first half after this. You listen to Clopton Invitational on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by Ackles Farm Market, People's Bank and Trust, and All Parts.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs in stocks, mounts, and cables. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
State Farm in Pittsfield understands that life can be tough. The State Farm staff is there to help you make smart decisions when it comes to all your insurance and financial service needs. Call, email, text, or stop by the office Monday through Friday between 9 to 5 to talk to an agent. State Farm in Pittsfield, a family-oriented office, is located at 311 Half West Washington Street in Pittsfield, serving Pike County, Illinois, and the surrounding areas.
Get the best deals of the year during New Holland's Value Bonanza, going on now at Bowling Green Tractor. Put 0% financing for 72 months in your pocket, or choose a freeloader on Workmaster subcompact and compact tractors and Boomer compact tractors. Reliable, powerful, and easy to run. They help you tackle chores without breaking the bank. Work smarter with year-end Value Bonanza savings at Bowling Green Tractor. Stop in today. Offers end December 31st. For commercial use only. Customer participation subject to credit qualifications and CNH Industrial Capital America LLC approval. Standard terms, conditions, and other restrictions apply. Down payment may be required.
Noah Builders in Silex, a proud supporter of all area athletes, is a small, locally owned contractor with over 25 years of experience in custom and new home construction. Noah Builders wants to take your forever home plan and make it a reality. Call or visit noahbuilders.com. Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Rod Prentice and Brenda Crawford, State Farm agents, Pepsi, and Ackles Farm Market.
Score from the Winchester Invitational, and I heard right, the 101st
The 101st, yeah. They celebrated 100 really big last year, and they're doing 101 just as big. I thought it was awesome.
Winfield defeated Western in that one of the just recently completed afternoon games by the score of 58-33, as we mentioned earlier. Griggsville Perry plays at 7, if I'm not mistaken.
They do.
And Station Martin and April Michelle Fronick will have that for you from Winchester, so tune in for that as well. We'll have the championship game here from the 28th Annual Clopton Tournament immediately following this, and you've got some scoring for us from the first half.
I do. You guys are lucky that I can count this high. I mean, scoring has been out of this world, but
barely need more than both hands.
No,
barely.
Right? Actually, for one of the scores, I'm
you
going.
Don't.
Yeah. So Monroe City, they have 10 points today. Mayfield, he dropped to 3, and that was at the near the end of the first quarter. So he hasn't scored since. So he has 3 points. Also with 3 points, Moss. You have Smizer with 2 and DeGrave with 2. So that rounds out your scoring for Monroe City. For Wright City, it's McRoberts with 2. You also have Jones with 2. Stanford has 2. Cornfeld has 3, and then Higgins has 5. So he is the leading scorer for Wright City currently, as he dropped a 3 and then had a layup early in the first half.
Wright City 0 for 2 from the free throw line, the only free throw shot in this game so far. Turnovers, Wright City just had 3, so they took care of the basketball, but as we mentioned, the lid was on the bucket for them. 12 turnovers for Monroe. That was their Achilles heel. It's hard to score any points when you give up 12 possessions in a half. That's a full game's worth of turnovers. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with the second half after this on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Meyer Implement Company, Eagles Nest Inn Bed and Breakfast, and Sun Window Company.
Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, and your future. Pick up the phone and call Rick Rodhouse from Country Financial. He, along with his staff, will assist you with insurance coverage to protect what matters most, in addition to preparing you for the future. Best of all, Rick will take the time to get to know you and find solutions for your budget. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, contact Rick Rodhouse Insurance Agency in Pleasant Hill to chat about your insurance needs today.
The Eagles Nest Inn Bed and Breakfast, downtown Louisiana, is under new ownership. It's been updated and offers its own unique charm. It's the perfect place to stay while visiting the area during festivals, homecoming, and holidays. Call or book online at theeaglesnestinbb.com.
The best coverage of high school sports on KJFM, brought to you by Community State Bank of Missouri, County Market in Louisiana, and Bowling Green Pharmacy.
Welcome back to the Clopton Invitational. It looks like not the original starting lineups. Monroe will have it moved from our left to our right in their gold jerseys with Mayfield, Sapp, Holland, DeGrave,
and Smizer.
And Smizer, there he is, as they get it into DeGrave, and we immediately have a tie-up. And so on the alternating arrow, it'll go back to Wright City. So the turnover fest continues for Monroe. We get the players. Well, it is the original starting lineup back into the game for Wright City, and they turn it over. Mayfield with the steal, gets it to DeGrave. He looked for some guard help. Gets it to Sapp. Sapp shoots the 3, front iron, no good. Rebound off to McRoberts. He heads the other way for Wright City. Gets it to Lehman. His layup's up and good.
That's Lehman's first points of this game, but that was very fluid, a nice score in transition there.
Correct, you are. There's Monroe back into the front court. Sapp works it around the horn to Mayfield. He'll drive left baseline, goes up against Stanford, and they'll call Stanford for the blocking foul. And Quincy Mayfield will shoot the first free throws of the game for Monroe City.
That'll be Stanford's third, and so he's been pretty good defensively for Wright City. He's been able to apply some defensive pressure. It looks like they're going to bring Dowdy into the game. I would assume Stanford will have a seat.
Their first free throw spins in and out, and you are correct. Dowdy will come in for Stanford. Everybody except for one player on the bench for Wright City has played, and about 10 guys have played for Monroe as well. So judicious substitutions for both teams. And the second free throw is good by Mayfield, and it's 16-11. Back comes Wright City, and they turn it over, and then on the steal, they're going to say Sapp traveled. So back-to-back turnovers. We'll give it back to Wright City underneath their own hoop.
We've had quite a few whistles for travels in this game.
Haven't we, though?
And most of them have been on Wright City.
Oh, and a number of other things, too. Jones has it between the circles. He'll reset it. He fakes the handoff to Nick Roberts. Jones got in foul trouble. He's only scored 2, one of their better players. On the pick and roll, he's trying to get it inside the lane, and he'll track down a loose ball in the far corner. Now he needs help, and it's deflected out of bounds by Sapp. Right into the Clopton cheerleaders. They need to wake up over there, girls. You're going to be cheering here in about 35 minutes.
They're trying to prepare. They're going to have to be loud and rowdy if they want to bring home a Clopton win.
And the ball got into some water or soda or something. I guess it's water.
Oh, yeah, I think it spilled.
Official's going to get a towel. We're going to guess it's water because it would get sticky if it was soda. Yeah. So Wright City will have it right at the 28-foot mark, far sideline. We're behind the benches here at Clopton. They get it into Cornfeld, and he's going to foul by Smizer. That'll be his second.
Couple of players with 2 fouls. DeGrave has 2, Hayes has 2, Smizer has 2, and Mayfield has 2 for Monroe City.
Dowdy to throw it in for the Wildcats. Gets it into McRoberts right at the center court stripe. Down to 6:40 to play. 16-11 in what could be the lowest scoring game I've seen that didn't have a stall involved. As McRoberts drives to the hoop, and he'll be fouled. He'll get a couple free throws for his efforts.
Mayfield, it'll be his third. So
foul trouble starting to mount a little bit for Monroe. McRoberts, who missed his first 2 free throws back in the first half, makes the first one here. Called over the front of the rim. Cole Hayes will come in. He of the 2 fouls in about 30 seconds in the first half. Mayfield will take a seat.
He's trying to avoid that this time.
Absolutely. Second free throw is good by McRoberts, so he's 2 for 4, and the lead grows to 7, which is the biggest of the game for Wright City at 18-11. Monroe led by 1 at one point, 9-8, and that's it. Smizer gets it in the short corner to DeGrave, kicks it over to Sapp. Sapp with the left hand dribbles all the way across the lane to the block on the far side, and he traveled.
Again, he bounced off of the defenders down low, and then he took another step after that, and the ball was in his hands. He travels.
Bounced off Jones. He is a solid young man. And into the game is Cornfeld for Wright City. McRoberts dribbles and heads to the hoop, and there's a foul, and guess who it's on?
Is it on Hayes?
He's
made it a little bit longer than 30 seconds, but not much.
Sometimes truth is better than fiction, right? I feel sorry for the kid. And the inbounds pass deflected out of bounds by Adrian Smizer. Actually, they say he saved it into Wright City, and now we're going to have another foul as Jones goes to the hole. And let's see who that's on.
That's Abram Smizer, so that's his first.
You know, as a coach, I don't know what you do if you're Monroe.
Yeah.
Fouls and turnovers. And then Wright City's going to help them out. They turn it over on the inbounds pass. Do it to nobody, actually. Smizer now into the front court. That's Trey. Working around the horn to Sapp. Sapp with the left hand, ball fakes. Now gets it over to Abram Smizer. His shot won't go in. Holland with the rebound, and his putback's blocked. And the foul will go against Jones, I believe.
Looked like he was getting his arm up to block that shot. It looked like he got ball, but they're going to say he made contact. So that will be his third foul.
Holland to the free throw line, rattles the first one in and out.
So Wright City now has 2 players with 3 fouls, Stanford and Jones.
Higgins will come in for Jones. Wyatt DeGray will come in for Sapp, for Monroe, and Fanner will come in after this free throw if Holland makes it. Now we have a lane violation on Smizer. Wipes out the made free throw. And Wright City will have it underneath their own, under the Monroe basket. They'll have to go length of the floor. Full court pressure this time by Monroe. Dowdy skips it up, and it's deflected out of bounds by Abram Smizer. Goes out at the center court stripe, and Wright City will have it right there with 5:34 to play in the third, 18-11. Wright City still on top. 7 is the biggest lead of the game for either club. McRoberts gets it to the head of the key to Cornfeld. 3-pointer from the corner is good.
He has a couple of threes today, 1 in the first half, and that is his second in the second half.
Cornfeld's 3-point shooting percentage is higher than his 2-point for the season. I got that from a scouting report from one of the coaches. And it's a 10-point lead. Up and under by Smizer that time. That's Trey. He's got 4 now. Well, maybe things will pick up here. Cornfeld in the corner. Steps inside the arc from 16. It won't go. Long rebound to Higgins on the far sideline. Gets to McRoberts inside to Lehman. His shot's up good. Count the bucket and the foul.
Lehman looks really comfortable under the hoop, and he's looked that way all week. If they can feed him the ball and he's there, he usually has a pretty nice layup. He was able to draw the foul there.
Just a sophomore. He'll try and complete an old-fashioned 3-point play. And that's off the front iron, but there they are on the glass again. Higgins with the offensive rebound. He gets it back to McRoberts. 3 ball on the way. It's good. And a timeout on the floor. 26-13 lead. 13-point lead for Wright City. 4:45 to play in the third. You're listening to Clopton Invitational on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Castile's Color Wheel, Community State Bank of Missouri, and Kearns Construction.
From the classic cheesesteak and rich crab cakes, a taste of Philly in Bowling Green is a fan favorite. A meal ready for you before or after the game, and game day jerseys are welcome. Open 7 days a week. A taste of Philly. Business Highway 54 West in Bowling Green.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by People's Bank and Trust, State Farm Insurance, Cindy Blaylock agent, and Bowling Green Pharmacy.
Well, a 3-pointer by Cornfeld and Higgins has stretched this lead, Maddie, to 26-13, and a little bit of a surprise to me.
Yeah, I think that 13 points from Monroe City, and we're more than halfway through this third quarter of action. I mean, that's just unheard of after their performances this week. They look like a completely different team than they did earlier in the week, and so nothing is going right for them. But I think Wright City has stuck to their plan, and that they have fulfilled that, and they're doing a great job here, and their hustle is there.
A couple of local college teams that maybe people follow are struggling this year. Mizzou loses to Georgia 75-68. St. Louis U loses to George Mason 79-67. So neither one of those teams having the season they would like. Out of the timeout, Monroe has it against the full court pressure, gets it in the front court to Mayfield, who's checked in. He gets it to the block. Now gets it back to Smizer. That's Abram. Sapp on the left wing. He's in trouble now. Picked up a dribble, gets it underneath Mayfield. He'll go up in a crowd off the glass and scores.
Mayfield with his first points from the field in the second half. He had a 3 at the near the end of the first quarter, but he's been silent from the field since.
Fouls on Higgins first. Team's third. Mayfield drained the free throw. So let's see if that timeout woke up Monroe City. They've scored 3 here, 26-16, still trailing by 10 with 4:19 to play in the third. Higgins goes to the glass, and it's a whistle and a blocking foul. May have got away with a travel first. Called a foul on Brent Holland. His second, and we are going to shoot free throws.
Should be. Everybody was lined up to get that pass that was coming in, but we've got free throws coming.
Yeah, everybody's still trying to get used to this new rule.
Yeah.
So Higgins will get 2. First trip to the charity stripe. First one spins out. He'll get a second.
Speaking of trying to get adjusted to that rule, we saw girls basketball the other day get 2 shots, and anyways, they failed to move into the lane with the rebounds.
Higgins misses both free throws. Mayfield with the rebound. He's taking it to the glass, and it's swatted out of bounds. And no foul called.
Bohannon?
It'll go out of bounds against off of Wright City on the block, and Coach Brock Eagers giving the officials an earful, wanting a foul. And they'll put it into Mayfield, right side of the paint. Three-pointer on the way by Sapp. It's short. Bohannon with the rebound. Hey, that's Hunter Bohannon who's checked in his first minutes of the night. He gets a rebound, and in the stat sheet, off to Higgins on the right wing to Dowdy. Dowdy now between the circles on the dribble, looks for the pass to McRoberts in the corner. Where McRoberts on the pick and roll and gets it back to Higgins. He'll drive down the lane, throws up a wild shot, no good. Holland with the rebound, looks for the outlet guard. Finally finds Smizer. Abram gets it into the front court now on the dribble. Gets it in the high post and out of Holland. Holland kicks it off to Moss. Down to DeGrave. That's Whalen on the block. He'll drop step to the glass. It's no good. And a rebound by Dowdy. Nope, they're going to say a jump ball on the loose ball rebound. And on the arrow, Monroe City will keep possession. DeGrave's shot was partially blocked by Bohannon. But Monroe will keep it left side of the paint down to 3:24 to play. They trail by 10. Inbounded to Mayfield at 2, DeGrave, and his layup's up and good, and he'll get fouled and go to the line for the three-point play.
That's going to be on Dowdy. His second foul of the game.
So DeGrave, who had a nice scoring night of 10, has 2 so far. Can he make it 5? He does with the three-point play. It's down to under 10 now at 26-19. Slowly creeping back into this thing are the Panthers. Got to stop fouling. Got to take care of the basketball. Wright City now with it. Cornfield travels. Turnover number 7 compared to 15 for Monroe. And a sub comes into the game for Wright City, Drayden Edwards. Cornfield will take a seat. Inbounded here right below us to Grave into the backcourt to Mayfield. He'll get it into the front court. He's had a fire in him after that timeout, has Quincy Mayfield. Had the key now. They work it quickly to Mayfield. He'll drive the block up. Double pumps won't go. Dowdy with the rebound.
Dowdy also had that block and then was able to get the rebound when the shot went up.
City back into the front court. Higgins pulls up from the right elbow. That's going to be way short. Air ball picked up by DeGray. DeGray's going to be fouled by Dowdy. That'll be his third. And both teams over the 5 fouls, so we're going to shoot free throws as we go here. There's going to be a timeout. Waylon DeGrave is going to go to the line and shoot those 2 shots. But Coach Kenneth Brown wants a timeout, and we'll step aside as well. 26-19, Wright City still on top, 2:36 to play in the third. You listen to KJFM, WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by Bibb Beach and Collier Funeral Homes, Central State Bank of Illinois, and Missouri State Representative Chad Perkins.
With 14 stores across Missouri and Illinois, La Crosse Lumber Company provides lumber, quality products, and service to homeowners, builders, DIYers, and more. With some of the top brand names in the business available, La Crosse Lumber has what you need for your next project. Stop into any location for a free estimate before you start your next build. La Crosse Lumber Company, the oldest, most reliable lumber and hardware company in the Midwest since 1873.
Follow area high school sports throughout the season on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Veolia Landscape Supply, Royal Banks, and a Taste of Philly.
Well, business has picked up a little bit here in the third quarter. Kind of got wild and woolly. But Monroe's cut into the 10-point lead. It's 26-19. Waylon DeGrave to the line to shoot 2. And he'll make the first. 2 for 2 from the line so far tonight. He was good from the charity stripe on Thursday night as well. He'll get a second. And it's in and out as I jinxed him. No good. So a 26-20 lead. Wright City has the ball into the front court. Down to 2:30 to play. We're in the third quarter. Bohannon at the top of the key. Hands it off to Higgins down underneath to Dowdy. He'll pull up from 6. It's no good. Holland high for the rebound for Monroe. Gets it out to Mayfield. Mayfield into the front court now. Down the lane to the glass. His shot's partially blocked. It's loose on the floor, and we'll have another tie-up. And on the alternating arrow, it'll go to Wright City. Winfield may have got fouled on that trip to the hoop. Took the contact, but didn't get the whistle. Wright City still up by 6. 2 minutes to play here in the third. Higgins now picks up his dribble. He's in trouble, guarded by Abram DeGray. Or Abram Smizer, I should say. As they work it around, back to the head of key to Bohannon. Bohannon to the right elbow, hands it off to Higgins. Or check out Edwards, his three-pointer short. Whalen with the rebound into the front court. Looks for some help, gets it to Sapp. Sapp to Mayfield. Mayfield's hit a 3 in the game, as has Moss for Monroe. As they get it back to the Grave, head the key to Holland now. Right wing to Mayfield. Mayfield into the post now to the Grave on the right block. Drop step. Kicks it out top to Moss. Back to Holland on the right. Left block. His turnaround jump is up and good. Good ball movement that time by Monroe. That's what they've been missing. And it's 26-22. A 4-point lead for Wright City. 1:10 to play in the third. Edwards now with it. Dribbles to the free throw line. Hands it to Bohannon outside the arc. He'll fake the handout, no, and then gives it to Higgins. He'll go to the glass. His wild shot's no good. Dowdy goes up with the rebound, loses the handle, and Mayfield picks up the loose ball. Mayfield into the front court to the left elbow. Goes up and under, flips it up, and it won't go. But this time he'll get the whistle and the foul. And Quincy Mayfield to go to the line to shoot 2. The foul is going to be on Hunter Bohannon, his first. And Mayfield will get those 2 shots with 49 ticks to play in the third quarter. He can cut the lead to 2 if he can make them both. First one rattles around and drops. He'll get a second. Lehman and Jones return for Wright City. Dowdy and I believe Bohannon will take a seat. Mayfield with the second free throw. It's on its way, and it's good.
Brings it to a 2-point game.
So give him out for the final 49 seconds as he has 3 fouls. Rhett Watson will give him the blow. And it's a 2-point game, as Maddie said, 26-24. Monroe City's made great strides in this third quarter. Trailed by 10 at one point in the quarter. Edwards now tries to force it inside to Jones. He makes the catch, goes up, and he'll be fouled. That was a tight window for that pass. But Jones makes the catch. And he'll get a couple of free throws.
Foul's going to be on Abram Smizer. His second.
So Jones, his first time to the free throw line. And it's short. One of the many seniors on this club for Kenneth Brown. Corleone Jones with the second. It's good. And they'll bring Mayfield back in for his offense in this final 37 seconds. Don't pick up an offensive foul, right?
Yeah, he's been dancing in foul trouble just a little bit tonight, and so he's going to have to lay off of that, especially if they want to make a comeback in the second half.
Down to 30 seconds. Sapp on the far side. Mayfield. Here's the key. It's DeGrave. DeGrave to Moss. Moss down to 17. Gets it back to Mayfield with 15. Now they'll go 1-4 and try and get something from Mayfield going to the hoop. There's a pick coming from Holland down to 7. Mayfield step back 3. Short. Rebound grab, but on the end line is Abram Smizer. And so Wright City will have it with 2.2 ticks. Play in the third. Watson back in quickly for Mayfield. Jones, let's see if he wants to baseball pass it or they throw it short with 2.2 seconds and the length of the court to go. He'll get it into Higgins. Higgins is going to tee it up from 3/4 court, and it's going to go about 2/3 of the court, and that'll do it for the third quarter. The Wright City Wildcats 27, the Monroe City Panthers 24. The fourth quarter's next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by Woodsmoke Meats, Farmers National Bank of Griggsville, and Tom Bolin Ford.
It's time to visit Hayden's Motorsports Center in Frankfort. Time to ride with Honda and Polaris ATVs, side-by-sides, and motorcycles. Time to work with Steel and Husqvarna chainsaws, weed eaters, leaf blowers, and more. Hayden's Motorsports Center, just off Highway 61 North in Frankfort.
The area's best coverage of high school sports on Eagle 102, brought to you by Pike County Health Department, People's Savings Bank, and All Parts.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Well, both teams still in their huddle. The horn has blown. Monroe City will have it as we start the fourth quarter.
Wright City led by as many as 13. That lead has been cut, and it's now just a 3-point lead for Wright City over Monroe City. Low-scoring game.
If you look at the score in the quarter, Monroe just led it by 14-13. But as you said, got down by 13 and made strides to make it a 3-point game. And as you said, they have it to start the quarter. Here in the fourth, Sapp has it. Crossover dribble to the right wing, back to Mayfield, along with DeGrave, Smizer, and Holland for the Panthers. DeGrave hands it off to Moss. Moss with the left hand in the paint's got Smizer in the far corner. Gets a pick and roll. Smizer to the glass, high arcing off over the top of Landon, but DeGrave with the rebound. Back to Mayfield. His three's on the way. It's no good, but he'll be fouled by McRoberts. And that'll send Quincy Mayfield to the charity stripe for 3 free throws.
That's just McRoberts' first foul. He's been able to stay out of foul trouble until this fourth quarter, but that was a 3-point shot.
Mayfield's first. He'll get 2 more. It's 27-25. Only lead was in the early second quarter by Monroe. They led by 1. Mayfield misses the second. He'll get a third. With 7:24 to play in this game. Don't forget, we'll have the championship game, Clopton and Winfield next. Mayfield 2 for 3 that trip. It's a 1-point lead for Wright City. Monroe with the momentum here. Wright City could use a bucket. Higgins gets it down low, goes through the hands of Jones, and then the 9th turnover of the game gives it back to Monroe, and they can take just their second lead of the game with a bucket here with 7:11 to play in the ballgame. Mayfield will take his time, moseys across the timeline, now to Moss, or Sapp, I should say. Sapp to Holland to Mayfield. Mayfield dribbles between the legs and resets things. Hands it off to Sapp, near corner to DeGrave. Right elbow to Holland. Holland back to DeGrave on the right wing. Hands it back to Mayfield. Mayfield looks for the 3, now hands it off to DeGrave. He'll dribble with the left hand. Back to the center court and reset things. Sapp in the far corner to Mayfield. They get it to the Grave, cutting to the hoop. He's on the block. Gets it back to Mayfield. Penetrates in the lane, finds some space up, and they call travel. Over number 16 on Monroe. 27-26. We've got a close one. 6:30 to play in the ball game. Will either team get to 40, Maddie? That's the question.
If they do, I will be very surprised.
McRoberts on the pick and roll with Lehman on the right wing. Still has his dribble. Had a key to Jones. Jones to Higgins, left wing. Puts it on the floor. He'll pull up from three. It's short. DeGray with the rebound for Monroe. Looks to push. Gets it up to Mayfield on the left sideline. He'll slow things down. Gets it inside to Holland. His shot up, no good. But he'll be fouled. And Brett Holland will go to the line for a couple of free throws.
Foul is going to be on number 23. That's Higgins, and it'll be his second.
Holland with his second trip to the charity stripe. He's 0 for 2 so far. He'll get 1 for 3. He'll get a second as Stanford checks in for Higgins for the Wildcats. We're tied at 27. Monroe can get their second lead with a made free throw, and they do. 28-27. They've come back from 13 down in the third quarter to take the lead. McRoberts now right wing to Edwards. Edwards on the shovel cut, gets it back to McRoberts, and he dribbles it off Smizer's foot out of bounds. You can see they'll have it under their bucket left side of the paint. 5:46 to play. On the inbound, Stanford gets it in the near corner to Jones outside the arc. He'll back up and reset things now to Edwards. Edwards with the right-hand dribble off to McRoberts over on the Ed Lindsay logo. McRoberts goes to the hole, and it's a charge. McRoberts picks up his second. Good defense that time by Mayfield. Monroe will get it back. Now Wright City will come with some full-court man pressure. Kind of token man, if you will. McRoberts is going to hound Mayfield in the backcourt. He'll bring it across the timeline now to Sapp. Sapp on the right wing, had the key to Holland. Ball movement's been a lot better in this second half, actually, since that timeout in the third quarter by Monroe City. Lob inside to Holland, right block. He tries to get to the glass, goes up, and goes down.
Good job by Holland to continue to make some room, and he was able to get that shot to fall. He bounced off a couple of defenders to get that shot to go.
30-27. Edwards on the dribble now, hands it off to Stanford. They had it stolen by Smiger. Stanford on the pick and roll with Lehman, hands it back to Jones. Jones on the penetration against DeGrave. His shot's up and good. Man, that was a tough shot.
Down.
Jones with his second field goal of the night. Shot up no good by Monroe on the break. Jones with the rebound. He'll head the other way quickly to Stanford. Stanford back to Jones. He'll step back, shoot the three. Bingo. Fully on Jones.
Very heads-up play there from Jones. He saw all of Monroe City just filing to get under the basket. He just stepped back, dropped a three.
So he's got 8. Wright City's retaking the lead at 32-30. Mayfield right wing gets it to DeGrave and block his shots up good, and he'll be fouled. So all of a sudden, not midway through the third, we started playing some basketball. And it's pretty entertaining as DeGrave will have a chance for the old-fashioned three-point play. Foul is on Jones, his fourth. A couple of subs come in. Kornfeld comes in for Wright City. Higgins will take a seat, or Edwards, I should say, will take a seat. Free throw by Waylon DeGrave is good. He'll get a break as well. David Smize will come in for him with 4:01 to play, and it's 33-32. Back and forth we go. Monroe on top. No pressure by Monroe. They wait with their man-to-man in the half courts. Cornfield has it now on the right wing. Has the key to Stanford. Stanford holds it above his head, looks to hand it off to Cornfield, and does. Guarded by Mayfield, way away from the bucket. Right wing now to Stanford on the pick and roll with Raymond. Gets to the elbow, and it's stolen away. Stolen by Sapp. He'll head the other way. His shot's no good. Smizer with the follow-up rebounds, up and good. Ray Smizer with his 6th point of the game, and the timeout on the floor. Monroe City on top. They've come from 13 down. They lead 35-32 with 3:26 to play in the game. And listen to KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Rod Prentice and Brenda Crawford, Silex Banking Company, and Barnes Roots and Herbs.
Greatness doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, focus, and dedication. At Shelter Insurance, we understand that because we put in the hard work and dedication for decades. And that commitment is paid off with award-winning customer service for your auto, home, and life insurance.
Ask me, Ashley Jenkins, about Shelter's auto, home, and life options.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102, brought to you by Rick Rodhouse, Country Financial Agent, Noah Builders, and Central State Bank of Illinois.
35-32, Maddie. Monroe's come from 13 down. They lead it by 3.
Yeah, I think that things have really started clicking for Monroe City, and it really all goes back to that timeout that you were mentioning, and it was right after Mayfield. His shot was blocked, and there was a little bit of frustration that you could see from the bench, from Mayfield, from the coach, and everything has really turned around, and it seems like it's been Monroe City's game since that point.
Sometimes it just takes one shocking event like that to light the fire, and so far it has for Monroe. Wright City has it after the timeout, however. Stanford into the front court now. Gets it to Jones. He's had the hot hand here in the fourth. Left wing to Cornfield. His 3 from the corner's no good, and Monroe with the rebound. Smizer Trey in the back court, gets it in the front court, goes down the lane, tries to get it to Holland, but it goes through everyone out of bounds as Holland needed to take one step to the hoop, and he shoots a layup. Actually led nicely by Smizer that time. And there's DeGray will come back in. Abram Smizer. So it's Trey, Mayfield, Holland, Waylon DeGrave, and Sapp, the original the normal lineup in the game for Monroe. Jones has it now, ball fakes, gets to the paint, scoop shot, spinner up, and good.
Good job by Jones to drive that lane. He was looking to draw a foul. He instead brings it to just a 1-point game.
Will run over Mayfield, I should say, from behind. He didn't get run over. And that's a 15 foul against no fouls on Monroe in this quarter, and Quincy will go to the line for 2 shots. 35-34 our score. Championship game's next. And the first free throw is good. Just joining us, Elsberry wins the Consolation Trophy. They win 60-43 over Mark Twain. What was a pretty entertaining game, actually.
Yeah.
Mayfield's second. He gets them both. And the lead goes back 2-3. Still a one-possession game with 2:40 to play. McRoberts into the front court. We'll see if they look to get it to Jones again. Right wing to Stanford. Stanford on the shovel cut to McRoberts. Back to Stanford in the far corner now to McRoberts. Holds it above his head to Jones, head of the key. Jones hands it off to Cornfield, who's a 3-point threat. On a pick and roll, gets it to Jones. Jones on a pick and pop, fires a 3. Good.
He's been on fire, especially in that fourth quarter. He's
10 in the quarter.
Been great for Wright City.
We're tied at 37, 2:09 to play. Business is going to pick up now. Holland, little just inside the arc to Mayfield. He'll penetrate the free throw line. He gets it back to Holland, but he's tied up by Lanyon. And on the alternating arrow, it'll go back to Wright City. Down to 1:59 to play in the game. 37 all. McRoberts listening to instructions from Coach Kenneth Brown. He gives directions now, does McRoberts. Right wing to Cornfield. Pick and roll with Lehman. Gets it to Stanford. Stanford inside the arc. Now to Jones. Jones is going to penetrate in. He'll flyers up. It won't go. Didn't get the whistle. And Monroe with the rebound. Schmeiser with 1:34 to play. That's Trey across the timeline. Timeout on the floor. 30-second timeout. 1:31 to play in the game. We're tied at 37. Listen to KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by Lacrosse Lumber, Pike Lincoln Technical Center, and Bolin Chevrolet.
You simply can't buy a better replacement window than one from Sun Window Company. Energy-efficient windows and doors with a lifetime warranty on both the window and installation. Sun Window Company, family-owned and operated since 1989, offers low factory direct prices on high-quality vinyl windows. Custom designed to fit perfectly and built to last. See how much you can save. Call Sun Windows, 573-549-2080 for details and a free estimate. Sun Window Company, Highway 161 in Middletown.
Area High School Sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center, Pike County Memorial Hospital, and Community State Bank of Missouri.
37 all, 1:31 to play. Monroe has it at the 28-foot mark on the far sideline. And we'll see what Coach Brock Idris drew up during that timeout. DeGrave will throw it in, gets it into Mayfield. He's being hounded by Dowdy, who checked back in. He's been the energy along with Jones in this ball game for Wright City. Mayfield to Holland at the left elbow. Spins around us. Holland hands it back to Mayfield. Mayfield penetrates in through a crowd, goes up, and his shot's blocked. But they'll say there's a foul. I think it's going to go on. Is Jones? It's his fifth, isn't it? Nope. Called it on. Well, it's not 23. There's not a 23. Sorry, Higgins isn't even in the game, is he?
No. It's on 13. Yeah.
13 shooting fouls on, and that's going to be his fifth. So that's a big deal.
Especially, you said he's had 10 points in the fourth quarter, and so him coming out of the game with a minute 15 to play, that's not what you want to see as a Wright City fan.
Finishes with 13 for the game, and Mayfield will go back to the free throw line again where he spent much of this fourth quarter to try and break this tie. The first one's good. It's 38-37.
He's been to the free throw line a lot today, specifically in the second half. He's made it count, too.
He'll get the second. It's good as well. He turned around like he knew it was good, but it did a 360 before it dropped. So the lead is 2 with 1:10 to play. McRoberts right wing to Stanford. Stanford on the dribble. It's to Dowdy. Dowdy beyond the arc, the cornfield left side, right here in front of the Wright City bench and Coach Quinn Brown. Puts it on the floor, pulls up from 16. It's an air ball. Grabbed by Sapp. Sapp back to Mayfield. Now Monroe City in control. And they can hang on to this ball if they want. And Mayfield nearly loses. It's loose on the floor and bodies everywhere. And DeGrave's going to go out of bounds, and it's going to be Wright City's basketball. DeGrave got control of it, slid out of bounds. I don't think it would have mattered. I think the 10-second violation would have got him first, and that's what Coach Idris is talking about. But the ball was loose, so you can't call a timeout on a loose ball. No, you can't protect yourself. He's saying he should be able to slide, and you can't save yourself with a timeout. Yeah.
Trying to take a page out of last night's book because it was called.
Yeah.
Championship.
So let's see. Wright City's going to call a timeout, trailing by 2. There's a little chaos on that play. I didn't see the controversy in it myself. Let's keep it right here. 39-37 our score. As the timeout is Wright City's. It looks like they still have a couple left. And they'll have it right at the middle of their bench as they'll get it in the final seconds of this game.
We've talked about Dowdy's hustle, and the only reason Wright City has that ball right now is once again because of Dowdy and his hustle right there. And so, I mean, having him in this game and just completely putting it all out there at all times, he's been great.
No question about it. And Jones has scored, actually, he scored all the points for Wright City in the fourth quarter, and now he's fouled out. So who do you look to if you're Wright City to take this shot to try and tie this game and take the lead?
I'd like to get it down low to Lehman, put it up off the glass, and so they're going to have to get it in and get it down to him. And when they do that, it's been prosperous for them, but you're going to have to get it down low because they've been able to deflect the pass quite a bit too.
My guess is they're going to penetrate with McRoberts and let him try and make a play, and if somebody picks him up, then he'll kick it. Let's see who's right, as Dowdy will trigger it in right here below us, right next to the Wright City bench. They get it into McRoberts, 41 seconds to play, plenty of time. Into the high post, as you said, to Lehman. Hands it off to McRoberts, far corner to Dowdy's three, front of the rim, no good. Holland with the rebound from Monroe. Now they're going to have to foul. But it's swatted away from Holland back to Wright City. McRoberts is now going to be fouled, as Monroe can foul a bunch. They had no fouls.
Foul is going to be on Sapp.
In fact, you may see something that you won't believe. They can probably burn most of this clock, Monroe can, without putting Wright City into the free throws with 3 more fouls to give. You got to take a little time, and then as soon as he goes to the hoop, you foul him again. Down to 19, down to 18. Now you should foul again. It doesn't look like they're going to do it. Cornfield, they're going to let him step back, shoot a 3. Back iron, no good. Lehman with the rebound, kicks it to McRoberts. He's on the wing, down to 7 to Cornfield. He'll pull up from 3, head of the key, off the glass, no good. And a rebound by Monroe City. That's the Grave, and we've got a foul. They want a timeout. What are they going to do? I think they're going to call the foul first. It is the foul. And boy, Wright City didn't get too many good looks, did they? They were just throwing up some crazy kind of desperation moves.
They weren't taking their time. I know that the clock was running out, but it really just felt like they were just throwing it up there and hoping that something happened.
So DeGrave at the line for 2. 1.7 seconds to play, 39-37. Both of these things can finish this off. Who makes the first? Still a one-possession game. If he can make this free throw, he'll cap what's a tremendous comeback by Monroe City. Waylon DeGrave, second free throw. It is good, and it's a 4-point lead, and they just got to get away from Wright City. 1.7 seconds to play. They lead 41-37. Dowdy gets it into McRoberts. He'll fire it from 3/4 court. It's no good, and that'll do it for the ball game. And quite a third and fourth quarter in this one as Monroe City comes from 13 down, and they win the third place trophy by the final score of 41-37. Postgame shows next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Calumet of Missouri, and Center Locker Service.
Eagle 102 postgame show is coming up.
Welcome to Vast National Bank. How can I help you?
Hey, I'm here to talk to someone about a loan.
Oh, I'll grab you the L97B. We call it the Just Talking form.
What about actually applying for a loan?
Oh my, well, let me pop in the toner cartridge. Hey, Bill, you want to pass me the big stapler?
Yeah, I'm just going to go to People's Savings Bank.
Skip the mega banks. When you need a loan, visit People's Savings Bank. The people you know and trust. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Raffle tickets are on sale now. This is Tracy Brookshire with Pike County Health Department Home Health and Hospice. Our Home Care and Hospice Foundation is selling raffle tickets. Enter for your chance to win $1,200 in local restaurant gift cards, a Smith & Wesson 9mm, a beautiful patio set, or a Henry 22 pump action. $5 for 1 ticket or $20 for 5 tickets. Get yours online at PikeCountyHospice.com or by stopping in at our office at One Healthcare Place in Bowling Green behind Walmart. Winner will be drawn at our annual Valentine Gala fundraiser in February and does not need to be present to win.
Lynn's Heritage House isn't your average senior living facility. At Lynn's, residents have an abundance of social and recreational activities, including trips to the Twin Pike Family YMCA, numerous craft projects, and even the occasional day trip around Pike County. As a resident, you can enjoy the same independent lifestyle you've always enjoyed, but with the peace of mind knowing that help is available when needed. For more information, visit Lynn's Heritage House, 800 Kelly Lane in Louisiana, or online at lynsheritage.com.
Follow area high school sports on KJFM Radio. Brought to you by Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Young Enterprises, and Family Drug.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana. Time now for the Eagle 102 postgame show on KJFM.
Well, that was a doozy. As we mentioned at half, to say it was off to a slow start was the understatement of the week.
Yeah, somebody was going to have to start finding other words for us to use.
7-6 at the end of the first quarter. Wright City outscored Monroe 7-4 in the second quarter, and it was 14-10 at half. Both teams scored more points in the third quarter than they did in the whole game. 14 for Monroe, 13 for Wright City, and it was a 3-point lead for Wright City at 27-24. But a 17-10 scoring advantage for Monroe in the fourth, and they won at 41-37. We mentioned it during the broadcast, Maddie. A timeout. Mayfield got fouled hard. They or got hit, didn't get the foul call, and Coach Eders wanted the foul. He called timeout, and they turned it on after that. They were down by 13.
Yeah, they were able to come from behind and just eat at that deficit, and they were able to bring it within just a couple of points. And then once they got the lead, it was Wright City who really turned it up. And so Wright City was able to continue to match, and they were tied again for multiple times. And it was Monroe City who was able to edge them in the end. And I think a lot of that comes down to some foul trouble, and then just being a little nervous too whenever you had that running clock and knowing you didn't have very much time, but you weren't taking good shots at the basket.
Let's run down the scoring real quick as both teams are on the floor for the championship game. Wright City was led by Corleon Jones with 13, 10 of them in the fourth quarter, the only person to score in the fourth quarter for Wright City. 8 for Josiah Higgins, 6 for Chris Kornfeld, 4 each for Dwayne McRoberts and Grant Lehman, and 2 for Jerry Stanford. 3 from 9 from the line, which is a key stat in this game for Wright City, and they turned it over 10 times, and you'll know why here in just a second. For Monroe, they were led by Quincy Mayfield. He was 10 for 12 from the charity stripe in the second half and led them with 15. Waylon DeGrave with 11, 6 each for Brent Holland and Trey Smizer, and 3 for Ryan Moss. And Monroe City was 17 for 22 from the line. So great free throw shooting. 22 free throws versus 9.
Yeah.
That counteracts the 19 turnovers that Monroe City had.
Yeah, that was not a very fun first half, I don't think, for either team. Nobody was ever able to get into a rhythm because there were so many whistles that were blown, but you got to do things right. You can't travel. You can't commit those fouls and expect the time to continue and you be able to put up a shot. So things definitely slowed down a little bit on that front in the second half, but that first half was rough.
To say the least. Nonetheless, Monroe City, with a great comeback, they take home the third-place trophy to join Elsberry as the trophy winner, as Elsberry won the Consolation Trophy 60-43 over Mark Twain. The championship game is next. It's the Clopton Hawks and the Winfield Warriors. Don't go away on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Coverage brought to you by MASH, Get Spot a Shot in Louisiana, and Hayden's Motorsports Center.
Family Drug, your community health mart pharmacy in Louisiana, reminds you that this is a good time to review your medicine cabinet. Another cold and flu season means taking stock of outdated or no longer used medication. The folks at Family Drug also remind you that changes in your prescriptions may pose drug interaction problems. When you're choosing a pharmacy for your family's prescription, talk to your dedicated staff at Family Drug, Louisiana. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
Hi, this is Shelley Clucky with Pike County Mutual Insurance Company. We appreciate the value of working hard and making sure you've taken steps to make sure you're prepared for whatever comes your direction. Best wishes to all of our area athletes for another amazing season from myself and Corey Buchanan at Pike County Mutual Insurance Company on the Square in Bowling Green.
High school sports on your area sports leader, Eagle 102. Brought to you by Bowling Green Tractor, Vicki Cadwalder, Real Estate, and Ingram Plumbing.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's time now for the Eagle 102 pregame show, sponsored by Bowling Green Pharmacy.
Welcome back to the 28th annual Clopton Invitational Tournament. Jim Ross, Maddie Ingram, and Ryan Capps has rejoined us here for this championship game. And Ryan, you got to see both these play the other night, so this ought to be a good one.
I've seen both teams play multiple times here. Winfield, I think, will really try to pressure a lot. That's kind of their game, is to just really push the pace and get things going fast. and they play comfortable fast. And I expect Brady Creech to really be an important factor in this game. But for Clopton, I think they're going to want to try to slow things down. Usually they like to play fast too, but Winfield's shown that they can handle faster-paced games. So I think Clopton's really going to try to slow things down and get the Evans brothers kind of working early here, as they've been a big factor for Clopton in these games so far.
Yeah, Creech scored a bucket late in that game against Monroe City. They didn't lead until the last minute of the game, and he made a bucket in the final 15 seconds. It gave them the lead and advanced them into this championship game. Let's take a break, and we'll be back with Keys to the Game after this on KJFM WBBA Sports.
And tournament coverage brought to you by J. Roberts Jewelry, Bill Allen Auction Services, and Gambino's Eatery.
It's a great time to buy or sell a home. I'm Vicki Cadwalder, and I take pride in offering skills that make the process go smoothly from beginning to end. Even after closing, I enjoy staying in touch and being there to help you if you have any other needs or questions. During the process, I'll work closely with your lender and other professionals to make it as effortless as possible. I'm here with you every step of the way, so when you're ready to buy or sell, call me and we'll create a personalized plan just for you. Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate, loving our small town life.
Pepsi Cola Bottling Company is a proud sponsor of the local schools and their athletes. When it's time to quench that thirst, reach for one of the many Pepsi products found in the local concession stands, including Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Sundrop, or the all-new Starry Lemon Lime. If you are wanting something other than soda, enjoy Bubbler, Clarbrun Water, Lipton Teas, Gatorade, and more. Pepsi Cola Bottling Company in New Haven and Bowling Green wishes all the area athletes a great season.
The most complete coverage of high school sports is on Eagle 102, and it's brought to you by Mid-America Auto and Towing, Perkins Electrical Services, and Pike County Mutual Insurance.
Time now for the Eagle 102 Keys to the Game on KJFM, sponsored by Vicki Cadwalder Real Estate in Louisiana.
Welcome back to the Dale Miller Gymnasium, Ed and Lindsay Court. And yes, they're both still alive. That's kind of teasing. You kind of need to be dead to have a court named after you, didn't you? But they're both still alive and well. And if, for you young pups who don't know who they are, legendary coaches here at Clopton High School back in my era and beyond. And so we're glad to have you with us. Jim Ross, Ryan Caps here for this championship game. Maddie will be in and out. She's going to take some photos of this for well. You'll be able to see those on our website, KJFM WBBA. And Ryan, what you kind of alluded to it a little bit about pace of play in this game. What do you think are the keys for both clubs in this?
I think that pace of play is going to be the biggest deciding factor in this game. I think Clopton's going to want to really slow things down and play at their speed and just control the ball and get the Evans brothers involved and just work through them as they've done so many times before. And Cash can be at the high post and low post, as he's a bigger guy out there that Winfield really doesn't have an answer for if you just look at size and stature like that. But Winfield, they like to play fast. They've shown that they're able to play fast like that, as they did against Monroe earlier this week. And I think that's what Winfield's really going to try to do, is they're going to try to create turnovers and create easy buckets from there and their turnovers. And I think that's what Winfield's really going to be looking to do, is just create turnovers and play as fast as they can.
Well, I think another key to this game is going to be how it's officiated. That last game was called pretty tight. We got some big boys out here in this championship game, especially inside, and they like to go. Both teams like to go. We'll see if the pace thing plays out, as you said. But if they call it real tight, man, it really chopped up that first game. So hopefully they'll let them play a little bit here, and we'll have a good pace up and down. We'll take our next break and be back with the starting lineups and the opening tip of the championship game, the 28th annual Clopton Invitational on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Bouquet Florist and Gift Shop, Lynn's Heritage House, and Bowling Green Veterinary Clinic.
Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy, where the number one priority is the customer and adding new services to help simplify your life and building a strong, high-performance financial services organization. Community State Bank in Bowling Green and Troy, your community bank since 1887, member FDIC.
Don't have time to stop by the bank? That's not a problem if you're a customer of People's Bank and Trust. With our mobile and online banking service, you can now bank from anywhere. Deposit checks, pay bills, transfer funds between accounts, check the latest activity on your account, and view images of your checks, all from the convenience of your desktop and smartphone. So start banking on your schedule and download the People's Bank and Trust app today. People's Bank and Trust, hometown banking the way it should be. Member FDIC.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Rod Prentice and Brenda Crawford, State Farm Agents, Pepsi, and Ackles Farm Market.
The Eagle 102 starting lineups on KJFM are sponsored by Community State Bank of Missouri in Bowling Green and Troy.
Let's take a look at our starting lineups. We'll take a break when they do the national anthem. First, for the Winfield Warriors, they'll be the visitors on the scoreboard this evening. They are led by a senior 5'10", number 2, Brady Creech. Also starting tonight is junior 6'4", number 5, Logan Kyle. A junior 6 foot, number 20, Connor Martin, and the brothers. Senior at 6 foot, number 23, Camden Palmer, and a senior 6'2", number 30, Caden Palmer. So it'll be Caden Camden, Connor Martin, Logan Kyle, and Brady Creech. For head coach John Varner, he's assisted by Damian Cagle, Justin Bray, and Travis Tripp. They are 6 and 5 on the season. For the Clopton Hawks, same starting lineup as they had the other night, as is the case with Winfield. A 6 foot senior, number 3, Chase Hall. A 5'9" junior, number 11, Jordan Genowine. A 6 foot junior, number 20, Josh Harvey. And the Evans brothers, a 6'4" senior, number 42, Cash Evans, and a 6'3" junior, number 44, Kane Evans. So it'll be Kane Cash, Josh Harvey, Jordan Genowine, and Chase Hall. For head coach Tony Francis, he's assisted by Jason Hall and Landon Hall, and the Hawks are 8 and 3 on the season. They average 57.5 points a game. They give up 43.6. Winfield averaging 49.9 points a game. How'd they get here, you might ask? Clopton defeated Mark Twain in the first round, 66-26. Defeated Wright City, 60-30. So they haven't been challenged yet in this tournament, have the Clopton Hawks. Winfield, on the other hand, they defeated Elsberry 55-34, and then the barn burners won at the end, 48-47 over Monroe City. So that's how they both got here. And Ryan, I think we ought to have a dandy here.
Oh, I think this will be a good game. It'll be tough to beat the Monroe-Winfield game that we just witnessed a couple days ago. That was an exciting one, but I think this one might live up to those expectations.
Pretty good crowd on hand here. Not a packed house, but so if you're coming out, there's places to sit. If you're not here, glad to have you with us on the air on KJFM WBBA Sports. You can get us online at KJFMWBBA.com, both audio and video, or you can get it on your cell phone as well if you're smart enough, unlike me, to operate a smartphone. Don't forget that we'll have another game after this from the Winchester Invitation, the 101st Invitational Tournament over there, where Grigsville Perry will be in action at about 7 o'clock. So stay tuned for that, as well as we'll finish things up here shortly before that with this championship game. Still about 2 minutes to go. Let's tell you what happened last night in case you weren't here or didn't hear. The Louisiana Lady Bulldogs took home the Consolation Trophy 66-58 over Winfield. The Elsberry Indians in overtime won the third-place trophy over Silex 50-48. And in a bit of an upset, the third-seeded Monroe City Panthers defeated the top-seed Clopton Hawks 46-42. So Monroe City, Elsberry, and Louisiana have the trophies for the ladies' side of this tournament. Winfield in their road reds with white numbers and black trim tonight. And Clopton will be in their home whites as well. They ought to be ready to do the national anthem here in about a minute 10 seconds, so we'll step aside, and if it comes back, we'll pick up the national anthem as we go. You're listening to KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by Poke Ford, Geared Up, and Pepsi.
Gambino's Eatery, Saturday brunch from 10 a.m. to 1. Enjoy regular breakfast favorites, the country frittata or body bag burrito with Saturday specials, including French toast, waffles, or breakfast combo with a biscuit, eggs, and your choice of ham, sausage, or bacon. And brunch mimosas. Join Gambino's for Saturday brunch, starting at 10 a.m.
If it's not on the menu, we don't talk about it.
Bowling Green Veterinary Clinic knows that getting the best care for your pet is a top priority. They strive to provide the greatest quality medical and surgical care for our furry companions. Their newly expanded and remodeled facility with accommodations for comprehensive inpatient hospital care and complete outpatient care allows the friendly and knowledgeable staff at Bowling Green Veterinary Clinic to keep your pet healthy and safe so the whole family can cheer on our area teams.
Ingram Plumbing has always been known for its outstanding plumbing service. But did you know that Ingram's is also the largest retail plumbing supply store in the area? We carry Delta faucets, a complete line of Whirlpool tubs and showers, jacuzzi pumps, and many other specialty items. Stop by Ingram Plumbing today, Highway 61, Bowling Green.
The best coverage of high school sports on KJFM brought to you by Community State Bank of Missouri, County Market in Louisiana, and Bowling Green Pharmacy.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Ackles Farm Market, People's Bank and Trust, and All Parts.
Geared Up, just off the square in Pittsfield, is your first stop for screen printing and embroidery. The folks at Geared Up take pride in making their communities and schools look great while offering the best prices around. If you're looking to expand your wardrobe, or maybe a gift is on the list, stop by their store and check out numerous items in stock. When you're looking for custom apparel and awards for your business, organization, or team, stop by Geared Up, 211 South Madison in Pittsfield.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by People's Bank and Trust, State Farm Insurance, Cindy Blaylock agent, and Bowling Green Pharmacy.
Over. So the national anthem has been complete. The starting lineups are being announced here. As I mentioned, Wright City fell to Monroe in the third place game after leading by 13. Monroe came back and won right at the end of that 41-37. Winfield is in their road reds. White numbers, black trim. Clopton in their home whites, black numbers, red trim. As they play that obnoxious Mexican song that they're playing at all the SEC football games this year before the starting lineups here at Clopton. My wife thinks I've lost my mind because this song drives me nuts. Not that it should. As I mentioned, big student section on hand for Clopton, so they'll be raucous. I don't know if there's many students from Winfield in the house tonight. They're not very vocal.
We got a pretty packed gym here, but would you say something about a home court advantage here or not?
Oh, yeah. They'll do a home court advantage. Quite a few people stuck around from the previous game. And as Clopton goes out as a team, and as they announce the individual starter, Clopton will move from our left to our right on your radio dial. In this first half, glad to have you with us here at Clopton High School. This will do it for the 28th version of this tournament. It's been a good one. As always, Cass Evans will jump center against Logan Kyle. The officials are ready to go. They'll throw it up, and we're underway here from the Dale Miller Gymnasium, Ed Lindsay Court. Clopton controls the opening tip. Chase Hall runs the offense. It'll be a man-to-man defense by the Warriors. Winfield's got good overall size. We'll see if that causes any problem for the Hogs. Genuine right wing to Hall. Now I have the key to Kane. Kane looks inside, puts it on the floor, loses the handle, but Harvey will track it down and throws it away. Stolen by Martin. He hands it off to Preach. His shot won't go. And so empty possessions for both teams on their first offensive possession.
Winfield's really pressuring as much as they can against this Clopton team, but Clopton's holding their composure for the most part.
Kane Evans for 3, front iron off the front of the rim and from the head of the key. Rebound off to Caden Palmer for Creech. Left side 3 ball on the way by Martin. It's in and out, no good. And Clopton with the rebound. So we're starting just like we did in the third place game. Played a minute plus, and no one scored yet. Kane Evans to Hall. 3 ball, head of the key. High archer. It won't go. Rebound swatted out by Winfield. Tracked down by Hall. We'll give it back to Kane on the left wing now. Hey, to Genuine. Now we played a minute 20 in this first quarter. Kane goes to the hole. His shot's up, no good, but there's a whistle and a foul. And Kane Evans will go to the free throw line for 2 shots.
Clopton's done a really good job so far, just staying composed and staying within themselves and not letting the moment of the championship game get too big and the pressure that Winfield's really applying to them.
Logan Kyle with the foul, his first, team's first. And Kane with some hot socks on again tonight. Different color tonight, sir. He makes the first. He'll get a second.
I think he's just trying to make a statement out there with those socks. Or?
Yes. I'm betting his grandma's dressing it, buying him those socks. Second free throw is good as well, so they work. So sock on, if you will. 2-0 the lead for Clopton. Freaks now right corner to Martin. To Kyle. Head of the key to Caden. He'll shoot the 3, and it's good. Caden with his first 3 ball tonight, and the first lead in the game for Winfield at 3-2. Full court pressure, no problem for the Hawks. Harvey in the front court, gets it to Kane now. He'll spin to the right block, whips to the far corner to Genuine. He drives baseline, throws up a wild off-balance shot. Kyle with the rebound. Off to Creech. Creech into the front court. He'll take it to the glass, and he's had his shot blocked by Genuine. Save it inbounds to Harvey. Harvey in a double team. Now they get it to Hall, and he's got a 2-on-1 with Genuine. Crosses the paint, throws another wild one up. Out of control, and Kyle with the rebound. Up and down we go. This is what we kind of expected.
It looks like this is already set to be a fast-paced game for both teams here.
Not a lot of scoring, but they're certainly going up and down. Camden with the ball. They have it to Kyle. Camden and Caden Palmer, and Creech pulls up from 3. No good. As Genuine tried to take the offense foul, didn't get the whistle. But no harm, no foul. Back from the Hawks. Harvey in the far corner on a pick and roll with Cash. Have the key now to Genuine. Right wing to Hall, near corner to Kane. Kane pitch it down the floor, drives baseline, whips it to nobody. Whoops it to Mr. Mays, the assistant coach for Elsberry. He made a nice catch. But the turnover gives it back to Winfield. Turnovers can be a key in this game as well. Both teams had 11 and 10 respectively, Clopton and Winfield in that semifinal game. Creech with it now on a pick and roll with Caden. Off to Martin, his 3 balls short with the left hand, and a rebound to Evans. He'll give it off to Hall, and he'll slow things down, which is a little more to Clopton's liking, at least here in the early going. 3-2 to our score, Winfield on top. We played 3.5 minutes. They lob it inside, 2 call for Cash, stolen by Winfield. Up quickly to Creech. He goes to the glass underneath the first layup with the left hand, wasn't good. Sweet layup by Brady Creech that time. He's a talented young player.
Winfield just capitalizing on a miscue from Clopton there.
Full court pressure, no problem. Kane gets it, goes straight to the glass, and he'll get a foul call. It won't go down with a shot, and I think that's going to be on
number 5, Logan Keel with his second
Logan Keel. They're saying it's Keel, Kiel. So Logan will lead the game with 2. Couple subs, DJ Barth and Colin Sams, who play a lot for Winfield, ready to check in. It's the first free throw by Camden. Short. Get a second. Keel and Camden. Palmer will take a seat. And for Clopton, Adam Lindsay will check in. Harvey will take a break. 4:07, 5-2 lead for Winfield. Off the back iron, no good. So Evans misses them both, and they tie up on the long rebound, and it'll go back to Winfield on the alternating arrow.
I think this game's really going to come down to really more secret stats of the free throws and turnover battle here?
Could possibly. Most times championship games do come down with some free throws. We'll see if that plays out tonight. Martin now, Harry to Sams. Left wing to Creech on a pick and roll. Creech backs up. He's open from three. Good. Nice step back look by Brady Creech. He's got 5, and the lead grows to 6 at 8-2. It's the full court pressure. Kane gets it in the front court. Now hands it to Cash. He doesn't want it out there. He gets it right back. The big man doesn't want to be playing a guard. Kane's cut to the bucket. Nice pass by Genowine. Kane Evans will score the layup, and it's 8-4.
It looked like Kane just caught Winfield sleeping a little bit as they didn't expect Cash to get the ball out there at the top of the key.
Nice little backdoor cut, worked to perfection. Caden with the ball now, gets it to DJ Barks. Hands it off to Creech, down to 3-12 to play in the first. Creech goes down the lane, the off-balance shot, no good. Rebounds loose on the floor. Hall got a hold of it, and he's going to pick up a foul, or be fouled, I should say.
Foul on the team, Brady Creech, his first, team third. Not coming into the box. Tucker Collins.
One thing I will say about Breach is any shot goes up from Winfield, you will always see him crashing the boards and just trying to create opportunities from second chance points for Winfield.
For Solomon and for Genowine, again, no problem with the press. Solomon's got away with a travel maybe right there at the middle court. As Coach Varner wanted that whistle, so did some of the Winfield faithful who are right below us. Hall with it now on the dribble, pick and roll with Cash. They hand it off to Kane, off the right wing, whips it in the far sideline to Lindsey to Hall for 3. Back iron, no good. Tucker Solomons hit the rebound, but he'll be with it for the over the back foul. Tucker Solomons, I got to say, I mentioned the other night that his grandmother was quite a basketball player. It was actually his mother, and so I'm doing my best to avoid her probably for the rest of my life, if you know what I mean.
He was a name we mentioned quite often in that game on Wednesday, I believe it was.
Good young player for Clopton. Back come the Warriors, leading 8-4. Skip past the Barth right here in front of us. He'll kick it back to Creech between the circles, guarded by Solomons. Creech between the legs, gets to the lane. Oh, nice pass on the backdoor truck with Sam. He double pumps and scores. Good body control by Colin Sams. Hall in the double team in the corner, and they're going to call a foul. Who's that going to be on it? It's going to be a turnover. The foul is going to go on Hall after the turnover, and so it'll be Winfield's ball. Coach Tony Francis wants a timeout. 10-4. Winfield leads at 2:08 to play in the first. We'll step aside as well. Here's KJFM WBBA Sports.
30 second timeout. Again, fans, to the board. Purchasing. Second guy for half time and also
You don't hear the news. Make the wallet, right? Here's a headline for those. Thanks to an insurance agent, Cindy Twain in Louisiana. The opportunity to Eagle 102. Brought to you by Veolia Landscape Supplies, Loyal Paints, and the Taste of Philly.
2:08 to play in the first quarter. 10-4. Winfield leads it. They have it after the timeout. Right side of the bucket underneath their own basket. Get it inside to Caden, and his shot won't go, but he'll be fouled. And Caden Palmer will go to the line. He'll get 2 shots. The foul is on Kane Evans. His first, team's third. Both teams with 3 team fouls. And Palmer to the charity stripe for the first time. Drains the first. He's got a sweet-looking stroke. Jordan Genowine will return. Lindsay will take a seat for the Hawks. 7-4, 7 being the biggest lead of the game so far for either club. Palmer can make it 8 with this one, and it's good as well, and he does. And it's 12-4. Hawks need a bucket. Kane in the double team, gets it ahead to Solomons. Up quickly with Genowine. He'll slow things down, gets the Cash, kicks it back to Genowine in the far corner. Into Cash in the post area, and we've got a whistle and a foul from behind. And let's see, is that going to be on Creech? No, they're going to call it on Colin Sams. And Luke Pruitt will come into the game.
That's what I wasn't sure.
You see a lot of action from him. didn't see a lot of action from him in the first game that I had. Is Colin Sams comes back in, and Caden Palmer will take a seat. They get it inbounds, do the Hawks. On the inbounds play, Genuine drives right baseline to the short corner and throws it away. Stolen by Sams, and he turns around and throws it away to Solomons. His shot won't go, gets his own rebound, putbacks up. It won't go as well. And so Tucker Solomons will go to the line and shoot 2 shots. There's a flurry of turnovers there. And Solomons, a 6'2 sophomore, gets his first trip to the charity stripe. His dad, Scott Solomons, who actually was a long-time assistant coach here at Clopton back in the day. And he never met a shot he didn't like. Talking about the dad, of course. Back in comes Martin and Caden Palmer for Winfield as Solomons' second free throws up, and it rattles home. And it's 12-6. Winfield down to $1.36 to play in the first. Beach with it, has his pass deflected, stolen by Genuine. Genuine crosses over with the left hand. Oh, nice shot there by Jordan Genuine. They turn over on the bucket, and it's 12-8. Winfield still with the lead, 1:20 to play in the first. Martin, he creeps, he'll pull up from 3. Back iron, no good. Hall with the rebound. Now look to run. Up to Genuine. He's head of the pack. He will go to the glass with the left hand. What the bucket on the front.
Massive play there for Clopton by Genuine. He's getting 4 straight points for him with the chance to get another one here at the line.
He can make it 5 as a foul on Luke Pruitt. Harvey will check back in for Solomons. Genuine's first trip to the free throw line this afternoon/evening. He makes it. And we've got a whistle and a timeout on the floor. Coach Warner wants to talk about it. 12-11 Winfield, 1:08 to play in the quarter. You'll see the KJFM WBBA. 30 seconds.
By Castile's Color Wheel, Community State Bank of Missouri, and Kearns Construction.
Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats is your first stop when stocking your freezer. Brown's has frozen chicken, steaks, brats, and burgers ready to go. For wholesale and custom butchering, Brown's is your first call. It's where quality meets service. Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats. For your meat processing, smokehouse meats, and homemade sausage. Just off Highway 61 in Silex.
The area's best coverage of high school sports on Eagle 102, brought to you by Pike County People's Savings Bank. And
1:08 to play in the quarter. 12-11. Winfield still leads by 1. They have the ball after the John Varner timeout. Grady Creech directs traffic. Clopton looks like they sunk into a T3 zone maybe. First time we've seen that tonight. Winfield's been all man so far. Near corner to Caden Palmer. He'll drive baseline, gets it over to Camden on the far block. He'll go up in the crowd. It's no good. And Kane Evans with the rebound and a foul over the back will be called on Caden Palmer. He'll clear.
Caden Palmer. This first.
He's going to have to be careful.
Foul, yeah. And we'll walk to the other end and shoot free throws.
I believe in their last game, he had 4 fouls. And he's a guy that plays a lot of minutes for Winfield each night out. So he's not a guy they want to have in foul trouble.
It is a fact. So Kane Evans will go to the line and shoot a couple of free throws. The first one rattles home and dry. He'll get a second. We're tied at 12. Clopton led by 2 early on. Biggest lead for Winfield was 8. And the free throw's good by Evans, and it's a 13-12 Clopton lead. Down to 31 seconds to play in the quarter. Let's see what Winfield wants to do. Varner played for 1 in these situations in the semifinal game. Creech has it, taking his time. In the corner now to Caden, to Martin. Martin to Caden in the near corner. They play a little kiss now to Creech, down to 10 seconds. He'll look to penetrate on a pick and roll with Caden. Ball fakes, still has his dribble. Backs up, down to 2, down to 1. He's in trouble. They're not going to get a shot off. Good defense by the Hawks to finish the fourth, and they end the first quarter on top. 13-12, they lead it over the Winfield Warriors. You're listening to KJFM WBBA Sports.
Coverage brought to you by Bibb Beach and Collier Funeral Homes, Central State Bank of Illinois, and Missouri State Representative Chad Perkins.
CMC Distributing in Louisiana is the place to turn for steel, culverts, industrial supplies, and central welding supplies. In addition, CMC Distributing offers trailer parts, truck accessories, truck beds, and trailer repairs. At CMC Distributing, they always go the extra mile while working hard to make sure you're satisfied. They do it that way for a simple reason. They appreciate your business. CMC Distributing, Highway 54, west of Louisiana.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102, brought to you by Rick Rodhouse, Country Financial Agent, Noah Builders, and Central State Bank of Illinois.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Well, Clopton got to the line 9 times in that first quarter. They were 7 for 9, and that dug them out of a 10-point hole. They trailed by 10 at one point, and they lead at 13-12 as we start the second, and they have the ball. Hall, Genuine, Hugh Evanses, and Harvey for the Hawks, original starting lineup. The far corner to Genuine, original starting lineup, back into the game for Winfield as well. At the free throw line, Cash Evans shoots a 15-footer. It's good. His first bucket of the night. And it makes 15-12.
Big swings here is Clopton's gone on a little bit of a run here. 8-0 run, I believe.
Well, they've gone into this zone, have the Hawks, and it's caused problems for Winfield. It's going to force them to shoot from the outside and stop all that penetration, and that's the idea. They continue to work it around the horn, a little T3 zone. They kind of match up with the guy in their area. Creech has it now between the circles. Tries to skip it down low to Caden. He'll drive into the lane. Runs over the top of Hall, and it's an offensive foul. Second on Caden. Caden Palmer.
Caden Palmer, his second team first.
And the Hawks will have it in their backcourt under the bucket.
Momentum all in favor of Clopton right now as Winfield has to do something to just stop this run that Clopton's going on.
All across the timeline now. That's the Genuine. In the post area, deflected and stolen away from Evans. Creech head the other way. He takes it to the glass, goes up, scored a bucket on the foul. One thing we've learned about Brady Creech, when he gets the ball, he's going to the hole unless you stop him.
He's very good in transition, and he's a very active player. He likes to get steals on defense and then just take it himself and then just get to the hole. And when he sets his mind to get into that bucket, he's not going to be stopped.
Creech completes the old-fashioned three-point play. And we're tied at 15. 1-1 full court press now. Winfield will actually drop into a 2-2-1. Hall now gets it in the front court to Genuine. He tries to force it into Kane Evans and turns it over. Back comes Creech. Right wing to Camden. 3 ball from the wing. Good. Was that Caden? Was that Caden? Was that 30? They said Caden on the PA, so we'll give it to him. And it's a 3-point lead. Back from the Hawks. Genuine. He'll go to the glass, up and go. Back the other way come the Warriors. Keel now into the paint. Kicks it out to Camden. Camden will hand it off to Creech, and they'll reset with 6 minutes to play here in the half. You got a good one going here, folks. They run a little weave action. Camden now gets the Keel and head of the key. Right wing to Creech. Creech on the pick and roll. He goes to the glass. Nobody stops him. Look at the left hand and scores. Great penetration that time by Creech. They got to make him pick the ball up. 5-point lead for the Warriors. Kane Evans goes to the glass, up and scores. They broke the pressure on the press, and Kane Evans got to the glass, took some contact, and got it off the window and scored. Back quickly comes Winfield. Camden now to Kane. Or Camden to Caden, I should say. The Creech now is Caden and Creech play a little catch here at the center court stripe at the 28-foot mark, down to 5:10 to play in the first half. Clopton in a 1-3-1 zone now. 3 ball on the way. High arcing 3 by Camden. A long rebound to Creech. He goes into the paint. Fall fake, but it's blocked by Cash. Gets it ahead to King. 1-on-2. He's going to take it to the window. It won't go. Rebounds loose, and Creech will come away with it. He's going full board the other way. Gets it to Keel. Here's left up and good. Logan Keel with his first bucket of the game. Great up and down action. 22-17 Winfield. Jordan Genowine in the front court to Kane. Goes to the glass. Hits up and good. Pace, fast pace. You got it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a story of this game. Is it's just gone back and forth for each team. It's going to be another one that's down to the wire.
Now Winfield will slow it down. Taking a look at this 1-3-1 Clopton zone. They lead by 3 with 4:16 to play. Up off the bench is Colin Sams, who will check in at the next dead ball. Winfield taking a look at this. Creech right side to Martin. Martin on the wing. Got Creech between the circles. Winfield going to take some air out of this. Creech on a pick and roll.
Looks like Winfield kind of knows this is going to be a close game, so they're trying to eat as much clock as they can while they have the lead.
Both get it to Caden in the lane. He scores a little runner. That's 24-19. Pass Evans in the backcourt to help with the press to Hall. They get it to Genowine or check that Harvey on the right sideline right in front of us to Kane. Skip past the far corner to Genowine. His 3 balls on the way. Front line, no good. Rebound to Cash down underneath the Kane. He's ball face, gets fouled in the hook, not the bucket in the foul. Great ball fake that time by Kane Evans. Got Logan Keel in the air. Second. Now that'll be his 3rd foul, and he'll take a seat for the remainder of the half. Lindsay and Solomons return for the Hawks. I mentioned Sam's checked in. Now DJ Barth will come in as well for Mark. 24-21. Winfield still on top. They've led by as many as 8. Clopton's led by 3. 3:24 to play here in the first half. Kane with the left hand converts the 3-point play. He's got 7 in the quarter, 13 of the 22 in the game for the Hawks. Back quickly, 3-pointer from the far corner by Camden. It's short. Cash with the rebound for the Hawks. Winfield, we see what their strategy is, trying to beat them down the court and not get caught up in that 1-3-1 zone. Kane dribbles to the right block, drops it down low to Cash. He runs over the top of Creech, and it's an offensive foul, and that'll be 2 on Kane Evans.
Heads up play there by Creech is, I believe, Winfield trying to get into a more of a zone look, and a little miscommunication there is Creech just found himself on the block to just turn around and take advantage of a driving Clopton player who just wasn't more of heads up there.
Kane will take a seat. Genowine checks back in for him, so they lose a little height with that substitution. Creech to Barth, far corner to Camden. Back to Creech. Camden and Caden Palmer in the game. Caden has it now, a little runner from Tim's. No good. Rebound's going to go off of the Hawks. Out of bounds back to Winfield, left side of the paint. Down to 2:39 to play here in the first half. 24-22, Winfield on top. Creech to throw it in. Gets it to Sams, back to Creech in the corner. Guarded by Genowine. He forces his way in. Bill's out of the double team, gets to Barth. Barth has a heel, shoots the 3. Back iron, no good. Solomons with the rebound. Gets to Lindsay. Lindsay now to Hall. He'll pull up as he crosses the timeline with 2:20 to play in the first half. Solomons on the right wing now. Gets it to a cutting Genowine, and he runs over the defensive player. That's Creech. It's a charge. Will be his second, and Harvey will check in for Genowine. And his defense has started to show its head here on both ends.
Type of charges that just really unravel an offense is they really sink into your head and just frustrate you as an offensive player.
Reach across the timeline for the Warriors. They work it in the near corner to Barth. Barth back to Caden. Caden now hands it off to Creech. Down to 1:55 to play in the first half. Creech with it. Hands it now to Sands. Sands. He barked. Clopton in a sagging man-to-man now. Back to Barth. Barth. Skip pass all the way into the bleachers right here below us. Just the third turnover of the game for Winfield. That'll give the Hawks the ball a chance to tie or take the lead on this possession. No trail, 24-22. The 2-1 half-court trap this time by Winfield. Cash in the backcourt with Hall. He walks it across the timeline without problems. And they'll reset with 1:20 to play. Right wing to Salmons. Salmons puts it on the floor, gets it into the paint, pulls up from 8, and he'll score. He's got 4, and we're tied at 24. 1:10 to play. Creech up the far sideline. Kicks it into the corner, to the short corner of the ball. He gets it underneath the Sams. He's all alone. He'll shoot the layup. Sams with his 4th point of the night, and it's 26-24. Harvey in the backcourt, gets it across the timeline now, has to wait for Hall to get into the front court and hands it off to him. We're under a minute to play. Left wing now to Harvey. Harvey has it swatted out of his hand, gets it to Hall. Hall now skip past the near side to Salmons. He'll go to that same spot to the block. His shot's blocked from behind by Son, and Winfield ahead the other way. Caden Palmer gets it into the paint, pulls up, kicks it out to Sams, and they'll reset for one shot with 26 seconds to play in the half. They lead 26-24, so they don't turn it over. Winfield will go to the locker room on top at half. Creech has it down to 15. They'll wait, and they'll let Creech penetrate somewhere. Down to 12, down to 10. He gets it off to Caden Palmer, back to Sams. Now to Creech. Creech on the right wing, dribbles to the paint. Step through, finger roll up, no good. Cash with the rebound, and that'll do it for the first half of action. New score, the Winfield Warriors 26, the Clopton Hawks 24. We got a good one here, folks. Don't go away. The halftime show's next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by Wood Smoke Meats, Farmers National Bank of Griggsville, and Tom Bolin Ford.
The Eagle 102 halftime report is coming up. Brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
Cellular and Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs and stocks, mounts, and cables. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
Since 1939, Meyer Implement Company has been serving the local agricultural and business communities with quality sales and service. Meyer Implement has also taken great pride in supporting those communities and would like to wish the area sports teams the best of luck throughout their seasons. Be sure to stop by and visit the people who truly appreciate your business. Meyer Implement Company, Bowling Green.
C&B Bank and Trust is proud to be recognized as one of the top agricultural lenders in the nation. With deep roots in supporting agriculture, C&B Bank and Trust is here to grow with you. Experience financial solutions that understand your unique needs. Stop in their Pittsfield location and see Noel or Jim today. C&B Bank and Trust, helping to open doors since 1854. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm Tylee Mills, the CEO of Pike County Memorial Hospital. You've heard it from your friends, family, and even neighbors. They choose Pike County Memorial Hospital. Quality care from quality people. Pike County Memorial Hospital.
From the classic cheesesteak and rich crab cakes, a taste of Philly in Bowling Green is a fan favorite. A meal ready for you before or after the game, and game day jerseys are welcome. Open 7 days a week. A taste of Philly. Business Highway 54 West in Bowling Green. Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center, Pike County Memorial Hospital, and Community State Bank of Missouri.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
It's now time for the Eagle 102 halftime report on KJFM. Sponsored by Cellular and Satellite Center in Bowling Green.
And at halftime, it's Chuck-a-Duck time. You get a duck? You don't know what that is. You buy a duck, they put something out in the center of the court, and you throw your duck or chuck it if you will. If it goes in the basket, you're going to win something. And I saw 3 or 4 go in the basket, believe it or not. Clopton Hawks trail at half 26-24. They led 13-12 in the first quarter. Winfield Warriors outscored them in the second quarter 14-9, and they lead it 26-12 as they go to the locker room. And quite an entertaining half, Ryan.
Yeah, a great game here, and I just thought the Monroe Winfield game was the best we're going to see, but this game is just proven to be just as good as when you're going into halftime with a 26-24 game. You know it's been a defensive battle, and every possession counts in a game like this. And it's just you don't want to walk away with an empty possession with a turnover. Turnovers are going to be a big factor in this game, as I think whoever wins the turnover battle is going to end up winning this game.
Well, you can't sell what coaches do short sometimes. Clopton was trailing by 8 in the game, and Coach Francis called a timeout, and they had a little chit-chat, and they came back from that 8-point lead and actually took the lead, led by 3. However, now they trail by 2 at half. Let's take a break, and we'll be back with the halftime scoring after this on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Coverage brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Rod Prentice and Brenda Crawford, Silex Banking Company, and Barnes Roots and Herbs.
Cellular Satellite Center is the only stop you need to make when it comes to satellite providers, offering DirecTV and Dish Network along with antenna installs. Wait, there's more. They also offer several options for internet service with Viasat, HughesNet, and AT&T. Hold on, there's still more. They can also do security system installations, have TVs in stocks, mounts, and cables. Now, a special message from Matthew Niemeyer himself.
If you call an 800 number and they say we will be the local installer, they are wrong.
Contact Matthew at Cellular Satellite Center in Bowling Green, your local authorized dealer.
State Farm in Pittsfield understands that life can be tough. The State Farm staff is there to help you make smart decisions when it comes to all your insurance and financial service needs. Call, email, text, or stop by the office Monday through Friday between 9 to 5 to talk to an agent. State Farm in Pittsfield, a family-oriented office, is located at 311 Half West Washington Street in Pittsfield, serving Pike County, Illinois, and the surrounding areas.
Noah Builders in Silex, a proud supporter of all area athletes, is a small, locally owned contractor with over 25 years of experience in custom and new home construction. Noah Builders wants to take your forever home plan and make it a reality. Call or visit noahbuilders.com.
Follow area high school sports on KJFM Radio. Brought to you by Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Young Enterprises, and Family Drug.
Welcome back to Clopton High School. I see Paul Bailey in the house, former coach at Winfield, long-time AD down there. I've seen him forever. Let's take a look at the scoring here in the first half, in a very even first half for Winfield. 2 players in double figures, Brady Creech with 10, Caden Palmer with 10 as well, 4 for Colin Sams, 2 for Logan Keel. They were 3 for 3 from the free throw line. They got to figure out how to get to the free throw line a little more. That will help their cause. They only had 3 turnovers, a pretty clean play by the Winfield Warriors. 4 Clopton, they're led by Kane Evans. He scored 13 in that first half, 5 for Jordan Genowine, 4 for Tucker Salmons, and 2 for Cash Evans. The Hawks were 8 for 10. They did get to the line, and they shot it very well from the charity stripe, and thus the reason they got back into this ball game. They had 6 turnovers, so actually Ryan, a pretty clean first half by both teams, and what do you need to see out of each team to try and win this game?
I think Winfield's going to have to keep up the pace that they've played at. They've done really well so far. It's just mainly about hitting shots and taking good shots. They've created turnovers. They're winning the turnover battle. They just need to get to the line and do more free throws, because in a game like this, I do think it's going to come down to 1, the turnover battle, and 2, free throws, because those are 2 stats that often get overlooked, but play an important part in games like this. And for Clopton, they just need to handle the ball a little bit better and get more out of each possession, as they've shown they can break the press pretty easily. And when they do, they just need to get more out of it. And Kane Evans has done a great job at attacking the basket. He's shown that he can finish through contact. It's just other pieces around him that need to fall in order for them to score the basket a little more efficiently.
And there you have it, the second half next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Deals of the year during New Holland's Value Bonanza, going on now at Bowling Green Tractor. Put 0% financing for 72 months in your pocket, or choose a freeloader on Workmaster subcompact and compact tractors and Boomer compact tractors. Reliable, powerful, and easy to run. They help you tackle chores without breaking the bank. Work smarter with year-end Value Bonanza savings at Bowling Green Tractor. Stop in today. Offers end December 31st. For commercial use only. Customer participation subject to credit qualifications and CNH Industrial Capital America LLC approval. Standard terms, conditions, and other restrictions apply. Down payment may be required.
Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, and your future. Pick up the phone and call Rick Rodhouse from Country Financial. He, along with his staff, will assist you with insurance coverage to protect what matters most, in addition to preparing you for the future. Best of all, Rick will take the time to get to know you and find solutions for your budget. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, contact Rick Rodhouse Insurance Agency in Pleasant Hill to chat about your insurance needs today.
It's time to visit Hayden's Motorsports Center in Frankfort. Time to ride with Honda and Polaris ATVs, side-by-sides, and motorcycles. Time to work with Steel and Husqvarna chainsaws, weed eaters, leaf blowers, and more. Hayden's Motorsports Center, just off Highway 61 North in Frankfort.
With 14 stores across Missouri and Illinois, La Crosse Lumber Company provides lumber, quality products, and service to homeowners, builders, DIYers, and more. With some of the top brand names in the business available, La Crosse Lumber has what you need for your next project. Stop into any location for a free estimate before you start your next build. La Crosse Lumber Company, the oldest, most reliable lumber and hardware company in the Midwest since 1873.
High school sports on your area sports leader, Eagle 102. Brought to you by Bowling Green Tractor, Vicki Cadwalder, Real Estate, and Ingram Plumbing.
Well, the only player in foul trouble is Logan Keel. He's got 3. Caden Palmer with 2. Kane Evans and Jordan Denwine with 2 each for Clopton. Not the original starting lineup. It would be Simons, Hall, the 2 Evans brothers, and Harvey for Clopton, the Palmer brothers. Keel, Martin, and Preach, the original starting lineup for Winfield, and they'll have it start the second half. Will the Warriors moving from our left to our right on your radio dial. Camden now gets it to Preach. Clopton back into their man-to-man. Cash Evans sagging in the paint off of Keel. On a pick and roll now is Creech. Pulls up, can't get the shot away. They whip around the far corner to Martin, back to Caden. Now to Creech. Good defensive start for the Hawks.
Looks like Clopton really wants to negate the inside pressure that Winfield's put up so far and make them shoot the ball.
They've got Salmons on Creech, so he's got a slight height advantage, and they'll try and slow him down. Keel hands it off to Creech on the give and go. His shot's up, no good. Rebounds loose, and they're going to say off of Winfield. Martin knocked it out. And Clopton will have their first possession, so a nice 55-second defensive stand for the Hawks that time. And they can tie or take the lead. 2-2-1 full court pressure this time by the Hawks. 8 of the 10 players in the backcourt, no problem for the Hawks. Salmons right here in front of the Clopton bench, hands it back to Hall. And the near corner to Kane Evans. He'll shoot the 3. It's off the mark. Long rebound tracked down by Caden Palmer. Up quickly. Creech to Keel. Keel dribbles into the paint. Gets it to Caden. Caden hands it off to Camden. They work it back and forth now with 6:37 to play. Right wing to Creech. He's got a space to go to the hole. Up and good. Pete Salmons that time to the bucket, number 2, and scores the first bucket of the second half. That's 28-24. Preacher's got 12. Again, the full court pressure. Harvey gets it in the middle court to Kane, gets it to Salmons. Salmons goes to the block, gets Keel on the flare. Will not make the bucket, but that'll be number 4 on Logan Keel.
Clopton doing a good job so far breaking the pressure that Winfield likes to apply. And just really negating it and making it not a big factor in this game so far.
So that's going to send Keel to the bench. Salmon shoots the free throw. They'll let him shoot the first one before they bring in the sub. It's 2 for 2 so far. First one off the back on. They Salmon will come in for Keel. And a technical foul on Keel as he leaves. Now he's out of the game. Don't know what he said, but I'm going with one of the magic words.
Got the rule there is if you get a tech, you're out for the rest of the game.
No, you get a personal foul too, and that makes it 5 on him. You never fouled out, did you?
Oh, I fouled out a lot. Not a lot of technicals called, though.
Those are bad for your reputation, if you will.
Yeah.
So Simons has finished the free throw on the foul, and he misses that. So who will they have shoot the techs? It'll be Chase Hall.
Must have not liked what they saw at the line from Tucker Solomons for him to shoot the free throws there.
Well, just their best free throw shooter. We don't have any statistics to confirm or deny any of that. First free throw, good. He'll get another one. So Logan Keel compounded his 4th foul by getting a technical, so he's done with 6:16 to play in the 3rd quarter.
It's a big break for Clopton here. There was a lot of free points on the board there that they didn't really capitalize on, but they do continue to have possession of the ball here.
So Chase misses the 2nd free throw, so they only pick up 1 point out of all of that with 4 free throw opportunities. And now the officials are getting together to discuss what they're going to do about something.
Not sure what it was there.
Well, it was a dead ball technical, so they do get the ball back. If it would have been during play, the clock, then it would have been the technicals, then the free throw. So with all that, and Coach John Varner getting an explanation from one of the officials, not sure what that's all about, but nonetheless, moral to the story is don't talk to the officials. That's the moral of the story. The Hawks get it back after the technical foul, still down by 3 inside the cash. Back to Harvey, to Solomons, to Harvey. And Harvey now inside the arc. To Hall, left wing now to Kane Evans. He'll put it on the floor, gets in the paint, skips it far corner to Harvey. 3 ball on the way, no good. Rebounds out of bounds. It's going to go off the crease. Back to the Hawks. They stay with the Hawks, left side of the paint. Well, they had a golden opportunity with 4 free throws and take the lead in this, but couldn't convert but 1 of the 4. Did the Hawks, so still trail by 3. Cash has it beyond the arc now on the inbounds, picks it back to Harvey. Harvey to Hall now. They'll reset it. Kane gets it to Cash on the right block. Back crease down. His shot's blocked from behind by Palmer, and he gets the ball and heads the other way. That's Camden. He's going to the glass. His shot's no good. As Hall got him, caused some issues at the rim, but the ball goes out of bounds off of the Hawks on the rebound, and Winfield will maintain possession.
Winfield really giving Clopton every opportunity to get back in this game and take the lead, but they just haven't capitalized on these opportunities.
Lindsay will check in for Harvey as they inbound it to the Warriors from the left side of the paint. To Cadens. He'll dribble and runs over past Kane Evans. No whistle, no foul, and he scores the bucket from 8. Didn't quite get there. Would have probably been a blocking foul if we would have had a whistle. Full court pressure again. Hall gets it in the front court for the Hawks. 30-25. Winfield is led by as many as 8 in this ball game. That was back in the first half. They lead by 5, 30-25 with 5 minutes to play in the 3rd. Kane Evans dribbles to the right elbow. He'll slash down the paint up and scores it with the right hand. He's got 15 of the 27 for the Hawks. And when he gets it, he's kind of like Creech. He's going to the bucket if he can.
Yeah, that's what Clopton really needs to take advantage of is Winfield hasn't really had an answer for him driving to the basket like that.
Creech a step back 3 from the left wing. Drano. 5 in the quarter, 15 for the game for Brady Creech. And it's back to a 6-point lead at 33-27. Hall into the front court for the Hawks. Right wing to Solomons. Solomons to Lindsay right over on the sideline. Now to Hall to Harry Key. He holds it above his head. Gives it to Kane right wing. Back to Hall between the circles. Left wing now to Solomons. Inside the pass. It's swatted away by Sams. It goes out of bounds off of Winfield. In the near corner, so it'll be a difficult throw in for the Hawks. As Genowine returns, Solomons will take a seat. For the Hawks, 4:09 to play here in the third. 33-27. They lob it into Cash on the inbounds. He's up the three-point arc. They working around the horn out of Genowine to Kane over in the far corner. Kane hits it on the floor, drives baseline, skips it to the near side of Genowine to head it through the Hall. Hall now to Lindsay, left wing. Goes to the free throw line, kicks it back to Hall. Here's three-pointer from the head of the rattles home. There's Hall for his first three ball of the night. That's a three-point game. Genowine steals the inbound pass, gets it to Lindsay, and he runs over Sam. So a turnover and then the offensive foul. Winfield will get it back after all that. Down to 3:30 to play in the third. Sams has it now on the front court, hands it back to Caden Palmer at the center court circle to Martin. As they slow things down, Clopton in a sagging man, it looks like. Boots has it, now gets it to Palmer. He'll go up in a crowd. It rolls out and goes out of bounds. There's going to be an over-the-back foul on the rebound. You'll see he'll whistle that on. It's going to be on Winfield. His second, team second. Winfield will have it underneath their own hoop right side of the paint. 33-30. Winfield still on top. Preach to throw it in. Gets it into Palmer. Caden with it, penetrates in the paint, slides down the lane. They're going to count the bucket and the foul. He got whacked across the arm on a nice little drop step move that time. And he'll go to the line for the old-fashioned three-point play.
Great finish there from Palmer, as he was almost completely horizontal on the ground when he shot that up.
Great body control, foul on Hall, his second, third team. So Palmer can make this a 6-point lead, hits the back and straight up and drop. 36-30. 15 now for Palmer in the game to match his partner in crime, Brady Creech. Down to 3 minutes to play here. Inside, entry pass is swatted away from Cass Evans, and now Winfield turns it right back over as Lindsay travels as he gets the ball. And that's where they're going to call it back court as he caught it and slid across the timeline. Either way, traveling or back court, still a turnover. And after all that, the Warriors will get it back.
You can tell Clopton on offense really wants to just feed Cash Evans. And Winfield's doing a great job at negating him and guarding him the best they can. And it's really made it tough for Clopton.
Boots guarded by Genowine, gets it to Sam. Sam to Martin, back to Sam. He's going to pull up from 15, short. And rebound by Cash, who made a nice little defensive play there as well to get in Sam's face. Kane Evans drives short corner right side. His shot's blocked, but there's a whistle and a foul. Kane Evans will go to the line for the first time in the second half for 2 shots.
Foul's on number 10. Colin Sam, his third.
Foul is on Sam's, his third. So he's got to be careful. Up off the bench and Luke Pruitt. We'll see if Sam's takes a seat. As Kane Evans goes to the line, the 6'3 junior. 4'9 short with the first. Here will come in for Sam's. And Evans will get a second. 36-30. Winfield still on top. Second free throw is money. Evans with 15 as well to match his counterparts from Winfield. Left wing now to Martin. He'll shoot the three with the left hand. Back iron, no good. Long rebound, loose on the floor. Players on the floor. It goes into the corner, and who are going to say? They're going to say Winfield got it in bounds and called the timeout. We'll step aside as well. 36-31. Winfield leads it. 2:15 to play in the third.
Clopton Tournament coverage brought to you by Lacrosse Lumber, Pike Lincoln Technical Center, and Bolin Chevrolet.
The Eagles Nest Inn Bed and Breakfast in Louisiana is where history, comfort, and charm come together. It's the ideal choice for a memorable getaway when visiting for festivals, homecoming, or the upcoming holidays. Call or book online at theeaglesnestinbb.com.
The most complete coverage of high school sports is on Eagle 102, and it's brought to you by Mid-America Auto and Towing, Perkins Electrical Services, and Pike County Mutual Insurance.
Out of the Winfield timeout. They'll have it right at the end of the bench, or front of the bench. They're going to move it up here to the throw-in and designated throw-in spot, which actually I don't think comes into play if the ball goes out of bounds in a specific area, but that's what they'll do. Winfield gets it in without issues. Preach has it, Clopton back into man. Works it in the corner to Pruitt, now to Palmer. Palmer. It's Preach in between the circles on a pick and roll now with Palmer. Preach slashes to the glass, then the roll up and good with the left hand. Ooh, that was a sweet move by Brady Preach. Now it's 38-31. Back comes the Hawks. Genuine right sideline. Kane Evans, they working around the horn now to B. Hall. Hall drives left baseline, pull up from 10. Good. Chase Hall. Case Hall was 6 in the quarter, 6 for the game, and it's 38-33. Preach back quickly into the front court with 1:25 to play in the third. Palmer with it, and we've got a whistle, a foul away from the ball. It's going to be called on Luke Pruitt for his second. And DJ Barford get up off the bench immediately, and he'll come in for Martin.
Rare miscue there from Winfield is they haven't made a lot of mistakes this game, so each one that they do make, Clopton's really going to have to take advantage of.
Just 5 turnovers, only 8 turnovers for Clopton, so a clean game. Inside the Cash in the block. Back out to Genuine. His pass deflected out of bounds by Preach. That's the Clopton student section. And the Hawks will have it back. Far sideline with 1:14 to play. They get it into Hall, does Harvey. Chuck back into the game. Payne at the head of the key. Jordan Genuine, right wing. Penetrates, kicks it out to Harvey. 3-ball left wing. Back line, no good. Creek tries for the rebound for Winfield. He dribbles out of trouble, but they're going to say he stepped out of bounds. Actually kind of got forced out of bounds by the Hawks. Didn't get a whistle on the foul, but got the turnover as he stepped on the end line and then came back to get the ball. And now John Varner is going to talk to the official and got to kind of get back here and call the game. Cash Evans has it stolen away to Creech. He'll go in for the layup. It's up and good, and Genuine will get the foul and the bucket for Creech. Oh, my. What a turnaround.
Yeah, huge miscue there from Clopton as Winfield's really starting to pull away from this game.
A turnover on the inbounds and a layup that Genuine tried to get there but got him across the arm. And so Creech can try and complete the old-fashioned three-point play with his free throw. With 51 ticks to play in the quarter, and he spins it out and won't go. So it's 40-33. 7-point lead. Left wing to Genuine. He dribbles in the lane, kicks to Harvey right wing. Now to Evans in the far corner. That's Payne to Genuine. Genuine gets it into Cash on the block. His shot won't go, but he'll be fouled. And that foul will go on. So it's on Pruitt. His third.
It's probably the first time this quarter that Cash has even been able to get a shot up, as every time he's touched the ball, he's really just been smothered by 2 or 3 Winfield players.
And he misses the first free throw. You're right. He's only got 2 points in the game. That's kind of a big deal. Connor Martin will return for Barth for the the Warriors, I should say. And Tucker Solomon to come back in for Jordan Genuine, who's just got 2 fouls. Well, maybe he's got 3. You don't have it. We'll have to check and see when they back up again. As Cash makes the second free throw, cuts the lead to 6 at 40-34, and John Varner says, let's play for 1. Preach walks it across the timeline, Clopton in a 1-3-1 zone. And as we mentioned, they'll have Palmer and Creech involved in this somehow on a pick and roll, and Creech will try and penetrate. And here comes that pick and roll with 13 seconds. Creech kicks it right wing. Now they get it in the near corner for 3. It's good. Camden Palmer with the three, his first points of the game. Back comes Clopton, a desperation shot at the buzzer by Evans. It won't go. And that'll do it for the third quarter. And the Winfield Warriors go to the bench with their biggest lead of the night. They lead at 43-34. Fourth quarter is next on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Now, to you by Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Calumet of Missouri, and Center Locker Service.
Greatness doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, focus, and dedication. At Shelter Insurance, we understand that because we put in the hard work and dedication for decades. And that commitment is paid off with award-winning customer service for your auto, home, and life insurance.
Ask me, Ashley Jenkins, about Shelter's auto, home, and life options.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Rod Prentice and Brenda Crawford, State Farm agents, Pepsi, and Ackles Farm Market.
Bringing you all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth. Sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana.
Clopton will have it as we start the fourth quarter, and they're in a bit of a hole. They trail by 9 at 43-34. Moving from our right to our left. Hall into the front court now to Harvey. Harvey had the key to Kane Evans. Kane penetrates in, puts it up with the right hand at the glass, and they're good. He's got 18.
What's going to be key for Clopton here is just allowing him to attack and to create opportunities from those attacks.
Winfield back with Martin. The points are corner to Sand. Sands now to Creech. Now on the dribble, finds his way into the paint, puts it up off the glass. It won't go because of a whistle and a foul. And Creech will go back to the free throw line where he's got 19 tonight. The two Palmers, Creech, Sams, and Martin for Winfield. The two Evans, Solomons, Hall, and Harvey for the Hawks as we start this fourth quarter. Brady Creech, a 5'10 senior, rattles the first one home. Bounced around on about every part of the rim possible and fell in. He'll have the second. It's on its way and good as well. Give him 21 and the lead back to 9 at 42-36. Plenty of time for the Hawks. 7:20 play here in the ball game. Hall now dribbles to the right wing, gets out of the double team to Solomons. He tries to force it inside, stolen away by Winfield. Creech head the other way. Cross court pass to Palmer, and his layup is up and good. Brendan Palmer. And the lead grows to 11 and a timeout on the floor. 7 minutes exactly to play in the game. The Winfield Warriors 47, the Clopton Hawks 36. You're listening to Clopton Paramount, KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by MASH, Get Spot a Shot in Louisiana, and Hayden's Motorsports Center.
You simply can't buy a better replacement window than one from Sun Window Company. Energy-efficient windows and doors with a lifetime warranty on both the window and installation. Sun Window Company, family-owned and operated since 1989, offers low factory direct prices on high-quality vinyl windows, custom designed to fit perfectly and built to last. See how much you can save. Call Sun Windows, 573-549-2080 for details and a free estimate. Sun Window Company, Highway 161 in Middletown. The best coverage of high school sports in KJFM, brought to you by Community States Independent Board, and Louisiana.
47-36. The Winfield Warriors lead the Clopton Hawks here in the championship game of the 28th annual Clopton Invitational Tournament. Hawks will have it after the timeout in the backcourt underneath the bucket. Winfield's going to pull off the press. He's set up in a half court. Looks like man defense. Or is it going to be a 1-3-1 zone? No, it's going to be a man. Harvey gets it to Kane Evans. He ball fakes, head key in the far corner to Genuine. Genuine now to Harvey. They'll get it back to Hall and skips over to Genuine right one. Now on the right block to Cash Evans. His shot up and good. mentioned it, Ryan. The ball needs to go through Cash. That sets up the inside-out game, if at all possible. 47-38. Back come the Warriors. Creech on the right wing. Guarded by Genuine. Clopton in a man. Creech backs up. Down to 6:15 to play. Creech just standing there. Genuine's going to have to come out and get him, or he'll just stand there. Now he'll come. He'll pass it over to Palmer. That's Caden in the far corner to Sam. Winfield looks like they're going to take their time and look for something easy going to the hoop if they can. And Harvey got poked Creech in the eyeball and didn't get a call. And now Creech goes to a hole and they're whistling a foul. And Creech is lucky he's not hurt. Did you see that? Poking right up in the he's rubbing his eye. Foul's going to go on Genuine, his fourth, after the poke in the eye by Harvey. And Winfield will have it underneath their own bucket.
Yeah, that could have been really bad there, but we're lucky that he's unscathed in that. But Clopton really just is not an answer for him. Man. Yeah, so it looks like they're just playing the clock now and really just settling in.
Creech gets it back from Palmer off the inbound. Got they may play one-on-one. Nope, he'll give it up to Colin Sam, and he'll pick and roll with Palmer. Now hand it off to Creech. Out near the center court circle. They play a little keep away from the Hawks. 5:30 to play in the game. Martin nearly has it stolen away. They're going to throw this stolen away. They're going to say it went off of his foot. As Paul pressed him. And turnover number 7. We'll give it back to the Hawks. They need a bucket. And they need to get with the program. Still plenty of time. But they can't be complacent. Genuine penetrates the paint, gets it to Evans for 3. Short. That was Kane. Rebound off to Camden Palmer. He'll hand it to Creech. Creech spins out of Genuine's way through the double team, and now Harvey will be whistled for the foul. Foul. First foul on Harvey. As Solomon comes in. Cash Evans will take a seat. He won't be there long. Sorry.
Clopton's really just looked kind of lost on offense. They're just trying to look for things that aren't necessarily there and just shoot things that aren't working for them at the moment.
Well, we mentioned in the pregame that Winfield's got good overall size. They don't have anybody great big. They got everybody about 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", and that with the reach they have has caused Clopton problems offensively. Caden goes to the hole for the bucket. Right around the defender, and Caden Palmer with 17 now, and the lead back to 11. Now, 2-11, that is the biggest lead of the game for the Warriors. Paul at the head of the key gets it to Solomon. Solomon's on the right wing. Now to Harvey. Harvey penetrates to the left block. Whips it back to Solomon. He's open for 3, left wing, air ball. Martin with the rebound. Now things starting to become an issue for the Hawks. Palmer backs up and he'll slow things down and hand it back to Creech, as he's a senior leader on this Winfield ball club. And Hall will foul him, and that'll be foul number 4. No free throws yet.
When you're struggling to make things happen offensively and the other team is just finding ways to score at will almost, it can really spell for a long night for you.
Lindsay into the game for Solomons for the Hawks. As Paul and Coach Francis had a nice little chat during that foul. Martin now left wing. They need to stop the Hawks. It's Sam, now back to Creech. Genuine all over Creech. Creech right wing to Martin. Martin holds it above his head and moves his handle, stolen by Hall. Good defense by Chase. Hawks will head the other way, and they throw it away, but then Martin made the catch, and he traveled. So that's the 3rd time in this game we've had back-to-back turnovers in a possession. And with all that, the Hawks get it back underneath their own bucket. Genuine triggers it into Lindsay, hands it off to Hall. Hall penetrates the double team, and he'll be fouled by Fans, I believe. It'll be his 4th. And they're going to say it's a shooting foul, which is a little bit of a shocker. But nonetheless, a break for the Hawks, as Hall will get 2 free throws. First one's on its way and good. Evans back in the game for Lindsay. 3:34. Clock is Winfield's friend now. Paul needs this free throw to get it below 10. And he drains it. And the timeout on the floor. We'll step aside as well. 49-40. Winfield leading. 3:34 to play in the ball game. They listen to KJFM WBBA State.
Clopton tournament.
This is Sarah Grody, and People's Savings Bank is excited to announce the Bobcat debit card. People's Savings Bank believes in giving back to the communities we serve, and that begins with the school district. Every time you use your Bobcat debit card as a credit, People's Savings Bank will give the school district 5 cents. That may not sound like a lot of money, but since starting this program 6 years ago, PSB has been able to give back over $120,000. Open an account online at ourpsb.com or stop by our branch. We are the one with a bright blue roof. Start earning the Bowling Green School District money today just by using your debit card. Member FDIC.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by People's Bank and Trust, State Farm Insurance, Cindy Blaylock, and Bowling Green Pharmacy.
Full court pressure by the Hawks, trailing by 9, and Shane Evans will foul Palmer immediately, and he'll shoot free throws.
His third, team fifth.
Looks like this will be the game plan for Clopton.
It will not work. If you're down by this many, fouling will not work unless you're going to trade 3s for 2s or 3s for 1s. But we'll see what Coach Francis has decided to do. That's what that would have indicated, didn't it?
It looked like that foul was intentional. Not to harm, but just to call the foul. But it'll be interesting because, as you mentioned, trade 3 for 2s, but the 3 ball really hasn't been working for Clopton so far tonight.
He misses the first after being 3 for 3 for the game. He'll get a second. Will Caden Palmer had a good night. He's got 17. Now we have a violation. A violation on Sam's as he stepped into the lane too soon, so they wipe out that free throw opportunity. Well, that's a break for the Hawks. You get an empty possession, that's what you want with the foul, right?
It looked like Tony Francis knew what he was doing there, calling the foul.
We'll see. Genowine goes to the hoop, and he'll get a blocking foul on Camden Palmer.
Palmer, his third, team second. The line shooting number 11, Jordan Genowine.
This will work if you can score from the free throw line without the clock running. As I said, the clock is no longer the Hawks' friend. In fact, it's their enemy. Genowine been to the free throw line once, and he's now 1 for 2 as he misses the first. We mentioned free throws would come into play in this game.
Free throws and turnovers are going to be the most important factor in a game like this.
Second free throw is good. Stallman will return for Dash Evans. Full court pressure by the Hawks. They trail by 8, 49-41, and Palmer throws it away. Well, they're doing the best they can to let Clopton back into this. And immediately, Genowine comes back in for Stallman, and the Hawks will have it underneath their own hoop. Left side of the paint, Genowine to throw it in. Back into this game, actually. Couple threes. Like you said, they're not shooting threes very well, but they'll penetrate in, and as Evans will do, Payne goes to the hoop, scoring the bucket. And just like that, it's a 5-point game, and Coach John Barnes says, I want a timeout as well. 49-43, 3:11 to play. Winfield still leads. We listen to Clopton Invitational of the 28th version on KJFM WBBA State.
Tournament coverage brought to you by Bouquet Florist and Gift Shop, Lynn's Heritage House, and Bowling Green Veterinary Clinic.
Gambino's in Louisiana is now open 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday. Enjoy lunch options, and Gambino's dinner menu begins at 4, including the popular Make Your Own with your choice of pasta, meat, sauce, and veggie. Other entrees including lasagna, red wine pot roast, and weekly specials with a variety of beer and wine available to enjoy with your meal. Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.
If it's not on the menu, we don't talk about it.
Follow area high school sports throughout the season on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Veolia Landscape Supply, Royal Banks, and a taste of Philly.
Well, a little bit of a turnaround, Mr. Caps, after a 10-point lead. The Hawks at a little 4-0 run here, got it down to 6 at 49-43.
So a run here by Clopton is definitely now what Winfield wants. As the crowd gets roaring, student section gets louder and louder, that deficit can really start to shrink for Winfield.
Clopton in full court pressure after the Winfield timeout. They got a turnover the last time. They get it into Creech, and he'll be fouled immediately by Lindsay. Well, that looks like what the approach is going to be for Clopton.
Fouls on number 1, Adam Lindsay. His first.
Steal the inbound pass, foul. Lindsay's third, and we'll walk to the other end, and Brady Creech will shoot 2 shots.
The strategy this game changes is with that new 2-and-2 rule, taking out the 1-on-1s.
Not exactly the guy you want to foul, as Genuine and Cash Evans will return. Simon will take a seat. Second free throw by Creech. It's good as well. He's perfect. Or actually, he's missed one from the line. 5 for 6 from the charity stripe for Creech. He's got 22 in the game. Back come the Hawks. Kane goes to the hole. From the block, scores. Looks like he wants to take this game over, and they'll get the ball inbounds, and Genuine will be whistled for the foul on Creech, and that'll be his fifth. And again, we'll walk to the other end, and Brady Creech will work on his free throws. 2:55 to play in the game. 51-45. Winfield still on top. They have led for the majority of this game. Clopton going lead is 3, and that's been a while ago.
Winfield is doing what they can to keep the lead right now. Clopton surging a little bit, just feeding Kane Evans, as he's been the story for Clopton so far. Just Winfield hasn't had an answer for Kane, and Clopton hasn't had an answer for Brady Creech. So
Creech drains another free throw. The second one to follow. It's on its way and good. Looks for Silks in the fourth quarter for Creech, so it's 53-45. Back come the Hawks. They can't afford any empty possessions. Solomons left lane out of Hall. Hall puts it on the floor, penetrates in, gets it underneath the Kane. He's in a double team, goes up in the crowd, up off the glass, and scores. Timeout on the floor. 53-47, 2:39 to play. We'll step aside again. 2:39 to play in the game. There's Clopton Invitational on KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by Poke Ford, Geared Up, and Pepsi.
Are you pursuing a nursing degree? Do you want $2,000 to put towards your tuition? Of course you do. This is Tracy B. with PCHD. Our Home Care and Hospice Foundation is now accepting applications for our annual nursing scholarship. Deadline is April 12th, 2024, and the application can be found on our website at PikeCountyHospice.com.
The area's best coverage of high school sports on Eagle 102, brought to you by Pike County Health Department, People's Savings Bank, and All Parts.
Well, another good possession by the Hawks, Ryan. They get a bucket from Evans. He's got 8 in the quarter, 24 for the game. But will this fouling strategy work?
If anyone knows if it'll work or not, it's Tony Francis. As he knows how to win a game like this, and so far, it's kind of led to negating each side. Is Winfield's hitting their free throws, but Clopton's scoring on offense.
They haven't been able to get below 6 for quite a while. That's the lead right now, 53-47. 2:39 to play. Full court pressure by Winfield, or by Clopton, I should say. As Winfield works the game in, they get it to Creech, and he'll be fouled by Harvey. I believe that's 2 on Harvey. We'll walk to the other end. Hope you don't have anything planned tonight.
Been the story of the final 3 minutes of this game here. Are you a superstitious man? Do we talk about Brady Creech's free throws so far?
Yeah, I'm not saying it works because we'll screw it up, I guarantee you. 2:38 to play. See, he made it.
Brady Creech doesn't believe in superstitions like that.
Cash Evans will check back in for Lindsay. They're playing the offense for defense, or offense for somebody that can foul if they can get that dead ball. Reach in and out. It's 54-47, down to 2:35. Still a lot of time left in this game for the Hawks. And the ball deflected, loose on the floor, and Hall gets it back. He'll go to the glass, runs over the top of the defender, and they call a blocking foul. It'll be on Sam, and that'll be his foul. And Hall will go to the line for 2 shots.
Another big foul out for Winfield. That's their second player with 5 fouls. And
Sam and Keel have fouled out. Genowan is fouled out for the Hawk. Base Hall will go to the line for 2, trailing 54-47. First one's up and good. He'll get the second. 2:23 to play in the game. All one of the seniors on this Clopton club. And he makes them both. Come the subs for the fouls. Going in front of Nick Myers this time, along with Lindsay. Cash Evans and Hall will take a seat. Full court pressure by the Hawks. They get it into Creech again, and Harvey fouls him immediately. You can see that Winfield's trying to get the ball to Creech because they threw it wide open and didn't throw it to him, waiting for Harvey or for Creech to clear to get him back to the free throw line.
They want their best player. They want the guy with the hot hand right now shooting free throws. And you can tell that is they're definitely forcing him the ball. But, I mean, Clopton has shrunk the deficit. They've come back. It was 6, now it's 5. So will it pay off in the long run?
Leonard sitting the free throw. Good foul was on Harvey, his third. Paul and Cash Evans return. Creech will get the second with 2:22 to play in the ball game. He brings them both. If Winfield wins the game, that's going to be the story of it. Back come the Hawks. They need a bucket. Salmon's had the key, gets it to Hall. Hall now gets the Cash. Kane, I should say. He drives, hands it off to Harvey. Harvey penetrates into the paint. His shot up no good, but a whiff on a foul. And Camden Palmer will pick up the foul. And that's what the doctor ordered for the Hawks. 4 points without the clock running.
Big shots here, but Clopton really needs a 3-point play.
As Harvey makes his first points of the game. 6-foot junior. He steps the line at 5. Nonchalant as it gets. They both go down, and it's a 5-point lead as the subs come back in for the Hawks. Lindsay and Myers. Creech gets the ball again. He'll be fouled by Harvey again. They just can't keep Harvey from getting the ball. 4th foul on, or can't keep Creech from getting the ball. 4th foul on Harvey. And we'll walk to the other end. And a parade we've seen for the last minute and 40 seconds, roughly.
It'll be interesting to see if Clopton decides to try to put 2 guys on him on the inbounds play and just force Winfield to pass it to somebody else and then foul them.
He makes another. They just got to double him and make somebody else shoot free throws. I guess that's the only answer. They haven't found anybody that can guard him man up.
Yeah, with his quickness off the ball there, he's just easily getting the ball.
He is putting on a free throw shooting clinic, is Grady Creech, and his point total is growing astronomically. Back come the Hawks with 2 minutes to play. Playing 58-51. Cash gets ahead of the key to Hall. There's that 3 ball. Cash with the rebound. He's put that up and good. Winfield gets it out of bounds. They'll get it into Creech again. He almost gets away from him, but Salmons will foul him before he does get away. And he'll go back to the line and shoot another couple of free throws.
That was a big 3 attempt that didn't fall, but Cash did a great job of getting the offensive rebound and just keeping the hopes of Clopton alive so far in this game.
This will be Creech's 13th and 14th free throws of the 4th quarter. And he makes it. He'll get a second.
This is why you shoot him at the end of practice.
Send him to the Elks hoop shoot, man. He's money. Lead back to 6. 1:45 to play. Make it 7 as he's just draining them again. Down to 1:45 across the timeline comes Hall. Now Clopton needs to pick up the pace a little bit. Dahmer's right wing to Harvey. Kicks it out to Hall. Hall beyond the arc. Puts it on the floor. Penetrates there, and he'll be fouled by one of the Palmers. They were both there. And that's going to go on Camden. If Winfield would just quit fouling.
Both teams are in the bonus, so it's going to be a lot of walking here in this final minute, 30 seconds of the game.
So Chase Hall back to the charity stripe with a couple of opportunities. And he makes the first. Basically turned into a free throw shooting contest. The only problem is Winfield had a 10-point advantage when this started. All with the second. He makes them both. Now 3 subs come in. It'll be Myers, Lindsay, and Larson Hall. They are going to double team Creech. They're going to triple team him. They get the ball inbounds to Martin. Martin gets away from everybody, and finally they foul him right as he crosses the timeline. And Connor Martin, who has not scored tonight, will go to the free throw line.
I figured they'd put 2 on him. Didn't think they'd get to 3.
The triple team worked. So we'll see if it works. Can Connor Martin squash the theory? He rattled it home. He'll get another one. It's Harvey and Cash return for the Hawks. And does Hall. Connor Martin, a 6-foot junior with the left hand, makes them both. So that strategy didn't work. Now it's 62-55 with 1:20 to play in the game. Hall hands it off to Harvey. Harvey gets it inside the Cash. He goes up, unearns another foul. This was just mind-numbing to me, I got to tell you.
I don't think anyone was going to deny Cash of getting a shot up there.
They're going to call a foul on Luke Pruitt, his 4th, and Cash Evans to the line. And his first one is good. He'll get a second free throw. I can't wait to add up the free throws. I'm going to need a calculator. Just in this 4th quarter, his pass makes them both. Come the subs again. Paul Myers and Lindsay.
Say the free throws attempted is astounding, but the free throws made.
And they get it into Creech, and now they'll foul Palmer. They didn't foul Creech that time, shockingly. They're going to try somebody else. As Caden Palmer will go to the line. Foul on Nick Myers, his first, with 1:13 to play in the game. 62-57. Clopton has not been able to get it below 5 with this strategy. It started at 10. First free throw is good by Caden Palmer. Harvey and Cash return. Second free throw by the senior Palmer. Hayden is good. Now it's back to 7 at 64-57. Hall down to 1:05. Kane, he'll dribble to the right base. Up to Solomon. Back to Hall. Here's 3 ball from the wing. Back iron, no good. Cash gets the offensive rebound, though. Back out behind the arc. They whip it around the Hall. They got to get a shot up. They don't have a whole lot of time. Kane's going to go to the bucket, and it's fouled on his way. Penetrate, right? That's a good theory.
Great possession there for Winfield. As a lot of time was chewed off the clock there.
So Kane Evans to the line for 2. Can't afford to miss. When nobody's missing. Another one made. He'll get a second. 50.7 seconds to play. With the left hand off the front iron, no good. Creech with the rebound, and he'll be fouled immediately. And we'll walk to the other end.
Third.
There might be more walking than running in this quarter.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Foul is on Solomon's, his third. Creech back to the free throw line. And he makes another one. 15th free throw of the quarter. Lindsay and Dash and Harvey return for the Hawks. Second free throw is good. What a free throw shooting exhibition by Brady Creech. He may be over 30 for the game. Handed off to Kane. He tries to go the hole, loses the handle, goes out of bounds, and that's going to seal the deal for the Winfield Warriors. I don't know that the Hawks are going to back off or not, but they'll get it into Creek, and he'll be fouled again by Harvey, and that'll be his fifth. And we'll walk to the other end and shoot free throws.
I think that'll seal the deal for him. I'm assuming Brady Creech will go at least 50% from the line. But
he's got 34 for the night.
Turnover will turn out to be costly. As Clopton they needed a 3-point play, either an and one or a three, and just were not able to get it.
Who makes another one? Did you expect anything else? And the next one rattles home as well. It's back to a 10-point lead with 37 seconds to play. Hall's going to dribble in. Winfield doesn't want to foul, and they foul. It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. That's Camden Palmer. That's going to be his fifth. And that'll send Hall back to the line to shoot 2 shots. He's been good from the free throw line as well.
You know Clopton will play this one out to the final whistles until it becomes out of reach, which 10 points is a lot to make up for in 30 seconds. A couple threes maybe, and a turnover. But I think this will just about spell the end for Clopton's run in the tournament here.
Hall makes the first. He'll get a second. It's good as it. Timeout on the floor. 68-60, 31 ticks to play. Winfield on top. You listen to KJFM WBBA Sports.
Tournament coverage brought to you by Ackles Farm Market, People's Bank and Trust, and All Parts.
Geared Up, just off the square in Pittsfield, is your first stop for screen printing and embroidery. The folks at Geared Up take pride in making their communities and schools look great while offering the best prices around. If you're looking to expand your wardrobe, or maybe a gift is on the list, stop by their store and check out numerous items in stock. When you're looking for custom apparel and awards for your business, organization, or team, stop by Geared Up, 211 South Madison in Pittsfield.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102, brought to you by Rick Rodhouse, Country Financial Agent, Noah Builders, and Central State Bank of Illinois.
Brady Creek is 17 for 18 from the free throw line in the fourth quarter, not the game. Fourth quarter, he's got 36 for the game, and the Warriors lead at 68-60 as they have the ball after the Clopton timeout. Palmer throws a baseball pass. Creech catches it in the front court, and they're not going to stop yet. They're going to foul again as Lindsay fouls him. Well, it's certainly a statistic builder for Creech.
To make more free throws than some people have points on the night says a lot.
Actually, you might want to rephrase that. More points than most everybody. There's a couple that are close, but Kane Evans may have as many as his free throws as he's made, and he makes 2 more, make it 19 for 20. Popping into the front court to Hall. Hall out near the timeline now. Gets it to Cash. Cash will pull up from 3. It's an air ball. And Hall stays it in, but he stepped on the inline. And it goes out of bounds, and now they're going to call off the Dogs. Clopton's going to back up and let Winfield walk this out. I believe 70-60 is our score. And the Warriors are going to get out of here with an upset victory over the number 1 seed. Breach dribbles it out, down to 2 seconds, down to 1, and that'll do it. The Winfield Warriors are your 28th annual 2024 Clopton Tournament champions. We'll be back with the post-game show and highlights after this on KJFM WBBA Sports.
The 102 postgame show is coming up.
Lynn's Heritage House isn't your average senior living facility. At Lynn's, residents have an abundance of social and recreational activities, including trips to the Twin Pike Family YMCA, numerous craft projects, and even the occasional day trip around Pike County. As a resident, you can enjoy the same independent lifestyle you've always enjoyed, but with the peace of mind knowing that help is available when needed. For more information, visit Lynn's Heritage House, 800 Kelly Lane in Louisiana, or online at lynsheritage.com.
Pepsi Cola Bottling Company is a proud sponsor of the local schools and their athletes. When it's time to quench that thirst, reach for one of the many Pepsi products found in the local concession stands, including Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Sundrop, or the all-new Starry Lemon Lime. If you are wanting something other than soda, enjoy Bubbler, Clarbrun Water, Lipton Teas, Gatorade, and more. Pepsi Cola Bottling Company in New Haven and Bowling Green wishes all the area athletes a great season.
Your car, your stuff, your savings. Combine your auto and renter's insurance with a call to State Farm Insurance agent Cindy Blaylock in Louisiana and let Cindy show you how to put life back in your life insurance. Auto, home, and life. Make your wallet happy. Here to help life go right, State Farm Insurance agent Cindy Blaylock in Louisiana.
Area high school sports on Eagle 102. Brought to you by Cellular and Satellite Center, Pike County Memorial Hospital, and Community State Bank of Missouri.
Hear all the action from the Eagle 102 broadcast booth, sponsored by Family Drug in Louisiana. Time now for the Eagle 102 postgame show on KJFM.
From Winfield, Camden Palmer.
I mean, what a game we had there tonight for the championship game. And it was a valiant effort by both teams, but at the end of the day, Winfield was able to edge out Clopton. And the final score is 70-60, but I think the real story of this game was Brady Creech and Winfield. They really relied on him, but there was a couple guys for Winfield that scored a lot, but Brady Creech just took it to another level as Clopton really didn't have an answer for him. And they pressured the entire game and just held that pressure and controlled the majority of this game as Clopton. They tried to feed it down into Cash, but Winfield just stopped it too much, and Clopton just wasn't able to find a different answer. They ultimately fell.
Yeah, with 3:47 to go in the game and a 10-point lead for Winfield, Coach Tony Francis decided to go to a hack-a-shack test and try to foul. And as you mentioned, get a load of this. Winfield was 24 for 26 for the line in the fourth quarter. We talked about free throws probably going to be a factor in this game. That tells you all you want to know. Clopton was 14 for 16, so they shot well too, but the number of free throws shot in this game is astounding. So let's go through the stats for you real quick. For the Hawks, they finished second after the Winfield Warriors upset the number 1 seed. They were led by Kane Evans. He had 25, 14 for Chase Hall, 9 for Cash Evans, 8 for Josh Harvey, 6 for Jordan Genowine, 4 for Tucker Salmons. As I mentioned, the Hawks were 14 to 16 in the fourth quarter. Actually, 2, 4, 6, 8. Chase Hall was 8 for 8. They were 25 to 34 for the game. They turned it over 13 times, but they've come up short. For the Winfield Warriors, they were led by Brady Creech. He finished with 39. Caden Palmer with 19. 5 for Camden Palmer, 4 for Colin Sams, 2 each for Connor Martin and Logan Keel, who fouled out early in this game. That's 6:16 to go in the third. The Warriors were 28 for 32 from the charity stripe, and they turned it over 11 times. There were 66 free throws shot in this game. Can't remember the last time I was at a game, especially a championship game of a tournament, where 66 free throws were shot.
I mean, we talked about it. And when a game is so evenly matched like Clopton and Winfield was, it really just comes down to the stats that often get overlooked, like the turnovers and the free throws. And you saw it here that free throws matter. And when you get a chance to get free points on the board, you got to take advantage of them. And Winfield was really able to take advantage of that free throw battle today.
They give some individual awards away here as well. The cheer trophy, the cheerleading squad went to Louisiana, and then they have an all-tournament team. Waylon DeGray from Monroe, Camden Palmer from Winfield, Dwayne McRoberts from Wright City, Chase Hall and Kane Evans from Clopton, and the MVP of the tournament was, not shockingly at all, Brady Creech from Winfield. So congratulations to those young men, and congratulations to both of these teams. It was a hard-fought battle, as we expected, but Winfield comes out on top. Let's take our final break of the tournament, and we'll be back to wrap things up here from Clopton High School. You're listening to KJFM WBBA Sports.
Clopton tournament coverage brought to you by Meyer Implement Company, Eagles Nest Inn Bed and Breakfast, and Sun Window Company.
Hi, this is Shelley Clucky with Pike County Mutual Insurance Company. We appreciate the value of working hard and making sure you've taken steps to make sure you're prepared for whatever comes your direction. Best wishes to all of our area athletes for another amazing season from myself and Corey Buchanan at Pike County Mutual Insurance Company on Square and Bowling Green.
Noah Builders in Silex, a proud supporter of all area athletes, is a small, locally owned contractor with over 25 years of experience in custom and new home construction. Noah Builders wants to take your forever home plan and make it a reality. Call or visit noahbuilders.com.
Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats is your first stop when stocking your freezer. Brown's has frozen chicken, steaks, brats, and burgers ready to go. For wholesale and custom butchering, Brown's is your first call. It's where quality meets service. Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats. For your meat processing, smokehouse meats, and homemade sausage. Just off Highway 61 in Silex.
Follow area high school sports on KJFM Radio. Brought to you by Brown's Processing and Smokehouse Meats, Young Enterprises, and Family Drug.
Welcome back to Clopton. The earlier games tonight, Elsberry takes home the Consolation Trophy with a 60-43 win over Mark Twain. And Monroe City came from way behind and defeated Wright City 41-37 to take home the third place trophy. And Ryan, your final thoughts on the tournament?
It was a great tournament all around. As we got some upsets and we got some really good games. I will never forget that Monroe Winfield game as Winfield came back and then ultimately ended up winning the tournament. So congratulations to them again. And then you had last night Clopton girls against Monroe City girls, and Monroe ended up upsetting them. So you had some great upsets, and you just had a great tournament all around.
That's what you always get here at the Clopton Invitational, the 28th version this year. If you didn't make it down, shame on you, but we're glad you listened to us here on KJFM WBBA Sports. That's going to do it for us here from Clopton, but don't forget, Stason and April will have the Griggsville-Perry game from the Winchester Invitational. I think that game's supposed to start tentatively at 7 o'clock, and so we'll have that on KJFM WBBA Sports. I want to thank Maddie and Ryan, and Mark was here. Who else was here? Stacy was here for a while. Maddie, you got any thoughts before we get out of here? We'll let you talk. You've been taking pictures.
I have. I thought that it was another very successful tournament, and just want to say thank you to everybody who came out, who listened, all of that good stuff, and the athletes for putting on a good tournament, and the school district for obviously treating us super well this week.
The final score in the championship game, it's the Winfield Warriors over the Clopton Hawks, 70-60. My name's Jim Ross. So long till next time.
Listening to Area High School Sports on Eagle 102. Join us each week as we bring you the best of area high school sports on air at 102.1, online at KJFMradio.com, and on the KJFM radio app. You can find a full recap of scores online and daily during Eagle 102 Sports, all from your area sports leader, KJFM Radio.
Serving the Twin Pike counties of Missouri and Illinois, Eagle 102, KJFM, Louisiana Bowling Green, and Eagle 97.5 WBBA Pittsfield.
Splish splash, I was taking a bath.